Yeah, I do not know what's going on. It's something to do with my streaming platform not wanting to connect to either YouTube, not wanting to connect to YouTube. Like my bandwidth is fine. Obviously I lost internet connection there for 5 minutes. It was probably just the internet doing an update or something, but I'm not even getting 3 megabyte upload out of my 40 plus megabytes of upload that I've got, so I don't know what the issue is. Hardwired in. It's not using any CPU. My GPU is freaking enormous, so it's not having any issues either, so I don't understand why my dropped frames are so high. Like 27% just sitting here. It's annoying. I mean, I guess I should pay my internet bill, but it shouldn't make a difference. For me anyway. Most people it would make a difference. Your kid's still up running around the house? Is that why you're not still streaming?
This is a song I wrote with my good friend, Aaron Schust. Welcome to Jerusalem, brother. The one who calms a raging storm.
Hey, welcome back, brother.
Mic check, check, check. I've got you on my TV and my phone.
Yeah, you're good. seems to be.
Oh, a little
I
bit of
think
a
you're far enough
delay.
away.
That's
I can just
fine.
barely hear an echo.
Well, it might have been my speaker. How does it sound now? Okay, good, good.
Yeah, I think my internet company was doing an update or something. Just lost connection for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I did a little preaching. I hope you don't mind.
No. Go for it, man. Go for it.
Well, it was kind of a joke. I saw it in a movie one time. Seek the Lord with all your minds, heart, and soul. And when you find him, hail the Lord. Seek the Lord. Hail the Lord. Seek, hail, seek, hail. And he was actually making the motion. He would touch his heart, and then he would put his arm out in a salute of hail. So yeah, it is very derogatory, but yeah, it's.
That's great. I think chemistry teacher like that. I have a very German last name.
I'm trying to guess what it is. I know your first name. Nope, I don't remember. Are you allowed? Can you say it or?
Yeah, I don't think I told you. I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of online stalkerism.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Anyways. So yeah, 10 a.m. my friend's got a Bible study or Torah portion going on Central Time. And then I'm gonna try, if they're done, I doubt they're done by 10, but I'm gonna try and start up I think at 11. That's what time we mostly have planned.
You know, I'll either will be up by that time or I'll just be going to bed or something. But yeah,
Right.
certainly see it.
Yeah, if you're up, welcome to join. I don't know if they want me to like restream their broadcast or not, so I don't know if I'll just leave a link or if I'll just go live whenever I get them over there or not. I haven't got to talk to them yet, so I don't want to ruin their parade if some trolls follow me or something.
No, you're fine. They know how to block and stuff like that.
Right. Have you seen the Jewish movie Ushpizm? Yeah. It's on the Feast of Sukkot. I can find my.
What's the name of it?
That's. Okay, here we go.
And was it in movie theaters or you just mean like a video?
No. Yeah, it's like a full-length movie. I don't know if it was in movie theaters. I know you can get it off like Amazon Prime and stuff like that. Like I watched it on an actual like DVD. Somebody had a copy of it. But yeah. Anyways, it's a Jewish movie on Sukkot, and it makes me cry every time. It's just beautiful.
Is it what's the time period setting, like current day or back in Jesus time or Moses time or?
No, I would say it's current day, like 90s, 2000-ish, somewhere around there.
But I mean, it's about
Yeah,
people doing.
as far as like when it's set. So there's this rabbi named Moshe, go figure, and he gets done at the yeshiva, the Jewish school, and he goes home and he tries to get like a cup of coffee or something, and he takes like the last of the coffee out of the coffee pot, and then he goes to get some sugar, and the sugar bowl's empty, and I want to say like on his way home somebody knocked on the door and his wife didn't answer it because she assumed that it was a landlord wanting the rent check.
Uh-oh.
And,
Gonna make me cry, brother.
I know, right? Like, so So yeah, he gets home, and they've basically got no food, and it's like right up at Sukkot, and the wife's like, hey, did the yeshiva pay you this week? And he's like, oh no, I'm one of the, lower teachers, so, I'm the last to get paid or whatever. And his wife's like, you need to stand up to them. You can't be going and teaching all week long and then come home with nothing. It's Sukkot. Like, how are we gonna, keep the feast if we can't even get a sukkah, And his wife is barren and wants nothing more than to give this dude a kid. And there's some, Jewish tradition where if you get the best lemon or whatever, the 4 species, that it'll bless you with a child or something like that, So he's wanting to buy this lemon, and it's like a $400 lemon or something. It's ridiculous. Well, at least from my perspective, I don't understand all that. But anyways, and his wife convinces him to go pray, and it's like he goes to the park or something. It's not like the Western Wall or anything. But yeah, he goes and prays, and then, like while he's doing that, one of the rabbis that was supposed to get paid, like died, and sometime during the week, so they had an extra like envelope full of money that they were gonna pay somebody with. And then like the head rabbi, it's like right before Shabbat or whatever, so the head rabbi is like, just wants to get it over with quickly, so he just opens up the book of rabbis and just like points at one, and it's like, all right, go give it to this guy, and it ends up being the Rabbi Moshe that we're following. And he's still out praying whenever the guy delivers it, and so the wife doesn't answer the door because she thinks it's the landlord again, until this envelope gets slid under the door, and it's just an envelope full of cash. So she's like, celebrating in the house and all that good stuff, and then Moshe comes home, big celebration, and this other guy finds him like on the way home, and it's like, oh, you don't have a sukkah, I saw one earlier, no one's using it, it's perfectly free, we'll just go grab it. And so they end up taking this sukkah, and it was actually somebody else's, and they just hadn't like moved into it yet, and so he ends up coming and finding them, and it's like, you stole my sukkah. And then I guess Moshe was like a gangster in his prior life, like before he became a rabbi, and 2 of his friends get out of jail for like a weekend release, and they're just plumb decided that they're not going to go back after the weekend is over, so they go track down their old gangster buddy Moshe, because they know that he'll have a spot for him and all that good stuff. And they kind of end up like crashing his Sukkot and just eating all of his food and drinking all of his alcohol and causing an uproar in the middle of this like Orthodox Jewish community. And then like he lies to him so that they'll leave, and then he feels terrible about it because his holy guest, he basically lied to his holy guest to get him to leave, and somehow he ends up getting him back. I can't remember how, and his wife gets pregnant, and all. It was just, it's a beautiful story about just living with love. So. Anyways, I don't want to spoil the whole movie, but yeah, really good.
Do what the good Lord says, whether you think it's goofy or not. That's been my experience.
Right.
I was told one night, and it wasn't an outside voice, it wasn't from heaven. It was, how you just get thoughts in your head, like, oh, I think I'll turn on the TV, or I'll go check the mail, and then something says, well, turn left. It was that one of those kind of voices. I heard his voice one night. I was desperately missing a girlfriend that we had broke up with. She had ran off to another state to see a guy that she met on the internet. And I was told to go to a QT, Quick Trip, little convenience store here. And lo and behold, there she was. And it was totally cool because she looked down and out in Beverly Hills. Her hair was all greasy. She had acne all over, like unkept. Clearly, things did not turn out good for her. I had no hatred towards her. I had no any more love for her. I did care for her well-being, and I couldn't believe they go to QT, and I go to QT, and I was laughing the whole way. I'm like, what am I gonna see at QT? What about? And I couldn't believe she was there, and I got all caught up on everything, and it really it was perfect closure for me. For her, it might have been a refreshing moment that she's back in Omaha and everything is okay to start over. It might have been that for her. I don't know. My whole point being, I followed those words and I thought they were silly and it was beneficial to me.
Right. It's amazing how that works out.
Or what was I talking? Just a couple hours earlier, I was talking about some guy was talking about how he was a truck driver and he almost hit a deer, and it reminded me one time when I was driving overnight doing deliveries out of my car for lost luggage. I mean, I would drive 24 hours at a time to deliver all these, 20 different locations, like three locations here in Omaha, and then one an hour west, and then one 2 hours west of here, and one 3 hours west. You just put them all in your car and do them all at once. And I remember coming up over this rise, and this voice told me, "Get in the left lane." Like when you come up over a hill, you don't get in the other lane. There could be a car coming. But it was nighttime, and I figured I could have seen their headlight. I don't know. It was a split-second decision, and I moved over to the other lane, and sure enough, there was an entire herd of deer that were crossing the road left to right, and the last little guy was just entering the right-hand lane. So as I came up over the rise, I went flying by these guys, and I missed every single one of them. And it's just I put a little trust in that voice, and it was, again, it was beneficial to me. I trust that voice now.
That's a great story.
Yeah, it only works for people that understand. If you tell it at Thanksgiving, people are like, "Oh, that's cool, Mike. Hey, pass the mashed potatoes. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Grandma, did you see that TV show the other night?" It's like, did you even, capture the essence of what I was saying? It's not that big of a deal, but believe me, it's a big deal. Just
Right.
just put a, just put a little trust in that voice, man. Not the voice that says, go knock out the cashier and take the money. Don't trust that voice. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a reason that like he can't. Well, quite honestly, yeah. Since he did speak directly to me one time, I can tell you, if he did speak to us directly, it does mess with your reality. You start to go a little bit crazy in the head because of a supernatural thing you saw. Thank goodness it was the Lord, so that I did not go crazy. But yeah, just put a little trust in him. He's always there. He's always there, always.
Right. I do like this song.
Well, I can't hear it.
Turn it up a little bit.
Turn my TV on, see if I can hear it. Oh, wait. Oh, that's me.
Rivers of Babylon. Here we sit and we
Yeah, I can barely
remembering
hear it on my TV.
in Zion, singing the Lord's song. Bring us back. Bring us back. On the willows we hung our hearts. Captives wishing to be free. They ask us to sing with gladness the songs of Zion. Bring us back.
Anyways, it's one of my favorite songs by him anyway.
Yeah, trying to lift it. It got a little bit louder there. It's nice.
Yeah, I've used him on my streams before. He hasn't copyright striked me yet, so.
Oh, it sounded. I thought it was a girl.
It's Joshua Aaron. At the Tower of David. Maybe someday I'll get to see it. He did one with Joseph Riverwind. I have got to meet him a couple times. He's been at a conference I attended.
What's the singer's name again?
This guy's Joshua Aaron.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say surely you've heard of him, but. And then the Indian dude that he did a song with is Joseph Riverwind. And yeah, he's like a Torah-keeping Native American. I can't remember exactly which tribe he is. And his wife's from a different tribe.
Isn't it funny? They call them tribes. They lived in tents. They prayed to the holy. They prayed to the Great Spirit called Yah.
Mm-hmm. They kept Sukkot.
They wore all the westerns I've seen. They wear fringes on most of the women.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going with that.
Yeah, and a lot of them I want to say even ate clean. Like there was one or two tribes that even ate clean. Like they didn't eat. They only ate like deer and stuff the buffalo and stuff. They didn't eat the rabbit and squirrel and all that.
Yeah, because if you're in Jerusalem and you get carried away east to Babylon and you escape and just go east and east and east, I can easily see how you're going to end up in the Americas, and you're going to lose a lot of the rules and regulations, but there's going to be some core things that you're going to remember, and that's just how I see the Native Americans. It's just too clear.
Yeah. And it almost, have you watched Nathaniel Jensen that's doing like the DNA studies on, humans, I guess, just all of humanity. But he
No,
can
did he
like,
find a connection there?
yeah, like they've actually mapped enough of the human DNA worldwide that they've come to this scientific conclusion that every single person alive on this planet can be traced back to a single male and a single female. They call it, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosome Adam.
Oh, right, right. I remember reading about that.
Yeah, but he's taken it a step further and like um, he can kind of plot it out by time. Like we know that the Native Americans were doing good up until Christopher Columbus arrived, and so he can look at the uh, Native American DNA and see where it starts to decline and like bloodlines start getting wiped out and where like bottlenecks, and so he can basically see 1492 on the genetic timeline and then trace those markers back and see that they basically came out of Asia and all that good stuff. But yeah, he can put like history and genetics together and like show the migrations of people just with their DNA. It's wild.
And I'm not too clear on my Mexican history, but it wasn't it the Aztecs and the Montezuma until the Spaniards came in. That's why it's called Latin America, and that's why they speak
Mm-hmm.
Spanish. Didn't that DNA infiltrate the southern Indian tribes?
Yeah.
I'm not really clear on my history, but I think that's what happened. That, like Coronado, or somebody went looking for the Fountain of Youth or gold or something, and just totally took over the Aztecs. In fact, yeah, I think it was Montezuma. He welcomed them, and then they
Mm-hmm.
just came in and killed them all.
Yeah, once they saw how much gold they had, yeah.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Oh my God.
Yup. You gotta get that gold for the church. Um, but yeah, it's on the Ken Ham Answers in Genesis YouTube channel.
Yeah,
Nathaniel
yeah.
Jensen's got, like 30-part series. They're only like a half hour or so a piece, but he goes over like his first book, and then he just got put out a new book, and I think he's been doing a series on his new book as well, just kind of giving an overview of each chapter. But yeah, it's really interesting the things that he can see in the genetic markers and like where people come from and all that good stuff. But yeah, I mean, basically it just shows that there's no way of knowing whether or not you've got Israelite blood or not, because they just literally mixed everywhere with the dispersion.
Oh yeah.
And then every single people group has migrated and moved around as well.
Yeah, because even the 10 lost tribes, they're not even. Even at the time that they were carried away, they had so interbred with pagan people that even the 10 tribes that were carried away at the time they were carried away essentially weren't even Israelite blood, 100% Israelite blood anyway. It's like what are you going to be looking for if you're looking for an Israelite? And what is the New Testament? Who's that in the New Testament? James or Paul? The Israelites are those that keep his commands.
Right.
But yeah, there's plenty of Jews that can trace their bloodline all the way back, all the way back. They've got either on record or oral tradition or whatever that they can trace it all the way back. And that's perfectly fine, but you better be obeying the Messiah too. You better not be sticking to that, Old Testament. You better not be sticking to that Old Testament only attitude.
Yeah.
Ashkenazi Jew, Orthodox Jew, Karaite Jew. They can all trace back their lineage, but boy, you better what Jesus says, don't tell me Abraham's your father. Oh, yeah, you can raise up stones to be. But no, that's why I
Right.
wanted to tell Dirty that, like when Abraham said, "This is my sister," from a different mother. That's like you and me. You're my brother, but you're not my, you know, brother like from the same mother and or even step brother. You're not my biological brother. You're my brother. So yeah, she was literally his sister because of her lineage, not because they had the same mom and dad. So that's
Yeah, it wasn't through the mom, it was through the dad. Like they both had the same
right.
dad.
And right. And if you tell a Pharisee in the year when Jesus is walking around and Jesus says, "Don't tell me your father is Abraham," that doesn't mean their immediate father was Abraham. So yeah, if they have the same father, it does not necessarily mean they had the immediate. We have the same father Noah. We have the same father Abraham. Right. It's not incestuous. Right.
Hmm. I guess I'd have to look at it again.
Yeah, because we just going off of that, that's exactly what it could have meant. But if we go back to the actual lineage of her, maybe it will trace back to Abraham's immediate father or grandfather. I don't know for certain, but that's my take on it so far.
I just assumed that humanity hadn't built up enough genetic degradation that it wasn't needed until we got to leaving Egypt. I don't know. That would have just been my guess. Well, the same thing with Cain and Abel. How did Cain find a wife if there was only Cain and Abel and Seth and Adam and Eve? Yeah, I mean,
But
I don't think that's exactly how it went. Like, it's just giving us the main names in Genesis. It's not talking about every single child that they had. I mean, if you live 900 years, like, how many kids can you have? Like, I don't know. And then 70 went down into Egypt, and 400 years later, there was, 600,000 of them. So, yeah. But yeah, either way, they would have been, intermingling with their brothers and sisters. So yeah, I just look at it as something that was added because of sin. Not that we can marry our sisters now, but yeah.
pretty quiet when there's no debating.
I know, right? Just hanging out, having a good time. I thought we'd have more. I thought Bellinger family was going to come and all that, but yeah, I was having internet issues, so don't blame them. Plus, I think my channel's a little hard to find.
Yeah, I had a hard time finding it that first time because it wants to search for Yahoo a different spelling, and you have to make sure you stick with your spelling. But I found it on my TV real quick. I'm
Gotcha. Because yeah, I even
glad of
tried
that.
searching for my own channel and was having trouble finding it, so yeah, annoying, but what can you do?
Start drinking.
I haven't had a drink in a while. It doesn't
I'm a
sound
movie
too
animal.
bad.
I'm an animal.
haven't drank since Sukkot, but I still got a bottle of whiskey around.
I got some Jack here. I haven't had a drink of liquor in over 30 years, so I just keep it for my feast.
Nice. Let's see, what else can we talk about? Tell me something I don't know.
Tell you something you don't know. When Jesus cursed the fig tree, tell me about that.
Yeah, there we go. Tell me something about the Jesus cursing the fig tree.
Well, according to Matthew, they were on their way to Jerusalem. They saw a fig tree a little ways off. Jesus went over there, cursed it, and immediately it withered. And according to Mark, they were heading to Jerusalem. He saw a fig tree and cursed it. And his disciples heard it. Mark continues, and in the morning, as they were passing by the fig tree, Peter remarked that it was dried up by the roots. So when Matthew says, and when his disciples saw it, so that to me means it's the next day. So this fig tree was Matthew and Mark described leaves only. There's only leaves. And then the next day, Peter remarks, wow, it's dried up by the roots. And then once he does get into Jerusalem, he says, now learn the parable of the fig tree or any tree. When you see the leaves coming, you know that summer is nigh. So the whole point is, oh, this fig tree, you think he would have said, when you see the figs start to bloom, you know that harvest is, you would think he would say something about the figs. He doesn't say anything about the figs. He's talking about the leaves. And if you've ever worked in the summertime, you know that a shade tree is very important to you. A cloud. If you're a roofer, if you've ever done roofing, you pray for look at that cloud over there. Look at that cloud. Come on, cloud. Come on, cloud. Get in front of that sun. Get in front of that sun. The parable of the fig tree, everybody likes to associate that with, oh, Israel, and he's done away with them, and now it's good Christianity. What I'm saying is, I think he's talking about a shade tree. And if he is talking about a shade tree, that Jesus, who describes himself as the worm, he killed this shade tree in a 24-hour period. And Jesus saying that the only sign you're going to get is a sign of Jonah. And Jonah had a gourd come up and shade him, but a worm came and ate that gourd in a 24-hour period, taking away his shade. I think that he was specifically saying, I again am the sign of Jonah, rather than, oh, the fig tree is Israel, and they are no longer in covenant, and see, even Jesus cursed the fig tree. I see it as a shade tree and a sign of Jonah.
Very interesting. Definitely. There's definitely some parallels there for sure.
Rather than, oh, the fig tree is Israel. Amen. They are no longer in covenant, and see, even Jesus cursed the fig tree.
I wonder what word they used for worm in Jonah. Now you're
it's that specific word. That's
Is
where we
it?
get the whole. Yeah, it's a specific crimson worm that you can find a teaching on with any easy Google search, YouTube search. Um, this worm, you can do this to this very day. You can get this worm does this. It climbs up a tree, gives birth to, it's a red worm. It gives birth to its babies, and and it dies. Remember in whatever it is, their worm never dies, their worm never dies, their worm never dies in Mark. Um, our worm dies and we feed off of him. But this specific red worm, the babies feed off this worm, and it turns white over the course of 3 days. And that's what they used to put on the heckle of the temple when they didn't have the Ark of the Covenant in there anymore. And it wasn't a miracle that it turned white every time that on the Day of Atonement they set the scapegoat free. It turned white after 3 days. That's no miracle. The miracle after Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection is that for 40 years, as before the temple was torn down, it never turned white again. That's the miracle.
Oh, it is. It's wild.
Yeah, I think it's called the Crimson Worm, whatever it's called. But no, in Jonah, is it Jonah? It'd have to be Jonah. But in Jonah, yeah, in Hebrew, it's a specific
Yeah.
type of worm.
Yup.
Yeah, try
Nice.
finding that. Try finding that in your Sunday morning teaching, Christianity teachings. Yeah, good luck with that.
Very cool. Very cool, sir. That was definitely new to me.
Oh, for real? Yeah, you can. Oh, it's probably called the. I don't know what the crimson worm will get you to any teaching. A lot of people teach it
Mm-hmm.
because it's such a the Hebrew word is so easily found, so to speak.
Wow, it was the same worm that got into the manna.
Oh, really? Oh
Mm-hmm.
my goodness, that's awesome. Don't eat me yet. You're gonna have to eat my flesh and drink my blood. That's what scared me.
Yeah, that one's definitely wild. I
And
can
then,
imagine that throwing a couple people for a loop.
and then Jesus, when he gets into Jerusalem for the Passover, his last Passover, there's no mention of a lamb. So that's why I think Judas took the opportunity to prove him to be a false prophet. He was doing Passover and he had not chosen a lamb yet. So that's why he felt comfortable going to the Pharisees and saying, "Yeah, you're
Hmm.
right. This guy's false." But he just didn't have an understanding on what Jesus was talking about. So thank God he explained it to the other people that didn't run away or betray him. Excuse me. All the other
Right.
apostles ran away. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Good point. Good point.
But no, it's not. You can't. Like you can't prove something by omissions. But so the fact that they never mention it doesn't mean, you know what I mean? But in my mind, it's pretty clear to me. That's an easy way for Judas to say, look, you're not doing it right. You're fake.
Yeah. Yeah. For real. Because yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he like told him where to go, and that was about it. And then yeah, next thing you know, they're not talking about a lamb.
And quite frankly, since they were out to kill him, Matthew, let's see, I forget how it goes. Matthew, Mark, and Luke, I think each describe Jesus sending two apostles to go find a place to do the Passover, but each one gives a little bit different account. So I think maybe he sent two apostles to one place, two apostles to another place, and two apostles to another place just to throw the Pharisees off. on where he may be that night as far as security. You know what I mean? Since they were
Right.
going to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, yeah, again, that's not in scripture, but it it's a good thought.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of questions reading the New Testament, how this dude just like slips into the crowd and disappears, or stuff like that. Like, you know, there's a lot left to the imagination, I guess.
Yeah, Nazareth, they're going to throw him off a little hill or a little cliff, and then people are like, "Well, there's no cliffs in Nazareth." And it's like, I don't know, man. You don't even. It's not even. There is no Nazareth.
Right? And I
There's no.
mean, you've only got to fall
That's
like
sad.
20, 30 feet and you're done for. Like, you may
Yeah,
not be dead, but back in those times, you're probably not going to heal from it. And all they got to do is come down there and get you. Like, you won't be fighting after you get thrown off a cliff.
much easier to stone. But yeah, a couple times he slips away, and I guess he was nothing to look at. He wasn't. I mean, according to Isaiah, he was nothing to look at. You would. I don't know if you ever scanned a crowd looking for your wife or your girlfriend or your kids, but you kind of ignore everybody that doesn't look like her. You know what I mean? And I guess he was like one of those people, like somebody on a TV on a movie set, like a background actor. Like you wouldn't even notice him. You wouldn't even care to look at
Right.
him.
Yeah.
And he might have had some form of deformity because when he's speaking in the synagogue at Nazareth, and he's like, "I know what you guys are thinking. Heal thyself, prophet." Were they talking about because they thought he was born of out of wedlock? Mary got pregnant before Joseph and him got married. Is that what they're talking about? Or are they talking about he has some sort of deformity? You know what I mean? But no, I have no problem with him being ugly, regular looking, deformed, slightly deformed somehow. Who knows? But definitely he was not blonde haired, blue eyed, good looking, flat abs, buff, 6'6".
CrossFit
Follow
Jesus.
me. Yeah. No, I don't want to put him down. It's just let's not forget this was his material self on Earth. So
Right.
it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. Like poor old Peter, I don't want to put him down either. But whenever I'm reading the New Testament, it's pretty clear. You got to tell Peter 3 times. You just got to. He's not going to get it.
Right? Yeah.
It was a Cornelius. He sent 3 guys to get Peter, and so Peter went with 3 guys, and then was brought to Cornelius's to have that meal. The blanket was brought down 3 times. Jesus, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Yeah, I bet he was getting. I bet Peter was livid, like he's being mocked. Jesus, what are you doing? Are you mocking me? I understand. I denied you 3 times. Why are you asking me this 3 times? I could just hear the thoughts in his head, like he's getting mad. Like, you know what I
Right?
mean?
Yeah.
But Jesus, he worded it different each time. He's like, do you agape me or something like that? Feed my lambs. Do you Philadelphia me? Feed my sheep. Do you something? Feed my sheep. Yeah. So it's just slightly different each time, and that's what I think's beautiful. That he's he's telling him, I understand how you are, and you're okay. You're okay that you have to be told 3 times. It's fine. You're still following me after the first and second times. I don't mean the denials. You know what I mean.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to put him down and say he's an idiot. I'm just saying it's clear in the New Testament, like, and we are like him. We have to be told 3 times most of the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Um, a cop, a
Anytime you
cop.
can be like, ha ha, look what he did, he failed there, like, we might as well be laughing at ourselves because we've all done it.
Yeah, and people and anytime I've heard, you know talking to parents who can't control their kids, I tell them you have to do it like a cop. You have to tell them 3 times. You have to ask them, you have to, and then you tell them, and then you make them. A cop will say, "All right, can I see your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance?" And you're like, "No." And then he'll tell you, "Give me your license," and then if you tell him no, then he'll make you give you your license. Same with the parent. Go take out the can you go take out the garbage for me? Yeah, sure. 3 hours later, you don't do it. Michael, go take out the garbage. And then the third time, you grab the kid by the ear and forcibly make him take out the garbage. And believe me, the next time you ask him to take out the garbage, he's going to do it.
Right. Yeah.
Same with the parent. Go take out the can you go take out the garbage for me? Yeah, sure. 3 hours later, you don't do it.
Kids these days,
Michael, go take out
man.
the garbage. And then
Right. Kid parents
you
need to
grab the kid by
grab
the
them by the
ear
ear a little bit
and
more often.
forcibly make him take out the garbage. And believe me, the next time you ask him to take out the garbage, or even just a quick swat, if they're really young, just a quick swat on the butt. Go on, move it, and they understand, not no thrashing out behind the woodshed with a belt 50 times. It's like, dude, relax. Just let them know.
Was it 49 lashes?
39, yeah,
39?
39.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if the guy whipping them miscounted, the guy whipping would get a whipping. So they had to make sure the count was correct.
Right. Oof. That would suck.
Thrashing out behind the yeah woodshed with a belt 50 times. It's like, dude, relax. Just let them know.
Yeah, and oof. It takes a special kind of person to be able to do that.
If the guy whipping them miscounted, the guy
Well, I
whipping
don't think
yeah,
anybody could be up there thrashing somebody with a cat o' nine tails.
and see that's I don't want to say that's the problem, but yeah, that's the problem with today's prison system. It's not. I personally don't think it's fair to put a man away with in prison with a bunch of other men, um, as a punishment. I think back in the day, whatever the punishment was, one lash or two, you did it right in front of the judge. The sentence was carried out right in front of the judge, and then the guy was set free. I mean, he would have been bleeding to death essentially if it was 20 or 30 lashes, but that was it. You didn't. The only reason they had prison was, waiting for trial. They wouldn't. I don't think they would put you like, oh, your sentence is 30 days in the hole, and then they had to go 30 days in the hole. I think they actually got a lashing or not, and that way, if you had two guys in a dispute, and the one guy says, "Oh, you stole my cow," and then he proves out to be innocent, the other guy has to get the lashes, or, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, so to speak. It really cuts down on the crime in the prison system.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I
And
know, I know. If have you, if I don't, I can't say this for sure, but don't you think anybody in prison current day would take like 10 lashings or 20 whippings, cane whippings, instead of 6 months in jail? You can't even smoke in jail, let alone be with your wife or have a bottle of a shot of whiskey. What the heck? The punishment does not fit the crime. If I steal a stereo, $400 stereo, and I have to make restitution through the course, but then I have to spend 6 months in jail. Come on, that don't seem right.
oh yeah, it's I mean the only kind of prison that we see given by God is the cities of refuge, and it's an entire city. You know what I mean? It's not like you are confined to this 6 by 6 room or
Oh
whatever.
yeah,
All of the punishments were done and over with that day. Like
you might as
you
well be
you
in the
either
car.
died or you paid for everything that day and then it was over with. Like God never commanded prisons. It's
Exactly.
a completely like man-made thing.
I'd hate to, yeah, I don't know if I could back that up with scripture to say it as confident as you did, but I'm glad you agree with me.
All of the punishments were done and over with that day. Like
You might as well be
you
in the
either
car.
died or you paid for everything. Yeah, because I mean, like most of the punishments were punishment by death, so it was over with, or you were like paying restitution. So, and then the only people that got to go to cities of refuge were the people that like accidentally killed somebody, and they had to get
Yep.
there before the blood revenger got them. And then if they ever left the city, the blood revenger could get them. So, yeah, like I mean, you were in prison, but you were in an entire city. you know, you just couldn't leave the city. And then whenever the high priest died, the people who were in the city of refuge could go home.
Oh, you know what? I think that's what I didn't you just bring that up a couple days ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where I heard it. Yeah, I was gonna say I heard
Yeah.
that recently. Yeah, that was genius.
Yeah.
You know, I think the law says if you steal a bull, you got to replace 5 bulls. If you steal a sheep, you got
Mm-hmm.
to.
Yeah, you got to pay back more than you steal.
Yeah. Is that your wife, or did you have a video play or something? Did I hear a noise?
Yeah, I got my wife in the background. She's watching something.
Good, good. I think the law says if you steal a bull, you got to replace. Oh, so no kids, or do you guys got kids, or any of my business, or?
Yeah, they're sleeping.
Good, good.
Yeah, kids are all feeling better. Wife's feeling better. So, yeah, can't complain. Everybody's happy. And then hopefully tomorrow morning we'll be doing virtual Bible studies. So, should be a good time.
Good, good.
Yeah, they're sleeping.
Good, good.
Yeah, kids are all feeling better. Wife's feeling better. So,
Now I'll throw this out there. My internet was acting up today, and I am not sure how much longer it goes, but I usually get a notice. You got 4 days left, you got 3 days left, you got 2 days. So I think next Friday it shuts off. So I would love to get together with you to do some work and go through the Passion Week.
mm-hmm.
My
Yeah,
little,
definitely. Like I can open up a like Word document or something, and we can put all the verses together. If you need to do that or whatever, I'll help you present it as best we can with my limited knowledge of how to do these things.
yeah, I'd just get a pen and paper. Ryan tried to do it, and it was too it was frustrating. He was getting frustrated. Just what goes here? What are you talking? What? It's like, dude, if you just wrote it down, I'm not gonna write. I'm not gonna go get a pen and paper. It's like, dude, it's just easier. It's just easier. Just all we're doing is writing down numbers. How hard can it be?
Right.
But yeah, I would beg to do that before I lose my internet. And but I would have to ask you to actually do some work. And if you want to try the Word document, that's cool. But I
Yeah,
would
I
have
mean,
to ask
because we should be able to just go to the verses that you want, copy and paste them into the Word document, and that way it'll all be together how it needs to be.
yeah, because when I tried to do that on oh yeah, Word actually. I went to the library and I don't know how to do Word, but it's pretty easy. The pictures tell you you know what I mean? It's pretty easy to figure out. But
Right.
when I'm trying to put a column, 3 different columns, every time you paste, it jumbles it or it moves it in a way that you don't want it to go. And thank goodness for for the back button, the undo button. But I just got and I'm trying. I only got 1 hour. When you're on a time limit when you go to the library. And then I had to print something out real quick. It was frustrating, and so yeah, I just essentially gave up on it. But if somebody knows how to do Word good, and you want to put all 4 columns in, on one page, it's you can actually see why they fit together so perfectly. When I was trying to go over it with Ryan, because I think we ought to just go over it as you read it. And you start off in Matthew and you read all of Matthew's account. You go to Mark and read it. but he just wanted like the short version. So I started off in John, and I'm like, okay, let's go to John 12. And he's like, immediately, he's already debating me. Well, it says here that the same thing happened in Mark, on the same day. Why are you saying it's a different day? It's like, dude, that's my whole point. Everybody's got it wrong. If you have to look at all four, so he was already like
Right, yeah,
getting
you gotta
fresh.
look at the big picture before you can turn it down.
Make a make a comment, right? You have to look at
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, yeah. But once you get it all together, then you can just look at the days, and it's like, wow, man. He had, what did he do? He turned over the tables one day and stayed there and healed a bunch of people. He turned over the tables another day and did not stay and heal a bunch of people. And then the third day, he went there and they said, by what authority are you doing this? And everybody thinks it all happened on one day. And it's like, nope, it happened over the course of 3 days. Oh, it did not. That's not.
Are
It's
you
like, I
telling
don't
me
know.
that that dude stayed there and beat people with a whip for 3 days and flipping over tables?
On 3 different days.
On 3 different occasions, he went in and flipped tables and whipped people. That is freaking
Um,
fantastic. I've definitely got to hear this story. I am really interested now.
The first day, Mark 11:11, the first day he just goes to Jerusalem and looks around, and nobody even says anything to him. The second day, as he's entering into Jerusalem, he weeps in front of it, and the people ask, "Who is this?" And they say, "This is Jesus, the prophet from Nazareth." And he goes in and overturns the tables and stays and heals a bunch of people. And then on the second the next day he does it a second time. He overturns the tables, but then I forget what happens. He leaves or something. But yeah, the third time he goes in there, uh, they ask him by what authority, and that's where Matthew, Mark, and Luke all converge. All three of them have the exact same words. By what authority do you do this, and or who gave you this authority? So we know that and then immediately after that, he speaks. Luke, for instance, he speaks on the Temple Mount, and then Matthew and Mark, he continues speaking to the crowd as he leaves the Temple Mount and eventually gets down to the Mount of Olives, where he's down to like three or four disciple apostles. Tell us, when will these things happen, and what will be your coming, and all that. But all three of those guys, at the end of his long speech, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all record Jesus saying, after 2 days is going to be the feast of the Passover. So we know that they all align. That's the seventh. That's Aviv 7. Because after 2 days, it's going to be the 10th. And that's when you're supposed to be in Jerusalem. And it's genius because if Matthew, Mark, and Luke all align on the 7th, saying by what authority, John picks up the action on the 8th, because John 12:1 says, then Jesus, 6 days before the Passover. 6 days before the Passover, the 14th, is the 8th. And he does the oil on the feet at Lazarus's. The next day, he does at Simon's, he gets the oil on the head. It's two different events. It's not the exact same event one time.
Yeah, that's wild. That's cool. I definitely cannot wait for that. Um,
Well, the only problem with it is if the Last Supper was on Aviv 11, then he had to have been imprisoned for 3 or 4 days, which follows the Passover lamb, the 4 days of inspection. You keep the lamb in your house for 4 days. That follows Torah, but it since we know that that Peter denied Jesus 3 times before the cock crows, that's true. Peter did deny Jesus before his arrest 3 times. Before his arrest, before the cock crowed, before the rooster crowed, Peter did deny Jesus 3 times. Remember, they went to the garden and Jesus said, "Stay here with me and pray." And he went off a little further and he comes back and they're asleep. That's one denial. Boom. Comes back. Second denial. They're still asleep. The third time. So 3 times he does it. So if we look at the text on where he says you will deny me 3 times, if you read it knowing that, once you read it again, you see that one day Peter has to deny him 3 times before the dawn, but also uh, the wording is kind of funky. I have told you twice you will deny me 3 times, or however the wording is. It sounds like it's over the course of 3 days, just like Pilate said, "I find no fault," 3 different times. I don't care how fast your court system is. I don't care how fast a lynch mob is. You're not going to be able to see Pilate 3 times, you know, with a prisoner. It's gonna take some time. If he was arrested on the morning and then he was dead that night, he had to go to Ananias, Caiaphas, Pilate, Herod, back to Pilate, scourged, walk down the path to get to Calvary, hang on Calvary, 3 hours of darkness, taken off of the cross and buried properly in the grave before sundown. That's too much. That's too much to happen in 12 hours. So that's why
Right,
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
it.
you make a good point there.
Thank you, thank you.
I don't guess I'd ever put that much thought into it. Like I don't know if I don't know if I was set in my mind that it all happened in one day or that it was over a period of time. So,
Oh yeah, as a Catholic, I was an
yeah.
altar boy. We had to do the Stations of the Cross, 14 Stations of the Cross. It took 3.5 hours. As an altar boy, I'm like, Jesus Christ, forgive me, Lord. As an altar boy back in the day, I was like, Jesus Christ, is he dead yet? It's taking longer to do the Stations of the Cross than it took him to actually die. So ever since I was a little kid, I thought there's too much going on to happen all in one day. And then, of
Right.
course, the Catholics think it happened on the 15th, so they do the unleavened bread Eucharist. The good Christians think it was the 14th, so they can do leavened bread for their little communion or not. But what if they're both wrong? What if it happened 3 days earlier on the 11th? Yeah, it's going to throw them for a loop.
But yeah, I mean, it kind of, I guess that would make sense that he would have had all of the different trials, like meeting um, Herod and, the high priest and just, yeah, everything he had to do. It would have to be over the several days.
And quite frankly, who
The
is it?
several days
Tovia?
leading up to Passover.
Yeah, and quite frankly, Tovia Singer, that's one of his objections, that the Messiah has to be imprisoned. And he will say, for it all to happen in one day, he essentially was only held over. He was only held bound. He was, like a drunk tank, like for a 12-hour drunk tank. He was never imprisoned. But with this chronology, he would have been imprisoned for 3 days. But that's my passion. Oh, I love it. Oh, so beautiful. But you get sidetracked with, when is the Sabbath? What law is Paul talking about? Let's throw out Paul. Let's throw out Revelation. You just get sidetracked and. But that's my passion. Oh, I love it. Oh, so beautiful. But you get sidetracked with, when is the Sabbath?
Sorry, I had to fill up my
What's
coffee cup there.
Paul talking about?
Um,
You're,
yeah, no,
yeah.
that's really cool. Yeah, that'll be really awesome to go over. That's definitely interesting.
Oh, I just feel like you're puffing me up. It feels so good to hear you say that. I can't believe you're.
I mean, I'm not
Like a
saying you're
normal.
right. I'm just saying that you're interested. It's an interesting thought, you know. And I
Yeah,
mean, I'm with you. Like, there's no way all of that happened in a 12-hour period. Like,
who
just
says that? Why don't you just start
yeah.
dogging on
And
it?
I,
Like, no, Mike, it can't be like that. People will, no, everyone, no, it's not like
right.
that, Mike. You're actually supporting.
I
I
don't
love.
have all the answers. I can promise you that.
Well,
Now,
yeah, but if
when it
somebody comes
comes to the
on
law, I
telling
will
me that,
jump in there and defend the law until I die. But I'm not gonna say I have every answer.
good, good. Yeah, because that's my only passion is that somebody else at least can learn it. That way I can lose my Wi-Fi, I can lose my life, I can whatever, as long as somebody else has it to carry on. That's my only fear that it's gonna.
No, man, we can upload it to your YouTube. Like, yeah, it doesn't even have to be on my YouTube.
Yeah, I made a couple videos on mine, but it's just I can't edit, and I gotta. It, it takes so long, and nobody wants to watch it. But yeah, at least it is out there. So excuse me, but yeah, I eventually copy pasted and printed in 38 or 36 font size. I put it in a vertical scroll and I laid them all out side by side. And then I just, that way I could look at all the scriptures all at once instead of flipping around or putting it in a Word program, Word document or whatever you call it.
Right? Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I put it in a vertical scroll and I laid them all out side
But
by
yeah, other
side.
than that, tomorrow, I mean, we could do it in the evening tomorrow for sure,
And like I said
or
before,
Sunday, whatever. Yeah.
anytime we try to set it up, I'll probably miss it. I'll sleep through it, or something will happen. But yeah, I'd love to set up a time. That'd be great. It'd make me feel so good.
Yeah. That no, that's really interesting stuff. And yeah, you've already got the verses put together, so I mean that's a big part of the work right there. The hard part is
Yeah,
just
and
going to
all
be
we're
me
gonna do,
figuring out how to use Word.
yeah, and all we're gonna do is read. And since most of the since a lot of it is Jesus speaking, we can skip through that because we're only looking for chronology. We don't have to do any wonderful teachings. We're just going through a chronology. And
Right? Yeah.
when it says now in the morning, it means that's another day. It's as easy as that.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, I can see. Is it? Don't you have your YouTube on? I got you on my TV. Is this your YouTube channel? The Acts 1124. Yeah, everything I see on my StreamYard here, except it's a little bit bigger. How
Yeah.
come where's the you? How come YouTube isn't? Or is this what's actually showing in YouTube?
Yeah, that's what's showing in YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've got Streamlabs going, and then I've got StreamYard on one screen, and then I've got eSword on a third screen.
I've
Semi
heard a lot of good things about
semi spoiled.
eSword. Semi.
Apparently they've got a mobile an Android app. I haven't tried it out yet because I've got my sword, but my sword's basically the same thing. But yeah, eSword is freaking fantastic. Um, you can pick whatever Bibles that you want. Like the basic version comes with the King James, and then the King James with the concordance built in, and then you just have to hover over anything, and it'll tell you what the word is. And then you can quick search the entire Bible or the Old Testament, New Testament chapter, search for that word, or you can highlight words and search for them like together.
You got all the books on the side there. You don't even got to click to a different thing to get to the books. You've got all the books to on the left there.
Yeah, yep. And then
Oh yeah.
the TSK cross-reference is a commentary, but it's literally just a cross-reference commentary. So it just helps you find, your two or three witnesses, and you don't even have to do anything. You can just click on a verse, and it'll just tell you all of the other verses that go along with that verse.
Hey,
So
do me a favor.
you don't even have to track them down.
Can you click a like if you wanted to search all the words for uh well, I don't know. You can do a word search and you can see where those words are used.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Try. It is finished.
Kings, Ezra, Daniel, John, and James. So I guess John
And
would be the only gospel that it's actually in.
how about because in Revelation it says it is done,
Right.
but that one didn't come up, did it? It is finished. I see it
Probably got to
now.
scroll all
Yeah.
the way to the bottom. Yeah, there we go. There's Revelation.
Oh, for real?
Yep.
Oh, I see it.
Revelation
Yep, yep.
21:6. Yeah, so it may be a different word. We can go find out.
Yeah, I think they were being sneaky on us. I think in Revelation it he literally says it is finished again, but it could be it is done. But isn't that funny? It won't bring that up when you search out it is finished.
That is interesting for sure. Goodness. Guess it would have been easier to search from. I already forgot what verse in John it was in.
Yeah. Boy, look at them all with the done.
All right. Okay. John 19:30. But yeah, it does look like a different word. Fairly positive. Yeah.
uh, so much for my conspiracy theory that they're trying to sneak something in on us.
Nope. It's a completely different word. John 19:30 is teleo from telos, where we get the word telescope, which means to magnify.
Oh, I remember Rude talking about that. Talos, like the white tip of the tail of a dog. The tail is the talos, but the white tip is the something, or maybe the white tip of the dog's tail is the talos, and the
Yeah. Or
yeah, I remember.
it's like the bullseye. It's the very center of the target.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff. You see, that's what the high priest says every day when he brings in the lamb for the people. After they inspect it, when the sun
Right.
goes down, he brings it in. Excuse me, he says, "I find no fault."
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
It is
but then,
magnified. I don't know.
and then it is magnified. Yeah, that's prophesied.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Ooh, what you think about the vinegar, the bitter water?
Oh yeah, two or three different times, friend. Two or three different times. He was offered when he was first there. He was offered. Oh, there you have it right up there. Yeah, when Jesus therefore received. Yeah, he took it. Yeah, yeah. But at the very first, he said no, and then yeah, I think there's three different times. I'd have to research that, but yeah. Again, you have to look at all four of them all at once. Like what's going on? Because maybe Matthew doesn't record the beginning. John there. What is that? 1930 you have up there.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
Do you think this
Maybe
is
that.
the
Oh, and died. Right. That's at the end. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I think there's two other times before that.
Do you think this is the cup of jealousy from Numbers?
Interesting.
Have you ever
I would.
heard that before?
Well, I think it has to. Doesn't it have to have the dust of the temple floor for that, or is that's not even that couldn't have been numbers. That's got to be rabbinic. No,
Yeah, it's like
talk about
numbers 5 or something. Numbers
yeah, talk
5 or
it out.
6.
Yeah, try to find it.
It is
Um,
dust from like the floor of the temple, yeah.
oh
But
yeah, yeah, yeah.
like if the the pot or whatever was on the ground, it would surely have dust in it.
Hmm.
So yeah, plus the sponge. No telling where that thing was. And I think it may even be like a may even be
Exactly. I mean,
a hyssop
it's on a
sponge.
pole. Yeah, it's on the end of a pole. Yeah, I don't think they set it up to be all sanitary. It's probably just lying in the dirt. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
no doubt. That,
Sponge.
that's a good
Yeah.
connection.
Oh yeah, and put it on the upon hyssop. It even tells us hyssop. That's another part of the numbers 5 cup of jealousy is the hyssop.
Really.
Yeah, and then like, in crucifixions you have to use your legs to push yourself up so that you can breathe. So eventually your thighs would give out, and then he gets speared in the side, and blood and water comes out of his stomach, so his belly, exploded. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, because the hyssop vinegar and put it upon hyssop. Yeah. Yeah, because I think what is it? The what was it? Myrrh or something like that. It's an anesthetic. So he refused it at the beginning.
Hmm. Was it frankincense?
No, I
Or
think it was myrrh because myrrh is like more expensive than gold, and but that was at the beginning of the cross.
right. So water in an earthen vessel, so that could be a clay pot. Dust to the floor of the tabernacle. Um.
In the spirit of jealousy, and he be oh, okay, okay. Then his wife, priest, Epha, frankincense. Yeah, frankincense in that one.
Yeah, your thigh rot and your bellies will swell.
So what is that? He's how? Why is he? Wouldn't that be for us for cheating on him, or is he? Is that what
Yeah, but
he's
I mean,
doing?
if he's taking the punishment for us, then
For us. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I like that.
yeah, because he kept talking about that cup that he didn't want to drink, and he's like, Father, if there be any way, please take this cup from me. Father, if there be any way, please take this cup from me. Right?
Nice.
So, yeah, it's definitely curious. And then, like Colossians is talking about, um, blotting them out at the cross. For crucifixions, they would nail up a piece of paper, with all of your crimes written on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then that was basically what this was, and so yeah, they were blotting out our sins.
Yeah, us good Catholics, we had INRI, INRI, on the top of
Mm-hmm.
crucifix. And I'm like, what the heck's this INRI? And they're like, it means Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews.
Right.
I'm like, how do you get that? And they're like, I is a J, so it's Jesus of Nazareth. R is royalty, and then the final I would be Jews again. And as a kid, it's like, oh, I get it, but why is it in? Why don't you just put it in like English? Why do you have to put it in Latin?
Right. Um, and then yeah, I want to say that Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. like was somehow like connected to the Father somehow, like the first letters in whatever language it would have been written in. I guess it was Hebrew or Aramaic and Greek. I can't remember.
Yeah, where it literally says Yod Hey Vav Hey.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
I forget who Perry Stone. I don't. Nobody. Well, none of us Hebrew roots really like him as far as Christian. He preaching his Christianity stuff. But yeah, he does a good teaching on that.
Yeah.
Perry Stone, is that his name? Perry? Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's Perry Stone.
Oh, that's a good. Yeah, that's why the Pharisees are like, "Hey, man." Pilate's like, "I'm tired of this. Let it be."
Right? Oh man, it's it's freaking wild. There's a YouTube channel. I want to say it's Expedition Bible, and he's like a tour guide that goes around all the Bible sites and like shows you what they look like, and then like help you put them in with scripture. It's pretty cool. Right? Oh man, like they actually found the gate that Herod and Pilate would have had. Is and even like the little like trial area where everything's at. It was pretty interesting. I could probably find the video and link it for you.
Yeah, that would be good. What's the prophecy on him coming in through the Eastern Gate? Are you familiar with that? Or
I'm not familiar with that. Isn't that like an end times thing or something? Or
that's
was it like
that's what I've always yeah, that's what I've always heard. But if he came in through the Eastern Gate, how come he
right?
didn't fulfill it? Or
Yeah, I mean it yeah, like I'm sure he did come in through the Eastern Gate, but yeah, I don't know if it's something that is going to happen again or what, but yeah, I don't know.
yeah, because I thought it was all over and done with, and then some girl sent me a song. She says, "Oh, me and my husband love this song," and it's like I will meet you at the Eastern Gate, talking about end times. And I remember talking to her like, "Didn't this already happen?" And she was really upset. So I don't know where the prophecy comes from. Well, quite frankly, Jamie would probably know. But
Right? Yeah, he probably would.
But yeah, didn't he already go through the Eastern Gate and then it got closed up? And I don't know. It seems like it already happened to me.
Yeah, I think the Eastern Gate that they have closed up is a different Eastern Gate and not like the real one. Because I have heard about that part about the one getting closed up, but there's another one that's still open, or I'm not sure what the deal is. I don't know.
Yeah, the one that you can view currently, you could go to Israel and see, is the one that sheik that built the Golden Dome. He's the one that built that one, but he built it above the old Eastern Gate. The Eastern Gate. If Jesus came through an Eastern Gate, it's directly below the current Eastern Gate, and you can
Right.
see the top.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can see
I do
the
remember that being
top.
talked about.
Yeah, some guy actually back in the, well, I was going to say 60s. It might have been 80s or 90s. I don't know when it was. Some guy a couple years ago went there and dug, and he found, essentially the art, that gate, and like a little cavern down there too. But the oh, that's what it was. He was taking photographs, and he stepped on top of a tomb, and he fell through. And then he took some pictures that you can see the top of the arch of the directly below the current day Eastern Gate. Yeah, on the other side of the current day Eastern Gate, it's a Muslim, uh, um, what you call it, meeting place. It's not a mosque, but if you were to go to the Temple Mount, from the other side of the Eastern Gate, if you were to go to the Temple Mount and go to the Eastern Gate, you would go down a bunch of steps to a Muslim meeting room, which is directly on the opposite side of this current day Eastern Gate. So I don't see it. If he has to come through that in the future and they're trying to block by putting a Muslim cemetery, that's so stupid, because all he has to do is raise the dead and he wouldn't be defiled walking through that graveyard. bunch of steps to a Muslim meeting room, which is directly on the opposite side of this current day Eastern Gate. So I don't see it. If he has to come through that in the future and they're trying to block by putting a Muslim cemetery, that's so stupid because all he has to do is raise the dead and he wouldn't be defiled walking through that graveyard.
So this is the video I was talking about.
Oh, here we go. Let me get my glasses. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's like 20 minutes. I don't know if you want to watch it later, whenever you can. I don't know. I just figured it'd be like, and then I don't know if I'll get copyrighted or whatever. Like, I'm sure if I pause it, or maybe I can just talk about certain spots or something, and then I won't have to worry about getting.
Expedition Bible. Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
115,000 subscribers. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, this is common knowledge, actually. I know this is on the north. This is on the. I know where he is. He's on the north side of the. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this is very a very popular teaching, actually.
Yeah.
There's the. Yeah, that's. Let me zoom in on that bad boy. Oh, that's that one gate that they just opened up. Yeah, you can still see. Yeah, that
Yeah.
green area. This is.
Yeah, these are the steps that would have led into the courtyard, and like where they would have like judged him and stuff, I think.
I think this is on. I know your picture you just showed had a. The arrow said it was near that.
Yeah, I'm not. And then this was like the old
Called the
road or
Chopper.
something. I think this is the
Yeah,
old
this is
road
on the
over
north
here.
side. Yeah, this is on the north side. I'm almost 100%. That little arrow you showed earlier was the Joppa gate.
Yeah,
Um,
you might be right. Here we go. Yeah. So I think he thinks it's those steps right there, maybe. Or maybe it's the ones inside, I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly which ones. But yeah, somewhere
but
around
where's
here.
that at? That's on the north side. Is that right?
Uh,
Your cursor's on the north. That's the very northernmost.
I'm not sure. I think it's maybe the
'Cause
west side.
we'll see the Temple Mount
Yeah, I think
Wade.
there. I think there's a gate over here, maybe. I don't know.
Those are
But yeah,
yeah, that would be the
the
Joppa.
temple's over here, and this would have been Herod and Pilate.
Yeah, in the very upper left corner would be the Eastern Gate. See that up in your way left corner? Isn't that the Eastern Gate we were just talking about?
This
And
one?
this, where's your cursor? The very upper left, upper left. Yeah, way up there. See that little thing? That isn't that the Eastern Gate?
I don't know. That would
And
go
the
like right into the temple complex, so I'm not sure.
right. But that white thing being the temple. Anyway, I think it's on the. Yeah, that's.
Right, because they
I'd
end
be
up.
curious.
Oh, that's not it. Goodness.
City. Josephus describes the three.
There we go. So yeah, I don't know if this is the correct layout, and we're on like the northwest corner over here,
Yeah, because that's
or
not
if
the
this
Temple
is this.
Mount.
Yeah, like I don't know. Sorry, I don't know Jerusalem's layout that well to know which direction is north.
Yeah, those things he's got colored, that would be the what he's talking about, the courthouse thing or whatever. Yeah, that's not the temple. That's the
Right.
courthouse. Yeah. So that would be north on the north side.
Yeah, this would
I'm
have
almost
been Herod's palace, and then where Pontius Pilate moved into after Herod, and then this would have been like the Roman barracks, and then these over here are the guard towers and whatnot.
yeah.
But yeah, right here, this is where they would have had Pontius Pilate's trial. Like Pontius Pilate would have sat there, and then this is like the courtyard, and then maybe he got the lashings like somewhere over here somewhere. You know, inside the Roman barracks.
I'm so glad people do this, man. This is so beautiful.
Right? Yeah. Not sure what point they're making here, but yeah, that would have been a gate into the city. But it explains how, you know, they could have had the trial and then immediately there was some guy, you know, coming in that could help bear the cross or something. I don't know.
Simeon, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this gate here, this door is what they're trying to say this is right here.
Yeah, that chick, that dude in the back in the white pointing, to that guy in the blue. But that, yeah, you kind of hit that and you can kind of go left up a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's yeah. I watch this guy walks around the city. His name is, well, it's spelled Shaked, but I'm sure it's Shaked or something. But he's a tour
Right.
guide,
Yeah.
and he's actually walked around there and done that. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's way west. Is that west?
Yeah, see, I don't
Yep.
know. I don't know what the direction is. I don't know if this is the west side and this is the east side, and then that's like the north gate, and then, the eastern gate would be over here somewhere,
No,
or
your cursor's on the south. Those are the southern steps, and that little white thing would be the pool of whatever. Yeah, so those would be the southern steps. So the, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's south, right there
so
where your
the
cursor is.
eastern gate is maybe over here?
Just east of the yellow dome. See the yellow dome?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be east. It'd be to the right of that. Your cursor where it is now is on the northwest
Oh, okay.
part, that citadel thing. And way over, because that's outside of the city. Yeah, yeah. That where the colored on the left, where the is not north of the Temple Mount. It's on the north side of the city. That makes better sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd still have to get a, a better overview. I'm just guessing at this point, but and way over because that's outside of the city. Yeah, yeah. That where the colored on the left, where the yeah, see the temple, see the mosque on the upper right of your screen there. Um, that's where the
Right.
yeah, there you go. So the eastern gate would be just east. So all of this is west. The city is west of that Temple Mount, the old city. So yes, on the north side of this city, you would think. Well, wait a minute. He's already north, right? This is the north view.
Yeah, because I think the steps are somewhere over here
Okay.
in this
Yep. Yep.
area, and then
Yeah.
the guard towers are over here.
Uh-huh. Right
And
there where the
so
yep.
this
Just like your
big
pic.
green hill is what he thinks is maybe the Roman barracks, I think.
Nice.
But they end up clearing away all of that dirt, and he comes back. Yeah, there's some steps here, so yeah, this would be, I guess, maybe the steps that went through the zigzag and then went inside, and then Herod's palace was maybe over here.
Yeah. So that's west, not north. I'm all I'm all wrong, but that's still
Yeah, so
beautiful.
I think he's thinking it's the Roman barracks. Uh, so yeah, this would have been where they had the Pontius Pilate trial and all that. Um, a bunch of other stuff they found.
Expedition Bible.
So yeah, he came back and they've got a section of this parking lot dug out. Or maybe they turned it into a parking lot and then they dug out the middle, I'm not really sure.
Pumpkins?
Right. Thought they were going to show us the floor. Maybe I just have to play it.
Wow. I will explain when everybody gets here.
Don't push the guy in there. What the
There it
hell?
is. So yeah, you can even see the Roman floor.
Yeah.
So, pretty wild.
Yeah, I'll have to watch that and memorize where all that stuff is.
He's got a really cool channel.
Yeah, get it off there before you get flagged.
I think you can like make commentaries on videos. You just can't like just play it all the way through without like pausing and talking about it and stuff like that. So
Good,
should
good.
be good. Should be good. I don't think they'll say anything. And I mean like his video and channel name and everything was all there. It wasn't like I was taking credit for it or anything. So shouldn't have a whole lot to worry about.
All right, handsome. Let's try to hook up tomorrow or Sunday or sometime.
Yeah, yeah, sounds good, man. It's good talking to you.
But I'm sure we'll see you in 5 minutes on Jamie's or Ryan's or somebody else or
Right,
got
yeah,
something going.
I don't know who's live. Hopefully we can find one. I'm gonna be up
But
for a little while anyway.
appreciate chilling with you, man. It's you're totally too good to be true. Somebody with earballs and a mind.
Man, I can't fathom the congregations. Well, I guess I can. I've had some bad congregations, so I don't want to say that, but like I don't know. I guess I'm so used to the people I cope with. So yeah, I don't know. I feel for you.
Well, I watched Michael Rood's thing tonight, and the guy was talking about the law, and he kept on saying new covenant, and everybody in chat was like, "It's renewed covenant, it's renewed covenant," and he kept saying Yahweh, and they're like, "It's Yahovah, it's Yahovah." They're all just yelling at him, and then I was on Paul Nassan's channel, and they were a couple of people were yapping in there about it. You know, it's Yahweh, and
That
fighting
is,
over it. You know,
yeah.
it's like, wow, man.
Dude, I'm
Can we
telling
all?
you, you should check out Torah Family because, I mean, at least their Sukkots, nobody cares. Like, you can say God or Lord or Jesus or Yahweh or Yahuwah or Jehovah or, like, I mean, you're not going to offend anybody. Like, that's, that's not a divisive issue. You know what I mean? Like,
And
not
what's
saying I
their
haven't run into it before, but it's just that I just haven't had to deal with it in a while. So,
what's the
yeah.
name again?
Torah Family.
Do they got like? I
That's yeah,
mean, is it,
that's their YouTube name, and then like they've got TorahFamily.org, and then yeah, I just did Sukkot with them, but
I mean, would they have
it's
an
Steve.
Omaha affiliate?
Oh no, 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 no. I'm just saying,
Just a
you could,
YouTube?
yeah, you could at least like watch them on YouTube or something. I don't, they
Yeah.
don't do live stuff though, so I mean nothing like that. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's harsh, man. I don't know why people got to be so mean and divide over stupid issues that they can't prove anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. It sucks. Like, I get it, but I feel for you that you don't have any, like, non-fighting fellowship.
Well, I can't imagine trying to find somebody in Omaha here because I'm going to be like that. I'm going to find something wrong with them that I just hate, and I'm going to lose fellowship over something dumb. But I guess that's the fear I would have. And I'm certainly not going to start my own. Oh my goodness gracious! What would I do? Come to my nasty apartment and listen to me, or I wouldn't even. I'd just lead it. I'd say you guys can talk. I wouldn't even lead it.
Yeah, that's what we do. I mean, we just read through the Torah portions and just go around and everybody talks about whatever. Like, there's nobody, like, leading.
Sup- Superior than the other person.
Right, exactly.
So,
And I mean, even whenever we're with Steve at Torah Family, like that's how we do the Torah portions. Like he does get up and do teachings and stuff, but like, whenever we're just doing the Torah portions, it's like he reads it and then like he doesn't even really talk after that. It's everybody else talking. So,
good.
yeah. And then Steve's still a little Pentecostal, so he's not afraid to like step on toes and convict people. So, I enjoy that. I don't like to get my ears tickled every time I go. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, you'll fall asleep. I mean,
Yeah,
what's the point?
you know.
You're not going to want to come next week. It's like, oh, I got to get out of bed just to go there to fall asleep. Oh my God. No, I don't want
Yeah,
to. No,
no, like I want to be convicted and remain humble and
want to go. Yeah.
yeah,
Have fun.
and have it preached from someone who is sincere, in my opinion. So yeah,
Totally cool. Totally cool.
But yeah, man, like the Sukkotes are just amazing because you just hop campfires and you can talk about anything. Like honestly, for real, like the two people that you would think would get along like the absolute worst were still able to like get along at the same campfire,
Good.
like multiple occasions. You know, like I would say like 80% of the evenings. So, yeah, it was great. Um, but yeah, man, if you're awake, tomorrow morning, find me or shoot me an email or whatever, and I'll we should be having at least one Torah portion, if not two. So should be good evening or morning.
Yeah, and you get bored tonight or something. Start back up. Isn't there anybody in chat wants to come in or?
I don't know. I think it's just me and you. There might be somebody else watching now. It was just one viewer. Now there's two, so there might be somebody else. Not sure.
Yeah, you get
Um,
bored and you want to start it back up. I should see a notification or
right.
hit.
Uh, I don't know. Praise I am is the only one I see that's live right now. So I was hoping CJ would be live at some point, but he may have stayed up too late last night or something. Not sure.
Yeah, because he usually does a fellowship,
Right? Yeah.
uh, a
Shabbat
lot
night.
an open mic. Or does he do that Saturday night? No, I thought it was
I don't
Friday
know.
night.
It might be Saturday.
Anyway,
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if I want to. If anything, I'll probably just watch praises. I don't know if I want to kindle a fire on Shabbat. I
now
don't
did
know.
you? Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Did you see Ryan with Layman's Seminary the other night?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I think you were actually in it. Um, no, because it was just mostly preaching. It was mostly he
I was in the
that
chat. We went
yeah,
back and
it
forth in the
really
chat.
yeah, I really tried to get a grip on where he's coming from. You know what I mean? I actually tried to listen to
Mm-hmm.
see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, because we were making
Yeah.
fun of we were making fun of the
Yeah.
words.
I
I remember that.
literally tried to follow the logic, and I just
So did I. That's my point. Could you? You couldn't, could
no,
you?
no. It
Oh,
doesn't make any sense. It doesn't.
no, no, we're talking experiential here. Now this is the potentially
Yeah.
out.
And it's
What?
like,
Where are you getting these new words?
yeah. Like I. Mm, yeah.
And Ryan really tried. Ryan really tried because he had him do the.
Ryan did extremely well.
Yeah, very patient, but
Yeah.
very logical too.
Yeah.
Now you just said this is experiential. So what are you saying? No, this is different. We're talking. It's like every other word is this is different. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
rewind it and count how many times he said that.
Yeah.
You know, how many differences can you have before you're like out the back door?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I didn't like that everyone was making fun of Ryan before they'd even like gotten into the debate. So
Oh, when he was on their channel. Yeah.
no. Like in the beginning, like there were several people in the chat. Not gonna name any names, but they know who they are.
Oh, I saw them. I saw them. Yep, I know exactly. Yep.
Yeah. If you're gonna try and make somebody look stupid, two can play that game, sir. You need to humble yourself. Like,
Yeah, because a couple of those
uh,
certain names are very professional on their channel when they're doing things, and they came in like big babies that night. It was
mm-hmm.
embarrassing to see. It's like, are you the same person?
Yeah.
Making fun of his seeing an angel. Oh, he saw an angel of light and he listened to it, and now he listened to the angel demon, the fake demon angel light. It's like, dude, you don't know what this guy saw. What the hell? How
Yeah.
could you even suggest? I can understand. Hey, Ryan, are you sure you saw this? Because this it sounds kind of funky from scripture. No, just to blatantly say you're wrong in your vision, or your vision was wrong, or your whatever. Oh my goodness, that's not, you don't do that. You don't do that. Oh,
Yeah.
Gotta
So
hear.
anyways, yeah, I did not mind at all to remind some people just how dumb their argument can appear to others as well. So,
Yeah, they all left real quick.
yeah, they did. So, it's disappointing. It really is.
Yeah, that's worse than like our fellowships tonight where they're
Yeah, I don't understand how a follower of Christ can criticize somebody for not wanting to sin, and
yeah, yeah. Well, you
and,
should be
and then and
incapable of it.
not even entertain the idea that it might be safe to at least hear him out. Like I just it blows my mind. I just yeah. They'd rather play on that slippery slope of greasy grace. And it's like, man, like, we get it. The thief on the cross, we get it. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, that is one extreme. There are multiple other examples of not that we should probably think about for a second.
And then when the discussion or the chat room or the preaching or teaching or debate or whatever, when hours later, when I'm all alone at home and I just start reading my scriptures randomly, all I see is things that work against their beliefs. And I'm like, oh, I should write this down. Everything I'm reading says you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to repent, your salvation is future, everything. It just reinforced, and it's like, man, well, how come I can't do this when they're in the chat room?
Hmm. I mean, I don't know. People that read their Bible probably. Oh, it's Janet. She was the one creeping on us. What are you doing awake, Janet? It's like 3 o'clock in the
Janet,
morning where you are, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Jamie's mom, Janet.
I suspected, but I didn't have confirmation.
Oh, I see it on my TV. Yeah, Duttridge. Yeah, that's Janet. What's up, Janet? Duttridge. Yeah, I see it all the time where they are offended if you're. Oh, right, right. He's super low on it. Yeah, poor thing, man. She's like, I don't know. She's got some kind of health thing or something, but
Hmm.
3 a.m. Yeah.
I'm sorry for that. I'm surprised you're in Discord.
No, she means the Discord amongst friends, not the app Discord.
Oh, gotcha. The Discord amongst friends. That checks out. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm new.
Yeah, I think her Bible she sent me, I think she actually had all those scriptures highlighted that she quotes all the time. 2 Timothy something. Don't essentially don't argue is what it says.
Right.
Yeah,
Checks out.
yeah, but boy, yeah, don't I don't know, don't do it in a synagogue. Don't do it in chat rooms where you're trying to fellowship. But boy, when it comes to I'm going to go to somebody else's chat room who has a different belief than me, oh, I'm going to be a warrior. I am going to Discord left and right.
Uh,
But no, she's absolutely right. The Discord is it's just terrible.
right. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some like
I
scary
can carry her.
verses, scary verses in the New Testament. Um,
Oh,
hmm,
yeah, 2 Timothy probably she'll know
maybe it's Second John.
because the way she posts it, you can hardly read it. It's like the two. It's like a capital L, capital I, T I. You know what I mean? It's hard to read the way she posts it, but the way she posts it, I've almost got it memorized. 2 Timothy something. Yeah, she'll know. Oh, and I did learn something today. It's so easy to point out what is sin and go to 1 John 3 4, where it
Mm-hmm.
says sin is not obeying the commandments or whatever. But I found out today, well, whatever. Another very good place is James 4:17 is a good definition. Who despises her? Sorry. What? Oh, there she is. 2 Timothy 3. Yeah, the way she posted it. See, she's got the two capital I's there. What was that? 1 John. James 4:17. I'll look up that. James. Is that New Testament or Old Testament?
James 4:17. I got it up.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, my TV's on delay. Yeah. Therefore, to him that know, yeah, if you know good and don't do it, that is sin.
Yeah, there's just a
That's
little
all.
bit of echo coming through Mike's. I don't know. It's not super loud on mine, so I'm not sure how it is for you guys.
So yeah, tell your OSAS people that James 4:17. If you know to do good and don't, that's sin.
Right? She was saying
7.
2 Timothy 3 through 4. Yeah, godliness in the last days. Or godlessness.
No, probably Discord. So yeah, tell your OSAS people that James 4:17. If you know to do good and don't, that's sin. 7. No, probably Discord. Huh. Where's it at?
Yep, not sure. Yeah, I was pretty surprised that she had the Hallelujah scriptures. I just assumed she went out and bought one for you.
Oh
But
yeah.
she's ran into some of us crazy Hebrew readers before. I call those people workophobics. Oh yeah, the lawless people, antinomians that don't know how to say that they're or prove that they're not antinomian.
They don't know how to say that again?
Oh, because Ryan was asking them, how are you any different than antinomians? And they didn't really have a good way to explain it.
Oh.
Yeah, I even asked him. It was because Layman was debating somebody. It may have been CJ, and I was like, what about the parable of the hirer? The guy goes out and hires somebody in the morning, goes out in the afternoon, hires somebody, goes out in the late afternoon and hires somebody, and then at the end of the day, he pays them. Like, you know, were those guys not working the whole time? I mean, can you just stand around and not do anything and still get paid? And they're like, oh, that's not about, salvation. That's like a physical salvation. That's experiential.
It's about earning a paycheck or not. What? What?
I'm just like, how in the world is that? No, I think it's quite clear that whenever they all get the same reward, that would be eternal life. They didn't have a different paycheck based on how much work they did, like you like to say, and call it rewards. They all received the exact same paycheck. Uh, and Donnie was like, "Oh, that's even a good question." And then, layman's brushed it off with experiential or whatever it was. And I just couldn't believe it.
Yeah, no, I don't know where you're at with this, but this is how me and quite a few Hebrew roots look at it, that when you are born again, like uh, you're essentially not born again until you at the resurrection, but the born again that you're doing right now at your baptism of repentance and or your baptism of identification with Jesus, that type of born again is you are now begotten of the Father. You are now able to be co-heirs with the first begotten, Jesus. He is now our brother if we identify with him, and we are now begotten, that type of born again. As far as being saved, you are not born again until the resurrection when you get to your incorruptible body. But you
Right.
won't have that chance of being born again at the resurrection if you are not begotten of the Father. We
Yeah,
are only
I don't
now.
like it when people claim to be born again. I'm like, do you have a spirit body right now? Can you die? Like,
Yeah, that's what I
can
tell
you
them.
be
I'm like, I
killed
don't see
right now? Like, because if you
oh,
can, then you are not born again. Like, you might have the down payment of being born again, regenerated or whatever it is that they call it. But yeah,
uh-huh.
like, it drives me nuts when people say they've been born again. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, back in August of
Freaking,
'86.
who was that?
I was born again.
Not Cornelius. No. Hmm. The guy that wasn't it the guy that buried him in his tomb?
Nicodemus,
Nicodemus,
Joseph
yeah.
of Arimathea.
Yeah, wasn't it
Joseph.
Nicodemus? How can you be a leader in Israel and not know that you got to be born of water and born of spirit?
Yeah,
You
even
know?
Nicodemus, he explained it to him.
Yeah, you know, like and then Christ is the firstborn of the resurrection, the first fruit of the resurrection. Like he's the only one that's been born of spirit. He came back to earth in his spirit body and was somehow able to eat and yet still let, doubting Thomas stick his hand into his side and,
A
you know,
physical person, yeah, reborn,
yeah,
resurrected.
yes, literally got reborn. He was born, he died, and then he was reborn, resurrected. I mean, like, I don't know how it couldn't be more obvious.
Oh,
Yeah,
Janet's comment just disappeared. But yeah, she says essentially what we say. She will
right,
say, "I am saved now," but she understands it's in the future. But the same with me. I know in the future it's a future thing for me. But I know that if I were to die right now, I have a very strong feeling I currently am saved, like in the future.
right.
But no, I would never say I took this oath back in '97 and I've been saved ever since. It's like, what? I don't see you living forever. I don't see it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't making fun of you, Janet. I was making fun of people in general. And I do understand that the leadership of the church has been going downhill for a long time. And, it's not necessarily the leadership's fault because, you know, everybody has inherited lies. So, yeah. I realize it's an error, but it's like fingernails on chalkboard. I do normally try not to speak about it. 'Cause
Oh, they've taken
I try not to
no
offend people, but sometimes it comes out.
assurance. There we go. That's a good word. Yes, we have the
Yes.
assurance that
Yeah.
someday we will be reborn. But right now we are begotten of the Father instead of
Right.
just created sons. Anybody can be a created son.
Yeah. Exactly. Uh. Yep. It's. I don't like the man-made terms. I mean, I get it that sometimes they're better, but we've got this whole like Christianese language that we have fluid definitions.
And we got it by people who, by definition, have never read the Old Testament.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
In fact, yeah, well, there's a joke in there somewhere about if you're a follower of Jesus of Nazareth, it sounds more like you're a follower of Jesus of New Testament. You know, Abraham was
Right.
promised Jesus. Moses was promised Jesus. It's all, even Jesus said, had you known, had you believed Moses, you would believe me. You would know who he's talking about. He's talking about me.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, Janet, I think we're shutting down. He may come back up after we get bored here, but I think he got saved in Isaiah.
That's great.
Um, but no, thanks for
Isaiah,
the time.
did you know, Janet, that Isaiah has the same two words that make up his name as Jesus? It's just flipped around. Like Isaiah is Yasha Yahu, and then Jesus is Yahu Yasha.
Interesting.
Yeah, same name. Or same names, but yeah, just in the reverse order.
I like that.
There's, let's see, Yasha Yahu would be salvation of God, and then Yahu Yasha would be God's salvation. So it's a little different.
Yeah, and that third channel I was on tonight, they were trying to explain away how it's not Jesus. Jesus is the guy that works at Taco Bell, whereas if you heard Pharisees talking about Jesus back in the day, you would have heard blah 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 Yeshua, blah 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 Yeshua. So why
Right.
don't they just a direct transliteration and say Yeshua? And
Yeah,
it's like,
and
well,
then everybody realizes that Joshua has the exact same name as Jesus, but somehow we
and
still
you
want to
don't.
make a distinction between Jesus and Joshua, and it's like, why can't we just call him Joshua? You know what I mean? Like, if we all
And then
admit
the
that,
one time in the King James where it says if Jesus had not given him peace,
yeah,
and we know that it means Joshua, but
yeah.
yeah, they're the exact same word. It's
But
just
no,
just
there's absolutely zero errors in the King James Bible. Uh,
no,
so
it's my
much.
base. My base. I go straight to my King James first and foremost because we
Yeah,
know
I
where
mean,
the
don't get
error.
me wrong, it's good. We know where the errors are, but it's not perfect. Like, it's
Yeah,
just,
yeah.
yeah,
First
can't
thing you
really.
do after that is probably. In fact, if you want to go to Zechariah, I think we've done this before, but Zechariah 9:9, it has the word and. He will be riding a donkey and a colt,
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
yeah, you did show me that.
all your other versions, anything that comes after King James, even the New King James, just puts a comma in there. It gets rid of the and just puts a comma in there. Make
Yeah,
because they think there's one triumphal entry, so they have to make it match. Oh, Zechariah 9:9 must be wrong. Well, how about Zechariah 49? Excuse me. How about Genesis 49:11? It not only says um, he will tie his colt to the vine and his donkey to the choice vine. If you look up the interlinear for colt, it's son. He will tie his son to the colt, to the yeah, and to the vine, and his donkey to the choice vine. They actually replaced son for colt because they thought, well, the
yeah,
context is donkey.
right.
It's
It
like,
is. It's Ben,
I don't know,
Benny.
man.
It's Ben. Yeah, that is. It's son. Wow,
Ben,
that's
you
wild.
don't even have to
Yeah,
know
it's.
much Hebrew. You know that Ben, son.
I think even Christians know that Ben means son. Messiah ben
Oh,
Joseph,
yeah.
Messiah ben David. Like,
Yep. Yep.
that's wild. That is wild. That is cool
Yeah,
stuff,
Janet,
man.
both donkey and a colt because there was three triumphal entries, one into Bethphage, one into Bethany, and then John records the Jerusalem triumphal entry. Because listen, daughter of Zion, Matthew doesn't even quote the full Zechariah 9:9 prophecy. The prophecy starts out, shout. daughters of Zion, rejoice, daughters of Jerusalem, or something like that. It has two different. They're not even cities. Well, it's cities, I guess. But Zion is a mountain. How can you? What's a daughter of a mountain? Zion is not Jew. Zion is not an Israelite. Zionism, where you want to bring the Jews back to Israel, is a reference to Mount Zion. So when the prophecy is daughters of Zion rejoice, it makes sense to me that those daughters of Zion would be Bethpage and Bethany, sister, little sister cities of Mount Zion. Oh man, I love it. I love it. Anyway,
It was a little shocking, Janet, not gonna lie. It was a little shocking, but I'm glad that they got along last night and had a decent talk. Oh man, Jamie's back stream. Um, but yeah, if you're gonna take
Ryan and
off,
Charles,
Janet, thanks for stopping by. It's good
smooches,
having you.
totally appropriate smooches to you, Janet. Love you, sister. Sister, yeah, my sister. It's not like she's my blood sister.
What's going on, Jamie?
Hey, Uncle Mikey.
Jamie in the house. What up, brother Jamie? Miss you.
She's your
Love
sister.
you.
You're my uncle.
Yeah, Chinatown. My sister, my daughter. My sister,
Hey,
my
man.
daughter.
Who got along last night? What do you think?
Ryan and Charles.
Yeah, I was just watching some of that. But I just woke up. I fell asleep early, and then I saw your thing. I didn't see it right away, but it didn't pop up in my thing right away.
Should we go straight to Daniel 9:27, or did you want to talk about Ellen?
Yeah, I think that's not talking about the donkey. I think it might be talking about the people of the prince who is to come. I think.
Right, yeah, for sure. But it's probably only an experiential donkey. It's not a positional donkey.
It's geographical.
Yeah, definitely geographical. This is talking about the donkey that Balaam was riding, and then his donkey was also riding a donkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was at least giving birth.
Yeah, that must have been it.
Slow birth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to look that word up. What jigating is the word for trick horse riding, and if the prophecy is he's riding a donkey and a colt, he would have to be jigating if there's only one triumphal entry. So I call it I if so I derogatorily say you're jigating Jerry Curl Jesus.
Ooh, gotcha.
Oh, it's cruel.
But true, you got the
Right.
wrong one.
Yeah.
You're doing it. If you got the wrong one, you're gonna teach the wrong one.
Right, that is interesting. So it does seem like there needs to be two triumphal entries.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just a term we give. A triumphal entry, yeah, I would think would be into Jerusalem. But as far as like discussing the prophecy, we would have to use those words. Yeah, triumphal entry. But again, those are made up words, and but we understand what we're talking about at least.
Seems like you definitely would want to say he's confirming the covenant if you're gonna take potentially all. Well, a lot of times when there's seemingly two things, it seems like one might have to do with his first coming and one with the second coming, I guess is what I'm saying.
No, I get you on the confirmation of the covenant, like he did it.
I mean, not necessarily, of course, but
Well,
seems
yeah, Matthew only records half of the Zechariah 9:9. All this had to be. In fact, when he says all this was done to fulfill this prophecy, and then he reads half the prophecy. If you read just a couple verses before, what all was done, essentially all he did was send two disciples to go get a donkey and a colt. All this was done. All this was done. What? He sent a couple disciples to get two donkeys. What the hell?
Right. Yeah. For sure. I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
once you put it in, once you once you see my chronology, you'll see that the Holy Spirit's chronology, you'll see that Mark records the Bethphage triumphal entry, and then the next day he goes to Jerusalem and looks around, and then the next day he goes to Bethany, and that's why Matthew says all this was done to fulfill. It makes better
For sure.
sense.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
But once you put it in, I
That's
lost you
interesting.
on. I'm not going to pump it up. I lost you on that. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Jamie will be up for it. How long did you sleep, Jamie?
Yeah, let me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna be listening. I just get away from the computer for
Okay.
like 2 minutes.
Oh, me and Jamie met maybe 6 months ago, and I threw it at him. We met on a guy's channel. I guess I could say his name. He might have changed by now. Christopher Enoch. He's totally against Paul, and me
Okay.
and Jamie met on that channel, like supporting Paul. But Jamie was doing his lives back then too, and I'm like, dude, you got to look at my Holy Spirit puzzle chart. And we tried like 3 or 4 different times. We tried to set up a teaching on it, and then
Mm-hmm.
we just never could.
Gotcha.
And the same with Ryan. I told him a couple times, and then one time he actually tried to follow along like real quick. You know what I mean? It's like, well, like what? Just give me a taste, Mike. And immediately he was he had objections. It's like, dude, quit reading these little, because when you like on your screen, it may have a what is it, Bible Hub or red letter Bible, blue letter Bible. It'll give a synopsis at the top. Like it may have a title, Jesus's triumphal entry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he's saying no, this is referencing Mark over here. It's like, dude, that's my whole point. They're not.
Right.
Quit reading those titles. This is what man has come up with because they never read the Old Testament. They have no idea what they think Passover is, a Sabbath, and it happens one day a year when it's a 12-day event. When are you going to get to Jerusalem? If you're going to do Passover in the year 20, and Jesus is 20 some years old, and there's a temple, and we're in Omaha, well, we're in Israel. When would you go to Jerusalem? It would not be the 14th.
Right.
You have to get there by the 10th. You have to choose your lamb on the 10th. You have to keep it up for 4 days, inspecting it every day, and then you kill it and cook it on the 14th. You eat it and burn it on the 15th, a Sabbath. And that's what we're, because Chris understands the crucifixion was on a Wednesday, just like most of us Hebrew roots understand it was on a Wednesday, because it works out perfect. If the 14th is a Wednesday, the 15th is a high Sabbath. That's why they had to get him into the ground, because it wasn't a Friday Sabbath, a Saturday Sabbath,
Right.
it was a high Sabbath. The next day, the women go out and it's a regular work day, Friday. They go out and buy the spices, but the Sabbath is coming up, so they have to wait until Sunday, and that's why they go right after sundown, essentially, I would think,
Right.
after the Sabbath, to go to, and they were even saying, hey, how are we going to, roll away the stone? And they get there and he's already gone. It's like so many people see, while it was yet still dark,
Yeah.
while it was yet still dark, he was gone. He wasn't, it just gets me. It's Sunday morning. Let's have our little ham luncheon after our Easter Sunday morning service.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful story, but no, that's not. There's nothing factual about it, and you're giving a wrong impression of this Jesus.
Yeah, and then he
It's
still had to ascend for first fruits, and that's why he told the women not to touch him so that he could remain
yeah,
clean.
yeah.
Like uh it,
But he says he's telling them, "Don't touch me." He says, "Go and tell the apostles I'll meet him in wherever he said he'd meet him." And it's like,
right.
oh, apparently he went and came back after he presented the first fruits.
Yeah.
If you know anything about first fruits, oh, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
What are you gonna
Well-
do, Mike? You gonna go buy a barley sheaf, Mike, and you're gonna wave it? It's like, oh my god.
$5 bills, Mike.
Oh, I'd hate to do something lawful.
You know what? You know what gives me pause though about the Wednesday thing? From scripture, it would be something. Like I said, I'm actually open to the idea. I just don't totally see it, I guess, yet. But seems like if you go and you read Leviticus 23, it says if you look at that as a pattern for the chronology, don't they wave it the day after the Sabbath or whatever?
The weekly Sabbath, yeah.
So that would be like
yeah,
God
yeah,
waved,
first
raising him
fruits
from the
is
dead, sort of
always on
thing.
a Sunday, but that would be the
Oh,
day
what-
that you're like ascending up to heaven to go do the first fruits.
Yeah. Raised on Saturday, first fruits on Sunday, or maybe a
Yeah.
couple of hours after the Sabbath.
That's
He would
fair.
raise, you know, either way, but it wasn't like 8 o'clock Sunday morning, you know.
I just noticed that, like I hadn't the other day when I was looking at Leviticus, because I was.
But yeah, first fruits is always on a Sunday because it's always the day after the weekly Sabbath, and Pentecost is always on a Sunday because it's the morrow after the weekly Sabbath. So those
'Cause you
And
start-
this
2
language,
days
that
are
language is much clearer than other passages. I think in the New Testament, it's more.
yeah.
It seems like
So-
they might have messed up the translation and then, or made it confusing in the way they word it in the New Testament.
Oh, I-
Sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. And thank God the King James says they had to get him in the grave because it was a Sabbath, and that Sabbath was a high Sabbath. Thank God
Right.
they put that in. There's
Yeah.
really no such thing as a high Sabbath, but it is an indicator that it's not a weekly Sabbath. It's one of those added Sabbaths. There's two added Sabbaths on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the 15th and the 21st. The, what is it? The Day of Trumpets is an added Sabbath day, no matter what day of the week it is. And then during Sukkot, isn't it the first day is an added Sabbath? And
Yeah, what does that even mean? A high Sabbath? What does that mean?
it means it's an added Sabbath, essentially. And you treat it just like a weekly Sabbath, only it's
Yeah.
not a weekly
Not a
Sabbath.
weekly Sabbath.
Yeah, so just
It
to
seems like I heard
differentiate.
somebody say it was when a Sabbath falls on a Sabbath, but that doesn't make sense in any of the chronologies. I don't think, does it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense. No. Now it can. We can have a double Sabbath. We can have back-to-back Sabbath. But no, that Passion Week was not like that. No. And Chris is trying to push the year 31, and he has his little calendar up there from the NASA or whoever. And if you look back 3 years, on April 28th of the year 28, that was a Wednesday that he was crucified. It's like, dude, just go back a couple years. You're arguing the wrong point.
So you have him dying in 28. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know about Yahoo.
Yeah, no, I don't have a horse in that race.
There's different ways.
I don't need that much faith. You know.
The thing is, I'm not sure what exact. The thing is that okay, yeah, because I'm trying to think of how you'd get to 28 from the agreed upon data that has to be accounted for, and that would be the 15th year of Tiberius's reign, and that's one of the landmark things you have to deal with, and that's like a known fact. So.
Yeah, I have all those, and it comes down to the I think it's the eclipse. After Herod killed a bunch of rabbis, there was an eclipse, and we look at the January. I think it's January 10 of -1 or something like that.
You're talking about for his death, or for Jesus' birth, or
for the
Herod's death.
for the eclipse. So it would have been Herod's death.
Well, so there's an eclipse issue with around because
His
Jesus
death
has to
too,
be
yeah,
born.
because the sky went dark, so they think it was an eclipse.
Well, there's that too, but there's also one. So there's an issue. There's a thing to help chronology with when Herod died, or I mean when let's see, the one is there a Herod before Herod, right? Isn't there two of them?
Yeah, a bunch of them.
So like one, so let's see. There has to be one before the when Jesus is born that he died because Herod, the guy who whatever, the guy who's trying to kill Jesus when he's born, is that my point?
The
His name's
baby.
Herod, I thought too, right?
Yeah, I think that's the
There's a
dad.
Herod when who's right? Is that right?
No, you're
Somebody,
you're
the
right.
one who sends to kill all the first the 2 years and younger, right? When
Right. So it
Jesus
has,
is born.
yeah, so for that eclipse of like -1, January 10 of -1 or what, I have my notes here if you ever care. But yeah, me and Chris agree on the birth date. He just thinks that there was a 3.5 year ministry. So he'll push it to 31 AD for his crucifixion.
Right,
Right.
and so I've talked to him about that, and so the classic the classic thought has been for many that he must be born in like before life, as early, no later than 4 AD, because of what most scholarship understands the death of Herod and how that has to correspond with him killing the baby boys or whatever for 2 years. So it has to be like within a year before his death. And so that's been like the consensus on scholarship around Herod's death. But in the last couple of years, it's actually shifted, and because they found more data on that, or found things that weren't the case regarding his birth. So it does not. Herod actually died later, 2 years later, essentially. In fact, most of the scholars are shifting in that direction. I know it doesn't really matter what all the scholars say, but it does on certain things more than others because of it's just a matter of like what does the data say on a certain historical fact. And when new data has come forward, particularly using the moon, the eclipse, then that same sort of thing. And in Josephus' writings, he wrote something about the death and there being an eclipse related to that death as well in his writings, because they noted those things obviously. And and then some other thing fell through that was held for a long time because of evidence that came out. And so, in other words, it makes more sense. I can't remember all the facts, but I looked at it and I was like, yeah, that definitely makes sense. And it was good for my view because I think Jesus was born in 3 BC. Most people at first, if they didn't know all this stuff, I just was trying to explain, which not very clearly, but I'm just saying that's the conclusion I came to. And so Herod you can actually have Jesus' death later, which is actually better because it depends on how much you want to stretch. He was about 30 is what it says. Some people will say they think that gives them room to say, he's as old as 34. I personally think it's possible, but it's probably more like when it says he's about 30, I would think he was like within 6 months or, maybe a year and a half of 30. I mean,
Now that about 30, don't forget, it's not when we turn 30. We back then it would have been he would have been in his 29th year.
yeah.
Because once you're born, back then you were in your first year. But
yeah,
we aren't.
right. Yeah, right.
Right. So we aren't a year old until like a year later. But so when it says he's approaching, but has not yet, it's not circa, excuse me, Perry, like he wasn't around 30. He was approaching, but had not yet achieved 30, which
Year.
to us is, which no, Jesus. So
yeah,
to us is 29. He's 29.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking, I guess, too. That's the way I read it. In fact, I figured it's saying he's in that year approaching 30 years old.
And then the command to do the census was
Why do you say that, by the way? Is that just how is it because that's the way they spoke about it?
right, right. Yeah, because
That
it's so
makes sense
important.
to me. I just want to know like how much you can back it up because I think that's right. It's not saying he was maybe 32 or 33 and they're rounding up between fives, and if it's less, if you're 32.5, they'll say you're about 30, but if you're 33, they'd say you're about 35. People say stuff like that, and I'm just like, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's a Greek word. It instead of using peri, like perimeter, peri, like around 30, it's like I forget the word, but it means you're approaching something and have not yet achieved it. And he's approaching 30, which to us means 20, he's in his 29th year.
You know, that means, so a lot of people play the game because the most popular year is probably 33 AD for his death, and that's just too late.
Right. Again, they're looking at they're only doing it by a 3.5 year ministry. Whereas if you understand it was about a year, like the scripture says, like Isaiah says, like Jesus read in the synagogue, the acceptable year of the Lord. It's not the acceptable 3.5 year. Yeah, once you can get it over that 3.5 year thing, you'll see that he died in like the year 28 or something.
I think the acceptable year of the Lord means related to the sabbatical cycles. But I don't know for sure. I'm just saying that's what it appears.
The Jubilees.
Or just the sabbatical cycles, because I don't think you can fit him coming on a Jubilee, but like he can't. I think he's coming in the first year of the Shemitah cycle, of the 10th Jubilee of the prophecy of 490 years, because that's 10 Jubilees. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think the first increment of 7 sevens is laying. This is just my own conclusion. I didn't actually get this from anybody, and then I read somebody else who said it too that has a different view than me. But essentially, we can't ignore the fact that these are a day for a year, essentially in the interpretation, and everybody pretty much agrees that at least that has some part to play in the time period. I don't mean everybody understands that, because they knew when Daniel said the temple had to be rebuilt in 400, in 77s, weeks, 70 weeks of years. They're weeks of years, obviously. He was thinking about the sabbatical cycle, or, because in Leviticus, it clearly lays that out. And there's many scriptures that actually suggest a day for a year. Like when they're in the wilderness and God appoints a day for a year for every day that, that they missed or whatever. And there's other texts too that just suggest it, but they knew that the temple couldn't be built in 490 days, so it was obviously intended to be years, or it wouldn't have made any sense, right? So that's just a given, because the temple being rebuilt was part of the prophecy. So they obviously were not thinking simply just time for time, and nobody even argues that. You can argue that parts of it are days or whatever, perhaps, but they knew the temple. So my point is just that being the case, then they would have obviously known that. They would have noticed that it was 10 Jubilee cycles, right? I mean, seems to me. Just like 70 years in captivity was, 10 cycles or whatever.
Well, don't forget your 77s. Remember, what's the Hebrew for sevens?
Sabua, something?
Right. And what's the name of Pentecost? Sevens. Shavuot. It's the plural of sevens.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay.
So you do have a feast of sevens once a year.
10 cycles or whatever. Oh, right. Yeah. I got you. Sure. Yeah. I think that was just part of the economy, right? And their thinking. Like obviously it's all over the scripture, right? So, and related to the festivals, even though they're monthly, regarding the moon, they're still separated by weeks, right? Like you're saying. So, I mean,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Right. So just to support you saying that, the 70 Feast of Weeks would clearly be 70 years. But yeah, if you look at it as weeks, it would have to be 7-year periods, 7-day periods as well, too. But yeah, a week for a year. And it's verified by 77. Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. Welcome, brother. Go ahead. I didn't see you enter.
No, you guys are fine. I'm sitting here listening to you guys. It's fine.
Well, real quick, Jamie, let me read this to you on why the birth date, and see if this helps you or anything. 27 of the Common Era was the 28th year of the reigns of Herod in the Galilee and Philip in Iturea, after the passing of their father, Herod the Great, soon after the lunar eclipse of January 10, 1 BC. Just as a heads up on how we get -3 BC for the birth.
What's that from?
Rude's Chronological Gospels.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, February, and then but so Yohanan ben Zachariah, John the Baptist, began his ministry in late winter of 26 to 27 of the Common Era, because that was the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius Caesar, who began reigning as co-regent with the ailing Augustus in 12 of the Common
12.
Era. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but see, technically, this is one of the areas of contention in my study, is that officially Tiberius did not take over from Augustus until 14 AD, and so the 15th year then would be rendered to 29 AD, and that's part of the reason people extend it out to the 33 AD is his crucifixion date. But
Right,
the
but
reality
he
is,
did
co-regent.
begin as
well,
co-regent. Yeah, co-regent.
That's my chronology too. That because it says it was that when Tiberius was what didn't say it was his 15th year is it was a co-regent 2 years earlier. Most scholars will actually say that too, that it was 27 or it could be 29. It depends on how you want to be. But he was the acting emperor over Judea starting in 12 AD as the co-regent. So in the way it's worded, I think in Luke is that he was his 15th year of ruling over Judea is kind of what the language says, not that he had to be the Caesar in particular, but that his jurisdiction of being over the Judea in the 15th year of his being over Judea essentially is what the idea is. So I think that's not a coincidence, and that fits. The only thing is that, well, I'll shut up. I'll let you guys talk.
Well, real quick on the
I agree with you.
yeah, really. The about 30 years of age, I can read that real quick for you. It explains the the Greek. However, the Greek word which was translated about is not peri, but Hosei, 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 which means nearing or not yet having reached the number or measure of time. Hence, Jesus, had not yet reached 30 years of age. And of course, to us, that means 29, because like we said, in your first year, you're one in Hebrew. You're one at birth. It's your first year.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, that makes sense. But what about? But don't you have like a 4 BC birthday? And that seems like he'd be older than at that year.
3. We have the same thing as Chris, a -3 BC birthday.
No, he has 4 BC. I'm 3 BC.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know not to count the year 0.
I'm not sure, but it's definitely that. I'm sorry, but I think Jesus was born on Tishri 1 and 3 BC, which is September 11, by the way.
We have the same thing as Chris, a -3.
What do you have for his birthday?
Yeah, that would probably be mine. September 11.
We have Sukkot of -3, and that very well could have been 9/11.
Well, it's Tishri 1 and 3 BC. That's the thing. And that's what Revelation 12 would say, because it's kind of a new thing, like in the last few years. And I accept it, even though it may cause problems for other things, I think. But it's so obviously right that Revelation 12 is giving the astronomical sign of. Do you guys have a problem with that, I wonder?
Are you said Tishri? Do you mean the 11th or you said the 1st?
I'm saying in 3 BC, Tishri 1 was on September 11, I believe. Like if you were to
the day of
calendar backwards, I mean, it's the same day as September 11, I guess.
The day of Trump. You're saying the day of trumpets is when he was born. I gotcha. Yeah, we say he was born on the first day of Sukkot, a couple weeks later.
Oh, okay. Well, the reason because of, so this is using the astronomical calculators that they have, like you can download one, and then you look at the sign that's described in Revelation 12, the virgin, like Virgo, what paganism would call Virgo, but it's a virgin, and it's always been known as a virgin in all the cultures of astrology. but it wasn't astrology. Is the Mazaroth or whatever, something like that, right? As the Hebrews would have called it. And so it seems that when you figure out, like, because there's like the Lion of Judah is in the sky, right? By the I'm just going to use terms as I know them, okay? The Virgo and whatever the lion is, and like if the sign of Jesus' birth also that is correlated with this, like over Bethlehem, from the where the wise men would have been coming from, whatever the guys from the east or whatever it is, they would the east, they would have seen this, and they come because they know there's a sign is meaningful, right? And so there's a conjunction of like Regulus, which is like the king's star, and Jupiter's the king's planet, and they're like overlapped, and then it's like a conjunction of another planet at Saturn or something, and it's going into retrograde motion during that period after 3 BC, where it's like going in and out of like the heart of the lion, and then the moon at her feet and the like clothed with the sun means the sun was going through her stomach during the day, obviously, but it's traveling on that part of the circuit of the sky. The sun goes through her belly, and then it's the 12 stars at her head, and its position over Judea at that time, and all the things it mentions, the moon being at the feet. If you put all those details from Judea, everyone, and the one people do about like in September 23 now, like a few years ago, it doesn't meet the criteria fully. All the details there, and I can't. That's the best I can say about it. But I've looked at it from several different people, and like they know what they're talking about and showing it or whatever, and all the criteria only meets from the text. In other words, as a literal thing that happened in the sky on one day for an 80-minute window, and it's September 11. So you can even figure out what time it was within 60 minutes, according to that.
Yeah, we see that as the second. There's 7 conjunctions of his star, and the second one we see happening on that September 12, at least in this book. You're saying September 11, September 12 of 3 BC. What is it? Astronomers observed Jupiter. It comes in conjunction with Regulus between the feet of the lion on the day of trumpets in 3 BC, September 11, 3 BC.
Right.
Right. But that would all we see happening on that. In this book, you're saying September 11.
Well, in Revelation 12, it's talking about the woman who's a virgin giving birth to the man-child, who's then caught up to the throne of God. So it's obviously talking about Jesus' birth, if you ask me. And then that fits the chronology, and it's on Tishri 1 or whatever. That just strikes me as like, of course it's talking about Jesus' birthday. It's sweeping through time. The woman is God's people or covenant people. Whether, that's why I say after he's taken up to heaven, then it's like the woman flees to the wilderness. I mean, this is actually an interesting pivot point, because then it's like, for 1260 days, like what application does that have in the first century? It seems to me that's talking more sweeping, talking about, and I won't go down that road, but my point is, I don't think we have to then say it's just dealing within only a single year in that chapter of Revelation anyway. It seems to be more sweeping than that, because it starts with the Michael and Satan being at war in heaven. So it's very symbolic. Not that Satan and Michael aren't fighting or whatever in some sense, right? But that kind of language, it's just really like, it's like meta language, I like to call it.
Oh no, absolutely. And then also as a side note here, I'm not sure if you're studying the census that they had to go up and register for. Michael Rood would not. He would not call this a census. He would call it. I'll read it to you in the. By the command of Rome, what is it? In the 25th year of the reign of Caesar Augustus, from 3 to 2 BCE, by the command of Rome, all subjects of the empire were required to register their support in naming the divine emperor Octavius Augustus, the father of the Roman Empire, which was approved by the Roman Senate in February 5 of 2 BC. And we still have the statue to this day standing in Rome of the actual statue of Caesar Augustus. So it wasn't necessarily a census. They were supposed to go to register to show their support for this guy being called the father of the Roman Empire, if that helps your chronology.
That makes sense. What year was that? 3 BC?
Negative February 5, 2 BC.
Okay.
In the
Yeah.
25th year of the reign of Caesar Augustus, between 3 and 2, yeah, by command. It's an actual command that you can look up, I guess, but
The interesting about trying to figure the years is you got to take into account, like, it seems that, like, the way they, so the issue is, like, say you die, say the king, like, this is for the like Jews and just the ancient Near East culture, if I recall, and some of them did it differently, and so it throws stuff off in chronology. I think people miss this,
Well, yeah,
or
because
it
they went
can
from like
anyways,
the
but it's
Jewish
pretty good to be
calendar
aware
to
of.
the Julian calendar to the Augustine calendar to where we're
Well,
at
even
now.
before that, though, the way they is what I was going to say. Yeah, that's true too. But the when you're trying to figure out stuff, depending on how you're trying to do it, and God actually made it easier when you're trying to count years because the way it's set up, it's people make it more complicated than it has to be. But it depends on what you're talking about. Regarding counting years in Jesus to the prophecy of Jesus' birth. But the thing you got to remember too is I think it's the Jews did this and some of the other cultures too, but and then some didn't. But like, so say you're a king and it's you die in your 10th year in the middle of the year, and so you inclusive. Most people have inclusive counting because it just makes sense, like functionally, right? Like if I tomorrow I'm going to do something, or 2 days from now, and it's like whatever time it is, and I'm telling people in 2 days I'm going somewhere. I want to be able to say the same count of days if I tell you in the morning, and if I tell you at night, I'm still in the same day I was earlier when I tell you 2 days. So that's going to affect how trying to be too overly technical about, well, how many days till you leave? Well, 6 hours ago I said it was 2 days. Now I got to say it's less than 2 days because I said 2 days earlier. But with like a king, if you die in the 10th year and then your guy who takes over you, because of what I just said about how you count days or just any kind of counting, like a future event 2 years from now. Well, next month, do I have to tell you, therefore it's not 2 years from now because it's a month later? No, it's still in the same year and I'm counting years, right? So, but because of that being convenient, if you die, the king dies in his 10th year and then it's the middle of the year, or say just a couple months into the year, that's still his 10th year. He didn't finish the year, but it's still, he's in the 10th year. But then the other king takes over and he had just as much of the year, that single year, as the king before. Now, if you say that's his first year and it's the king's 10th year, when you're doing a chronology of like in history of these kings, that would throw you off, right? Because they're overlapping. And so the 10th year of that king is also the first year of the other king if you're doing a chronology one after the other.
Yeah, I
They're
get what you're
both going
saying.
to share that year, and that causes a problem with chronology.
And then finally, it just says the word was made flesh and tabernacled. That's essentially Sukkot, with the like Feast of Tabernacles, manger. He was in a manger. That we would say that would be a sukkah, a tab. If you're familiar with sukkah, it means tabernacle. The
Right.
tabernacle.
Temporary dwelling.
Yeah. Then they got a third conjunction in February 17th, a fourth conjunction in May, and then June, August, October, December. Right. So December 19 and 2 BC, Jesus would have been what? A year older, 18
A
months
year and a
old.
couple months.
Yeah, the Chaldean astronomers, they would have arrived in Jerusalem at that time, at that seventh conjunction, where his star, the Jupiter, comes into conjunction with Venus. There's a little bit of a uh, astronomy stuff there for you.
Have you heard people argue that who the wise men were?
I haven't. No.
Astronomers, I mean, from Michael Rood would have you believe it's Daniel, the great eunuch that lived through three different Babylonian emperors was rich beyond belief, and he was looking for that conjunction. And we think those astronomer people that would do an astrological reading chart of today,
Right.
those people in Babylon would have seen an astrological reading, a chart that quite honestly looks like the Star of David if you map it out. I don't know if you've ever gotten an astrological chart reading of yourself, but all of your stuff, when you connect the lines on your chart, it usually lumps over on one side, and then therefore they will make a prophecy about you. Oh, you're born under the sign Leo. At this time, the moon was in conjunction with this and that, and they'll make up stories about you. But if you connect the dots on Jesus' astrological reading chart of his birth date, it makes a Jewish star, a six-pointed star. You can't if
That's
the sun is
interesting.
a star. A star can't be right above Bethlehem. As soon as you move, the star moves with you. And if the star was like shining down like in the movies, everybody in the world would have seen it. They were looking at a chart. They were looking at an astrological reading of the chart. And when you do that, you only need to know two things to do your chart or Jesus's chart. You only need two things: where and when. And the where is will give you the longitude and the latitude, and the when will give you the like what the stars were doing at that exact time. So since they were far east, they saw this chart, they would have thought that the longitude, the latitude would have been Jerusalem. So they go to Jerusalem, knowing it would have been the king anyway. They would go to Jerusalem. But once you get to Jerusalem and then you do the chart again, a more accurate chart, that chart is gonna lead you to Bethlehem. They're gonna go 7 miles south and say, hey, this is where it's at. And then they're gonna hear, oh my God, don't tell, you know, don't tell the don't tell the one guy, whoever it was, Herod, don't tell that guy, he'll come and kill us. And so they left a different way. But you can't follow like a star in the sky pointing to a city. That's kind of dumb.
Checks out. Good stuff. But yeah, that's what I'd heard too, that it was like somebody from like the school that Daniel set up or something.
Yeah, that's clearly what it is. Like they clearly had some data on that, and it seems that they come from that region or whatever. So that makes sense to me too. I mean, who knows for sure? And yeah, these movies do that. Like it's many people like if something doesn't fit their chronology, then they're just like, well, it could have been a miracle. It could have been Bob. No, they were obviously like. I think it's the same thing with like with everything in the Bible. Like if you were actually there, like I'm not saying every perspective, but I think it's actually I've come to this conclusion from having a different opinion or just a way of thinking about it. But it's like if you were there, it would have been something. It's not that it's not a special event. It's just that it's not like this, like you said, some like some a divine appointment, but it's not like some magical thing or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like you could explain it. But it has more to do with like timing. But I'm not saying that everything's that way. But like I suspect the Exodus, there was walls of water. It sounds like to me from scripture. But like, what would people say if they were there with their measuring tools? You know, I mean, when Jesus makes water into wine, it was obviously a miracle, right? Like, did he conjure atoms from surrounding like? Did he create extra bread and fish, fish ex nihilo, from nothing? Or did he, like if you had a microscope, did the molecules and the atoms, did he have to pull it from the existing surrounding creation to pull them into existence? Or were they a figment? Were they not really fish, right? And they didn't really get a meal? I would say you wouldn't want to say that. But it's just like, yeah, it was a conjunction. Sorry. Those questions are interesting to me, but.
No, nobody's going to cut you off here, brother. Go ahead and talk. I would just, back when I was a kid and I heard about the feeding of the 5,000, I just assumed that he sat everybody down. They only had 5 loaves and 2 fish. And he sat everybody down and he said, okay, now who's really hungry? Come on. And then nobody really ate. That's how I deciphered it as a kid. So, not even a miracle.
I've never heard that. So what? You don't think it was a miracle?
No. That's back when I was a
Oh,
kid.
okay, I
That was
see.
my.
So just little pieces, or they just like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, but it doesn't match up with they took 12 basketfuls of scraps, so it doesn't add up. Yeah.
So did he pull atoms from the existing creation to conjure the fish into actual like real food that they ate? Because I want to say you don't want to go down that road of saying like they didn't really eat it. It was a magic trick, right? But it's kind of a weird question, right? But does it make sense to say like he like literally created things out of nothing right there, or did it? Like you could ask that question. I guess you could just say it's magic, I suppose, or whatever. But that doesn't really make sense to me either. Like, how far do you want to take that, right? So that's why I say, did he just like make it out of nothing, like at the beginning, or is there some reason it would have been like drawing molecules together and turning them into fish from surrounding stuff? I don't know. What do you think? Like you could ask that question. I guess
Oh
you could
yeah, I
just say
got
it's
no
magic.
problem. It's a miracle. Whether because it's representative of the manna, and the manna they found when the dew was gone in the morning, it essentially magically appeared.
Or is there some reason it would have been like drawing molecules together and turning them into fish from? What do you think, Yahoo? Like I would say the man is different, I guess, but I think like if you were there and you followed it up falling from the sky, like where would it come from? I'm not trying to say it wasn't a miracle. Of course, it was a miracle, but like, does it make more sense? Like the way God, like, there's a million questions you can ask about this, but it's kind of dumb to some people, I guess. But I kind of want to say he turned molecules in, like he didn't create out of nothing right there. I think it may be that question doesn't make sense to people, but um, there is like a philosophical problems with it, depending on if you think how God's operating. Like, like he says he was done creating, right? So does that mean he had to modify existing atomic structure or something from what was already created? In other words, the material, reality. I don't know.
The mana, I have an interesting thought on. Like, what if the mana tasted like whatever you thought it was going to taste like? Like the people that were like, "Oh man, this is food from God. It's gonna be the best thing ever. It's gonna be amazing." What if they ate it and it did taste really amazing? And then the people that were like, "Man, I've never seen this before. I have no idea what it is. I have no idea what it's gonna taste like," and it was just really bland. And then the other people that were completely against it, like just didn't like it. I'm just curious, like, because
I like that idea.
the name of it is what is it, and so it's not something that they've seen before, I think.
Yes, and if they like received it with Thanksgiving and even expectation, like it would like reflected their current view of how they understood God or something. So like, and by the way, um, the best food in the world today is grape nuts, and just so you know that that's what manna is. And if you eat grape nuts, it's from God. So if you don't like grape nuts, you better get right with God. I love grape nuts, I
That's
swear.
great.
Well, it's funny you say that because the Eucharist is what everybody thinks is like the thing to eat nowadays, and drink
Oh,
his blood.
the bloody body of the dead Messiah. Yay. Wait, no. I'm hungry. Who wants dead God? It's like,
Right.
who wants to eat some dead God? We're going to kill him again. We make sure that there's a church somewhere every day. So we're always eating and killing Jesus and eating on his dead body or whatever. It's like, they're proud of that, I guess. I don't know.
I went to this non-denominational church, and the communion there, they had like these little plastic, like thimble-sized cups, and this special like brass tray that they carried them in, so that like held all the cups upright, so you couldn't like spill it. They were like locked in, They had a hole cut out for it to sit in, and then the crackers was like a big Tic Tac. It was like all like pre-done for you, so that you didn't have to get your dirty fingers all over a big cracker. I guess I don't know.
Almost
It
makes
was it
you
was
want to eat
great.
Passover. Yeah, me too, man. That's it's like stale wheat thins broken into 8 pieces, and then a little thimble full of juice. It's like this is just like it feels like a ritual that I'm not really cool with.
Right.
Yeah, we had
Definitely made me
wine.
uncomfortable.
I was Catholic, but I got married in a Lutheran church, so we went to Lutheran church, and they would serve that wine, but we were alcoholics, so they would always have a couple in the middle that were just grape juice. But either way, they're telling you it's the blood of Jesus. And it's like, I will cannibalize nobody before their time. It's like, dude, don't do it. Don't do it. It's symbolic of the blood covenant, not blood out of his veins.
Right. And
Yeah,
like,
Lutherans and
is
Catholics are
the
often that
is
way.
to
Yeah.
do this in remembrance of me, like breaking bread and drinking wine with your friends, or is it Passover?
They're telling you it's the blood of Jesus. And it's like, Amen. Passover. If you're not going to do a Passover lamb anymore, but the Feast of Unleavened Bread was commanded forever, what should you do for that special meal now for the Feast of Unleavened Bread instead of the Passover lamb? Do this in memory of the final
Yeah, that's how
Passover.
I understand. That's how I understand it. I think he gave a
Interesting.
new.
Interesting.
There's a sense that it's a newish thing. He says he's suggestive that it's at least something kind of new. I think it seems to me, but not. But yeah, the people go weird with it. I think it's not supposed to be like the Catholics say. That's for so sure.
Yeah,
I think
and
it. Yeah.
well, no, but it all stems from their lack of knowledge on the Old Testament, right? They're trying to figure out something and saying, well, let's just do this, and I guess that's what he meant.
Well, yeah. It has a tie to the feast thing, or like you were saying. I just think it's a. There's a sense in which it's like a new concept that he's introducing, but it's tied to that. So that's how I look at it. I don't think it's simply him talking about one of the feasts. I think he's instituting something new, but it's tied to Old Testament concept. That's just how I understand it. I mean, I'm open to hearing some other idea, but it it
Well, I
does
think
sound to me like that's a newish thing. Like he's saying this is like do this, like not like hey, by the way, this is what this means, and that's the this is just me modifying the Passover. I mean, the kind of. I mean, it's all
yeah, because
connected.
if he's the one that can separate I don't even know what the thing is, the bone from the tendon or something like that. He can separate those. Are you familiar with that passage? God can
Yeah, the word of God sharper than a two-edged sword, separating soul and spirit, or is are you talking about the joints and marrow thing?
joints and yeah, because like the joint is comes out of the marrow, so you can't in human we cannot you can't really ever separate it, but he can. So I look at the marrow being the Passover lamb and the bone being the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So yeah,
Oh,
he
that's a
got
good one.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Go on. Go on.
No, it's so he just got rid of that special meal of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. We still do the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is essentially you just get leaven out of your house. You throw a part if you're in Omaha, you throw a party for 12 days. The first 4 days you break bread with family friends, maybe wash a foot or two, maybe have somebody kick you in the shin as a betrayal. but then you just get the leaven. Right,
This
do
is
this
what
in
Paul
memory of
taught us.
me.
Let us keep the feast without leaven.
But no, the blood. So that would be the bread, but the blood would actually be. It's just wine, and you're doing a toast to the blood covenant of Exodus 20 to 24:8, essentially. Brandon, you got to pipe
I'll
up,
have to
brother.
think about that. I'll have to think about that one.
What's it?
You got to pipe in there, brother. Chime in. What's your 2 cents?
Personally, I kind of don't know. I'm sitting here listening because while this whole chat thing's going on, I'm doing some homework myself because I got to get some new studies up because I haven't been doing my studies for a while because of work and yeah, all that fun jazz. But it's been coming along. There's been a lot of new subjects that keep popping in mind because one of my friends of mine who introduced to me, which I already knew, but I'm like, can't be. Same as like, Christmas is pagan. I'm going like, excuse me. And then one of my other buddies, they put up some like, hey, this is why it's pagan, blah blah blah. I'm going like, okay, this is something I never knew about because I didn't research that far. So I'm working on research materials for that, along with I just put up the um Sabbath video probably a week ago, probably. I don't even remember how long ago I did that. But yeah, right now I'm just sitting here listening to you guys. Maybe it gives me some stuff, so I'm just letting the Holy Spirit do its thing while I'm listening.
What's your position? Are you have a Geneva Bible there? I'm wondering. Sounds like
He's a Sabbath keeping Pharisee too, just like us.
oh, uh-oh, bad. So I suppose most people that keep the Sabbath tend to think the 70th week is about Jesus. I guess that's true. Is that your position, Brandon?
I'm sorry. Can you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, like Daniel's 70th week. Yeah, if you're not familiar with it, that's perfectly understandable. I found that most people that are Sabbath keepers, whether Adventists or whether they're Church of God or even Church of Christ, but they're not even Sabbath keepers. But a lot of the more conservative about the commandment people tend to understand the 70th week of Daniel to be talking about Jesus and that being fulfilled.
Well, I do keep the Sabbath, but I'm not affiliated with any denomination because the way I feel like whenever you keep having a denomination, it keeps separating. That's what it always did. We got Baptists, we have Mormons, stuff like that, and the list keeps going on and on and on. And as far as I'm concerned, let me get here. Sorry. As far as I'm concerned, they keep adding more to that list. I'm going like, how many freaking denominations do you think you need? Because you really don't. But Jesus, there was no denomination. There never was. And not to mention, when you have a denomination, I mean, next thing you know, the doctrine keeps on changing. Like, what the heck? I mean, it makes no sense. You keep changing stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I think that so I want to pull people back a little bit from. I think the problem's inevitable because here's the thing. I see the problem and I think it's a problem. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not advocating anybody should join a denomination per se, especially if you just don't agree with it. So, but I think it's kind of like this, like no matter, it's inevitable. So let's put it this way. You don't join a denomination because you think they're rigid in their belief. And then so you start teaching online. And then let's say you're a good teacher and like 20 or 30 people like that guy's what he's talking about. And then so your views get kind of ensconced in a group of people because they're good teachings and they're right. And then those people go out and they teach people the same stuff because that's what you've established. Okay, and then now you got like 1,000 people that are like, this is what the Bible teaches. And then like they think that message should like get spread around because it's actually correct. And then the group eventually gets to be like they want to have buildings to fellowship in, and like the government needs, like they need the tax break and like the benefits of having that, and like the necessity of like having, because another thing about having a church is that like people just say, oh, it's evil because you get involved with the government. Well, no, that gives you, the government just affords you an opportunity to like, it's kind of like making a corporation in the sense where you get the advantages of having like, to not pay taxes in certain kinds of normal things you would if you were a business. And so you can get tax breaks. Now you can have, see, here's the thing. It happened in the Branch Davidians too. And I don't just mean the Waco thing, but if you look at that, like that's a really easy attitude to have, but it doesn't mean you're evil or you're in cahoots with the government because you're on a 501(c)(3) tax thing. All it means is you don't have to pay taxes. And like, so if you have a building, so here's what happens when you don't do that. Now you have some leader who's the leader of the church, and if you end up buying a building and it's not an actual registered church, now you have, if that, like this happened with the Branch Davidians, like if there's like any kind of dispute in the hierarchy, and you're already going to have to actually pay more taxes if like somebody owns it personally, like a building that you're like, because the group is like wants to meet in a building and have whatever for various reasons like that, things you would be nice to do as a huge group of people. But the main thing is like then it makes the church its own entity, like regarding legal matters like property, who owns the property, right? Like, so if you don't do that, it's not like a registered thing, then you have to put it in someone's name, right? To have like water and electricity or whatever. Because I mean, at a certain point, the church gets really big, and they want to have like, there's all sorts of advantages of having like a building or a headquarters. Obviously, when you grow to a certain size, it's just obvious. And then, and so, but if it's a corporation in that sense, and like a corporation, I mean, don't think of it in sense of like I'm saying it's a corporation. I mean, it's its own entity apart from individual persons. So if there's some dispute or disagreement, they can't like split up the church just because it's their property or something. You know what I mean? Like there's these things that are like people don't think about, and they just think, oh, well, it's evil. So in other words, my whole point of all that is I'm going on and on. I'm really sorry. I just think that's something I've been thinking about. You're going to make yourself a denomination sooner or later anyways, if your teachings are good and people are going to follow you. It's almost like an inevitable thing, in other words. And that's what, I mean, like Baptists split and split and split. Everybody does. It just happens, right? Someone says, no, that's not right. And they're like, no, what we established is right. So they go off and it's a branch. That's why they call them different things, like a Southern Baptist, Independent Fundamental Baptist, New Independent Fundamental Baptist.
I thought you were just going to say Branch Davidians for a minute.
No, I did, because they were a branch too, and they were a branch of Seventh Adventists that like they don't believe what Seventh Adventists believe, but because they like, they're more Hebrew roots, really, is what they are. They take the Bible more literally. They have some weird ideas.
But if the command is to render unto Caesar, why would you try to avoid that?
Right. I just know that's how people react. So yeah, eventually you're inevitably you're gonna just for the best for the people to like file for that to get the benefits of that. They're not like,
I don't see that at all, because every one of your 501(c) or whatever it's called, they do have to make a deal to get those tax exempt status. They have the deal is they cannot tell their congregation who to vote for. They can say Obama is for abortion and Reagan is against abortion, but they can't tell you vote for Reagan. You know what I mean? So you do have to make a deal with the devil to get that tax exempt status. And quite frankly, Michael Rood's ministry is not nonprofit. You could give them $10,000. You're not going to get a tax deduction. They can say Obama is.
Oh, interesting. So
yeah, I love it.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense to me. But more their donation, like you're not going to get any breaks. But of course, the ministry operates differently. You could say, I would say it makes more sense perhaps now that you could do that. Like if you're doing stuff from like a studio and like you're not like a organic church in that sense, right? He's more like a ministry. Like he doesn't have Michael Rood churches, that are like spreading across America. And that has to do with like how media and stuff works nowadays, I would say. But like I'm just looking at it from the perspective of like the Seventh-day Adventists, when they formed, like they were from a bunch of different denominations, and then as they started to grow and they have had their message or whatever you could say, right, their particular understanding thought was from God. They said, like when you read the history of it, they didn't want to do it either. They didn't want to they didn't want to become like a denomination. But then like it was just like inevitable that they had to, and people fought it tooth and nail. Like we don't, for the same kind of reasons people do now and talk about it. And so I'm just thinking about that. And I was reading the history of this, and it's really interesting because it was kind of like it just didn't make sense to not do it. It was just like, because it helps organize, and you can see that there's like a battle going on where people are like, we don't want to be that. But it was like, well, we're just saying who we are and what we believe. And then now we're just like making it so there's like, because there were issues at first before they became a denomination, like when they started building like health, they called them sanitariums back then, right? But they were kind of like nursing homes / hospitals, and a lot of them in America at the time, right? And so they were a big part of that. Was a big part of the ministry or whatever that they were doing, as schools and private schools, and then high schools and colleges, and then medical centers. And see, if you didn't have it under the church organization, as under the official and not corporation in like the sense most people think of it, it's just the entity, the legal entity of a church. then the people who are appointed over them, or who may be the leaders of them that like live there and like run them, like they would end up having all the power rather than the church body, let's say, which is where all the money comes from, right? And so there's issues like that, in other words. But yeah, I get it. But as far as the tax thing, I want to speak to that. So yeah, I get that. But the tax breaks ends up making more of the any of your donations go further if you have like buildings and stuff. So but think about this. Once you have this tax break for churches, which America does, which is actually kind of a good thing. It's like it's for the support of churches. It wasn't like invented, I don't think, anyways, unless someone can give me some data on that. But like it was supposed to be a benefit for churches to spread because they do a lot of charity. And when that was invented, it was like we didn't have welfare and stuff like that. It was all from charity and like mostly churches and stuff that would help just the morale of the country or whatever you could say. So giving them a tax break is great, but that opens up the door for like frauds to make up churches, you know, and get a tax break so they can like just like flood in the money to their own pockets, or that's the downside of it. But I think the idea that you can't speak about political things, well, that is an issue in my mind, though, actually, like the separation between church and state, it gets foggy right there, right? Because you could use that as an avenue to do political, you know, chicanery, in other words, because you could the church as a front, and then you could rile people up. And I don't know, I guess maybe I'm kind of liberal that way. I just don't think churches should operate politically, I guess, or something, maybe.
Well, I don't see my, like I say, I was born and raised Catholic, left the church, got married in a Lutheran church. I went to this Lutheran church for 7 years just so my daughter could see that me and my ex can at least get together in church, or that daddy loves Jesus. But that Lutheran church, whatever monies they get, does not go to the poor, orphan, and widows and strangers. It goes to their parent company to build another church somewhere, to pay the preacher, to pay for the air conditioning, to pay the bills. Whereas that could be simply done by a business. And if one person in that business got too powerful, like, he owns the building, we better not piss him off. It shouldn't. That again is a Nicolaitan hierarchy. It goes to one person. You would never have that as part of your business structure. But no, nobody really does it. Our Catholic Church here, I've never seen them give a dime to anybody poor, orphan, widows. They give it all back to the Holy Mother Church, and then they complain, oh, we got to have a fundraiser so we can buy books for our students in our little school here. The papers that we had, scratch paper or work papers or whatever we had, were all papers that were donated from companies, because every paper, it was blank on one side and had some company writings on the other side. You could not, everything gets shredded nowadays, but it's like, dude, you just took in $20,000 last Sunday, and you're asking us to buy donuts to help pay for our kids' books? What'd you do with that 20 grand? Oh, we sent that off to Rome. Oh, okay, thanks. It's just not working the way that. Well, clearly it's because they're, they don't have any idea on what they're doing, is all I'm getting at. But yeah, 30,000 denominations out there, like Brandon said. You don't like this church here, you go down to the church down the street. It's the, Missouri Synod Lutheran, Nebraska Synod Lutheran. There's so many different Lutheran Baptists. You get caught smoking a cigarette in the parking lot of one church, and you're going to get kicked out or berated. You go to another church, maybe they love you, but it's ridiculous to try to say, I'm going to make a deal with the government to try to get a tax break, when the command is render to Caesar what's Caesar's. Oh, it's just a little contract. You just can't tell your congregation who to vote for. Okay, fine. So now that we're raking in more cash than we ever thought that we would ever get, because we don't have to pay taxes, let's just send it off to Holy Mother Church and see what they can do with it. No,
yeah, right.
it's stupid.
I think all churches' books should be open to the congregation, just wide.
Yeah, and as a public entity, Rood has to open their books. Amen.
The original tithe wasn't even money; it was food. It was animals and stuff from the field. The only time you ever had to change it over to money was whenever you were going to tabernacles and it was too far away. And then you were
Right,
supposed to
yeah.
use the money whenever you got to Tabernacles to buy everything for Tabernacles. And you actually had to add more money on top of whatever you sold your animals for. It was like more if you changed it from food to money.
Oh, cool. Let's face it, the economy has changed the way money works, so we got to like work it out. Like it should be a nice thing, like to get that break, but it gets complicated. Like just the more things you pile on there, like I do think there's all sorts of issues that crop up with having a 501(c) and all that, but it doesn't have to be. Um, and yeah, like I think that's a nuanced area with the whole like can't talk about political things. But I can see, in other words, I see the problem, but I also see the problem with if there was just free reign, how that people could abuse that in a certain sense that would not go well. Do you guys
Absolutely.
do you know what I mean? Do you think because like at least my understanding about prophecy, in other words, like the way the final system will come down is will be because religious people are going to want the power of the civil government merged with the church, and that's going to be what creates the beast system. In other words, I think a lot of Christians don't think of it that way, but I understand it. That's what's going to go down. A bunch of churches with good and bad people in them, whatever you call them, are going to cry out for that, and they're going to want. It's going to be Rome, I suspect, right? It's going to get the throne for the people handing over this power in some sense, right? Or they're going to merge.
Have you guys seen the land deed for Washington, D.C.?
I have not.
Not I.
It's called Little Rome, and the guy that owns it and paid for it, his name is John Pope.
Is John what?
Pope?
Yeah, that goes right along with my theory. It's
So
Washington
he's
D.C.
like
is dead
it's
center in
the
virgin
Pope of
land.
Pope John of Little Rome or something like that. I can't remember what it is, but yeah, his name's John Pope, and the land is called Little Rome.
Well, we were fine when the capital was in Philadelphia, but no, they want to move it. Yeah, in Virginia means virgin. Maryland is Mary land. It's right dead center in Virgin Mary land.
Pope John of Little Rome or something like that. I can't remember what
I
it
did
is.
not even think about that. Whoa.
Pope and the land is called Little Rome.
Well, we were fine when the capital was in Philadelphia. Yeah, even our founding fathers said it's you're if you get rich enough that you work the land and work the land and you get more land and more servants and whatever, you're once you get to the point where you just kick back in your little house and you just make money off of money, you are no longer working. They said we don't want that. You always have to be part, you always should labor for your money. Even if you've got a thousand people working for you, you should be in your home doing the books. It doesn't mean that you should not make money off of money. That's the whole point of the New York Stock Exchange. They're buying and selling debt. You're and the guys that are the bookies, the guys in the middle are making money just doing the deal. Our forefathers never wanted that, and yeah, when it got too big for their britches and they moved the capital down to Washington D.C., that's when we started to go downhill.
That part is actually scriptural, like where it says, like, for 6 days you shall do work. It didn't say, like, sit on your butt and be lazy. No, for 6 days you do your work, and on 7th day you shall rest, because they were not trying to promote, um, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, like slothfulness or whatever, something like that. But
Amen. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then people that don't have to work forget what it's like and expect other people to work harder than they would ever work.
because with me personally, I would rather work from home for this very reason. Number one, even though I'm like 26, it's getting to the point where I feel like I'm about to be 50, all because of my issues I have medically wise, which runs the family. But also I would make sure like I'm doing like the 6 day of work like I'm supposed to, because even if I'm sitting down or whatever, I'm like, I gotta do something because I'm tired of this. Because when you just sit down, it's like I'm bored. Then get your butt up and do something, basically. Even though I'm like 26, it's getting to the point where I feel like I'm
Yeah, don't blame you there.
because of my issues I have medically wise, which runs the family. But also I would make sure like I'm
We
doing
lost Mike somewhere.
what I'm supposed to. Because
Maybe his
I
phone
noticed
died.
that. I was probably did. I didn't even know he was using his phone. I thought he was like using like a PC or something.
I think he's mobile only. I don't know if he downloaded the app or what the deal is.
What, StreamYard has an app? I was looking all over for that. I can't even find it.
I think so. Not sure. I don't know. It may just be his browser. Who knows?
There's no idea.
He has a phone, I think, only. Maybe. He probably that happens. He'll come back.
Got excited and forgot to plug in.
So I was curious. I always like to ask whenever I talk to like messianics or whatever you want to call it, Hebrew root type people or whatever, Sabbath keepers. I'm always curious what they think about the Seventh-day Adventist view about the mark of the beast, because people have such a hard time with that thought, and it makes a lot of sense to me because it seems like well, I don't want to necessarily start talking about it or anything. I'm just curious if you think that makes sense at all from your perspective, because I know nobody else teaches that idea, but they don't usually say anything against it. I've never heard anybody speak against it, I guess. So I'm always curious what people think about it. I don't know. I guess I presume you've heard me talk about it recently. You were there that one time, I think.
I'm assuming you're tying it to the Sabbath, the mark of the beast.
Yeah. It was actually invented and like somebody came up with that like a long time ago. Actually, I think it was like the 1600s. Somebody saw that idea in scripture, like how it ties together. It would be like, I don't know. How do you look at it? Most Hebrew, I've just heard all sorts of different ideas from different Hebrew root groups. So they don't seem to have like a unified, because they're not like a church, obviously, right? So, but in a way, they have fellowship in what they believe, and so I just mean that when I say
Right.
Hebrew roots, there's different groups. So.
Oh yeah. There's plenty of denomination of Hebrew roots. But yeah, I don't know if I have a specific view. Like, I could see the Sabbath being tied into it because the Sabbath is definitely a sign. But the only like Old Testament stuff we have about, a mark on your hand or in your forehead is the one from Deuteronomy 6, the Shema, and it's just talking about the commandment keeping.
Yeah, in general, right? Like
Yeah, just in
for
general.
sure.
So yeah, I don't know.
Well, that does seem to tie it into the law of God for certain. It seems to me. That's
Yeah,
so.
so maybe it's just
I
what you
get caught
hold
up in
to.
teaching. I prefer to talk like most of the time, I guess. Like I don't just be like pushing. I want to have an open conversation. So like my intention really is to like try to talk a lot. I mean, I get in the mode of like defending a doctrine because people will ask me to in a certain sense, or they'll bring it up in that sort of way. But I prefer to talk about, and I'm trying to train myself to be this way. And it's kind of a catch-22, because like if you think a certain doctrine is true, you don't want to like. I'm not trying to hide that, but on the other hand, I want to like when I'm discussing with somebody else, being realistic. Like I'm not trying to evangelize them necessarily in the sense that, other than like what is certainly true. Like you can talk about a text, like, so I could say this is why I think the mark of the beast is going to be Sabbath, and you can tie another text, but like I think we should all be able to agree on other things. At least I can say seems that the concept, in other words, is that's what I was getting at. Let me finish that thought.
Yeah.
Talk about what's just factually true about the text, and then you can talk about like particular doctrines on another level. But when you're just talking about like what we all ought to, from a reasonable standpoint, agree on, that's another level of talking about things, and I think that's maybe more healthy or more productive. And so but it's easy to go back and forth in between like talking that way, like defending a doctrine or just talking about what Scripture says that's a great. So yeah, like this, I would say it would be ignorant to not understand because of this verse here that it certainly is. When it talks about the issue of the law and the mark of the beast, I think we need to understand it to be about the law of God, not some like sort of something else that people bring up, like, well, the law that you break is going to be like a law that the government has, like don't jaywalk. That's stupid. God's obviously talking about his law in some sense here.
Right, yeah. Yeah. And this is a safe space, Jamie. There's no judgment here.
Like, what could we say? I mean, obviously the idea that about the hand in the forehead, maybe you could make an argument that it's not about the law of God, but it's the concept. But it's like, I think it has to do with God saying, look, remember this and then do this. That's like the idea of the hand in the forehead, right?
Right.
I think that's undisputable.
Yeah, and like before it's talking about, thinking about them, talking about them, and doing them. So, I mean, that is basically it, yeah, like it's always on your mind, you're always doing it, so yeah, it's Shema, hear and do, or hear and obey, believe and obey, like belief, obedience. It's the same concept. It drives me nuts when they're like, oh, all you gotta do is believe. All you gotta do is believe. John 3:16. And it's like, buddy, like it's the same word in John 3:16 as it is in 3:36, except for right here, this obey is the opposite of the belief.
Right.
The not obey is the ah. It has an a in front of it, meaning not, and then the
Well,
obey
this time he just wants
is,
us to believe. He just
like,
wants us to believe, man. Just
yeah,
believe.
We've got
What do you think that means, bro?
pistuo here, and then
The
where is
demon
it? Yeah,
believe.
believeth not is apistuo. It's this. Yeah, it, and I've tried to point this out to Donnie so many times, and he just refuses to look at it, and I'm just like, whatever. But it's.
Oh, he's allergic to John. I'll tell you that.
Ugh.
We
Yeah.
dude, he did this thing. I don't know. Think you were, but where he was. I thought it was really fun. I wish he kept doing it. And he promised he was going to do this, but we went through. So it was cool that he was like having a panel with people who believe different things, and like we were talking about, like we did John 15, we did 2 Peter 2:20, and it was like a panel where everybody like said their little spiel, and then we had open discussion. It was fun. And there's people that were free grace and OSAS and Calvinist and me and some other people that praise at that time was in agreement with me on regarding like you have to obey the commandment, right? So that guy's ridiculous. He's a joke. I've wasted hours with him, like in good faith or whatever, and he's a total jerk. But the point is, yeah, I wanted to do First John 2, and First John 3 or First John or Second John 5, and he was going to do it, but we never ever got to that one. They have nothing. They can't do anything with. Well, what do you think about, he who says he knows him and doesn't keep his commandments is a liar and has no truth in him. I've never heard any of them even deal with that. All I ever get is,
Right.
the second James says you break one, you all. I'm like,
Yeah.
dude,
It's like,
I'd
well,
be careful.
we're not in James right now. We're in First John, and then 2 verses later it says, "He who says he follows him ought to walk even as he walked." Well, like, how did he walk whenever he was alive in his earthly ministry that you claim is only for the Jews? Like, it boggles the mind. It really does. Like, it couldn't be any more clear than First John, or like the verses that say, purify yourself even as he is, or be perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect, or like be righteous even as he is righteous. It's shocking how many times they can look at a verse and come to the conclusion that it's against the obvious reading of the text. Like an atheist could look at it and tell you exactly what it's talking about.
Right, yeah. And that's funny too, because I wanted to do this. I have a friend that's an atheist named Dan,
yes,
right?
Yes, I really wanted to just get like like the like stream atheist that we can call them up and they can just have like a literary degree. They don't have a foot in the race either way, and it would just be like, hey, give me the plain reading of this text, and just yes, like I so wanted to do that so many times to people, like It's funny that our minds work alike. That's great.
Yeah, I've done that with the guy named Danny, he's he's educated, he's getting his PhD, he teaches at a community college, uh, philosophy or whatever, and so he reads, and I did that one day with him, and it was this would be fun to do with more people, just and to get like and actually write down the data. But like I had him, I was like, Danny, read Daniel 9:26-27. He knows about the prophecy, but he's not familiar with the whole contention on like who is the he in Daniel 27. I just said, look, read this passage. I didn't like what do you call it? I didn't set him up with anything to see either way, right? To see, I just said, who's the he? He's like, obviously it's Messiah. And so I want to get more people like that aren't familiar with the thing, because it's easy to be like biased or whatever. He was a Christian, but he wasn't familiar with that contention. So I
Yeah,
think
to
those
get
are
people
like
that don't have
good
a
ways to
horse in the
argue.
race. Yeah, yeah, I think that'd be
Yeah, no
perfect.
horse in the race, no family that like has a particular view that they might not even realize that they're biased to like defend their family's thing, because that can be a gift too, I suspect. But he didn't know anything about it. I just said, Danny, who is this he here? And it's the Messiah the Prince. I said, I agree. So does the king. I mean, so does, if you understand grammar, and they were precise in their grammar in the KJV. That's why the
Right,
these and the
yeah.
thous.
Yeah, the these and the thous
It's
are actually amazing. It signifies like a singular you or a plural you, or yeah, it's
modern
very specific.
vernacular. Let's flex those details.
Yeah, it's way more specific than our modern English.
Yeah, it clarifies things that will get lost in the standard English that we use today. And that's how other languages can be too. And that's why I think to learn multiple languages and be able to speak fluently in them is what, because once you like train your brain to, as long as you have a good grasp on both, I think knowing multiple language can be very helpful. Like you're just gonna understand how things are conjugated, because some people hear the same sentence and they think they because of what, like that's the problem with doctrine too, right? Like these, I feel bad for some of these people because their pastors have hammered into their heads like this idea about once saved always saved, and like that's the faith for them. It really is. And that's like, it's really a, and many of them are very good people that love Jesus and serve him, and they don't de-emphasize obedience and stuff like that, just to a certain degree, right? And so I'm not trying to put these people under the bus or say they're bad people or anything. It's just they've been trained to not read scripture for what it says, and they're brainwashed. And I mean, we
Right,
all are to some degree, but
exactly.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember whenever I was deceived at one point in time, like it sucks. Like, we hate to see it, but yeah, I feel for him. And like, whenever Charles mentioned that the seminary that he goes to was started by a guy that studied underneath a Schofield, it was just like, light bulb went off. Like everything made sense. Schofield is the one that put the pre-trib rapture into his study Bible, brainwashed a whole nation, and here we are today with people that are like, oh, I want to be taken. I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be left behind. And it's like, can you read? Like, the flood came and took them all away. Like, the evil people got taken. Like,
Yeah,
you don't want to be taken. You want to be left behind. You trust me, Like, if you want to end up like Noah and be saved, you want to be left behind. And so
yeah. In
yeah,
that context, it
that's
certainly is judgment, I would say. Yeah, it's a nuanced issue because I believe that there's a rapture. I just don't. But people misunderstand that because yeah, that verse certainly is talking about their judgment and that one taken, one left. It's not, and then the thief comes. Um, so it's weird. It's an interesting dynamic, and most people, I don't even know what your view is, so I want to get it out before I don't want it to, I want to say what I'm going to say before you tell me your view, because that way I won't I'll just say what I actually think without being modified by that influence. So I'm curious, but like this is where it gets tricky, right? The pre-tribbers use that and misuse that text because it doesn't mean like they think it does. Like you were just saying, I agree with that. I say the same thing. Like it means a judgment clearly. And scholars have pointed this out. But then run with that and say, therefore, there's no like rapture or whatever in any sense. And I don't think that's right. I think that when Jesus returns, it's both things happen. In other words, that the Antichrist is killed. I think Jesus himself says when the Son of Man returns, he'll send forth his angels, right? And they'll gather up. I mean, there's verses that say the elect are gathered, and it says but it also says, the day of the Lord is, I take that to mean when Jesus returns, at least initiates the day of the Lord. That is the day of the Lord, the second coming. And so, although there's more aspects to it, but seems to me that at that event, it's unmistakable or irrefutable that the lost, you could say, or the Antichrist and his minions at minimum, like he says he's going to gather up the chaff, and the chaff in his, in his parables are always the wicked in general. There's two groups. There's the sheep and the goats. Like there's two groups. There's those that are his, there's those who will say, this is our God. We have waited for him who will save us, from Isaiah. And then there's those who will say, cry out for the rocks to fall on them, right? And hide us from the face of him who sits on the Lamb, on the throne, from the wrath of the Lamb. There's just endless verses. Two groups, the saved and the lost. And you could say out of those two groups, there's the lost that have died and the lost that are still alive. And there's saved who are dead, the dead in Christ, and there's saved who will be alive at that time. So there's four groups in that sense, right? Of when you're counting mankind in those who are, you're either in Christ or not, and you're either dead or alive. That's the status of people when Christ returns. And as far as I can tell, though, it seems like fates are decided at his return. When you look at all the day of the Lord, it's a day of vengeance. It's a day of judgment. It's of execution of judgment on some level. It seems like it's, right. There's the elements burn or melt with fervent heat. Like, when is that? Does God empty the earth? He says that in Zephaniah. It says that in Jeremiah 4, Jeremiah 25. Like, I was always wondering, because I think you guys think the last thing I'll say, you guys kind of have the idea of the millennial kingdom on earth, and I'm trying to figure out how that chronology works and how you can fit in like God emptying the earth and the elements melting. Like, when does that happen? If there's a millennial reign on the earth, that's my question. Sorry, I went on so long, but that's my question. I'm curious what you guys make of that, or what you do with those passages, like the elements will melt, or God, I will empty the earth, the city broken down. Is that? Seems like some of those are worldwide, perhaps, or maybe not. I don't know. Any thoughts? Sorry.
Well, I always thought the elect was like Noah's people, but there's
Oh, I
plenty
saw
of
that.
passages in the there's plenty of passages in the New Testament that say you'd have to do like a Hebrew word study and see if it's different words, this and that. But yeah, there's plenty of passages saying Israel, like as a people, not the Israelites that is the elect. There's plenty of passages saying it's a people. I always thought the elect was like Noah's people, but
Yeah,
So
I
you're
mean,
saying, sorry, go ahead.
the only like pre-trib rapture that I could even see would be like the Church of Philadelphia or the 144,000. But I think it would be obvious that the tribulation or Jacob's trouble is specifically for Jacob or the church, that aren't the Church of Philadelphia. And then there's actually two comings, like second comings. It's parousia, and I forget the other Greek word. I'm drawing a blank right now. Parousia and
Perusia.
erhomai. Parousia and erhomai. There's two different words used for coming. And then I guess depending on how you see Satan being bound for 1,000 years, if that's the 1,000 years that Christ is ruling and reigning on earth, and then Satan is loose like after that 1,000-year reign, and then all the destruction happens, or you did have an interesting explanation the other day whenever you were talking to me about it. But the the times and the seasons. I don't need to write to you, brethren, for the day shall come as a thief in the night. But you don't walk in darkness, so the day won't be a surprise for you. I think that's feast keepers, which is why he writes. Sorry about that. Which is why he says that he doesn't need to write to him about the times and seasons because they already know what the feast days are, and they're already doing it. So yeah, I guess that's my perspective on that. So
That makes a lot of
Mike
sense.
or somebody wants to jump in. The day won't be a surprise for you. I think that's feast keepers.
No, no, I'm good. Y'all know mine. I think it was for the Israelites that like he said, it's going to come as a thief as a night to you, to somebody or whatever, but not to you people that know the times of the seasons or something like that. That to me is like the Jews that believed in Messiah. So there's going to be Jews starting back at the time Messiah came. There's going to be Jews that are going to be sons of Abraham. They're going to be 100% Jewish, but they're not going to believe in the Messiah. I think that was for them. The tribulation was a complete 7 years of World War II. Pearl Harbor was in the midst of that, the exact midst of it. It started with a flood when the Japanese invaded China. China blew up their own dikes to flood the Japanese, but it backfired on them and they drowned 1 million of their own people. I think the tribulation has come and gone. It was never meant for the Christian church or the Catholics or even us Hebrew roots. I think it was meant for those non-believing Jews who actually should have known through Torah. Had they believed Moses, they would have believed Jesus, and they had plenty of opportunity. And it just does work. As a final thing, it just does work out perfect with the 457 BC. And if you take 7 times 7 times 7 times 7, however many, 4 sevens from Leviticus 26, you end up with 1945 being the end of the transgression. The transgression, yeah. So we're on, but no, I understand what you guys are saying. The rapture, pre-trib, post-trib. I just think it already happened, and we are way down the line on the Book of Revelation, a lot further than most people think.
So how are you viewing the millennial reign?
Yeah, it should have happened after that, right? Well, I think he's delaying, uh, because the foolish virgins, he was delayed. Yeah, but and even if he did come in like 1945 or whatever, it would probably take a couple years for him to be birthed. I don't mean out of a female. I mean out of the clouds to come back. I think if whatever time it's supposed to be, there's going to be a delay. But yeah, even chronologically, if the trib happened in World War II, if Jesus came 1,000 years from then, it would still be after the tribulation. So so my theory works out no matter what. I'm sorry, there's a gap in there, but no, it is weird that there the anti for him, there's supposed to be 1,000 year reign of Jesus, and some guy with a little Charlie Chaplin mustache comes along and says, hey man, I'm going to do 1,000 year reign for Germany. I'm going to kill a bunch of Jews. In fact, I'm going to send them. He made a deal with Israel. There wasn't really in Israel, but there was a Jewish league in Israel, kind of in charge of the Jewish people there, and a bunch of Jews in the United States and everything. And when he started to rise to power, a lot of Jews fled on the wings of the American eagle, whether it's an airplane or a boat. But our symbol is the American eagle. On eagle's wings, we saved many of these Jews, so to speak. They fled into the wilderness. Isn't our Wild West called the frontier? Didn't they? Isn't that a wilderness? Didn't those Jews flee to the wilderness to escape that Antichrist who promised 1,000 year reign of the Third Reich or something? That to me would be a big sign of like a Antichrist or like the Antichrist. But yeah, the tribulation for non-believing Jews was a complete 10-year period of concentration camps starting in 1935 with Columbia House, spelled with a K, K-O-L-O, Columbia House, Hohaus, Columbia House. And if it's 10 exact years of concentration camps, that's a dividing of that time, a dividing of 7. That is 1/7 of the 70. He could not take 70 times 7, otherwise even the elect would be gone. 490 years of tribulation? No, it had to be reduced. It had to be shortened, in my opinion. Welcome back, brother.
Mike, did you take?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Thing kicked me out for a second.
Okay, so if you did this to
We
me,
thought
I
Mike
might be
got
offended.
raptured, or not Mike. Brandon got raptured.
Yeah, definitely. But it was a false. It was a false.
It was a greasy grace. Send them back. Send them back.
Oh, this guy's no. Mike,
But it
if you
is
did
thy
this to
kingdom
me, I might
come.
be offended. I might be offended if you did this to me. So be it. Sounds kind of like you took the Bible verses and cut them out and then threw them in a hat and then pinned them on the timeline there.
I've heard that for 5 years. Mike, you're mixing. You're mixing, Mike. Mike, you're mixing. I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys are trying to make 3.5 years out of times and a dividing of time. You're trying to make 3.5 years out of 1,290
I
days and
just said
1,250
tribulation,
days.
Jacob's trouble. I didn't say how long it was.
Yeah, Jacob's trouble is happening, and then Christ returns. It seems to me, and he puts it to an end, and then initiates the day of the Lord. It seems like that's should be agreeable to most people. I'm trying to be just like, what does the Bible say, like without adding any kind of extra thought to it. But
Oh,
Second
that's what
Thessalonians 2. Go ahead.
No. It's kind of a new topic. No, I understand. Like I say, I don't. In the body of Messiah, I'm the exit. I don't know truth. I just know I've seen a lot of poo, and I know what y'all's poo is. So whenever you're trying to say times, and it's not even half a time.
I know what your poop sandwich is. I know you're wrong. That's all I know.
I know where you're wrong, exactly. But no, I forgot. I wanted to ask. We were talking about you earlier, Jamie. I wanted to ask, what's the prophecy about Jesus coming in the eastern gate? What is that? Where is that? What are we talking about there?
Oh, I see multiple possibilities there. Like, I thought what you told me was plausible, that maybe that one's fulfilled.
Right,
Your explanation is plausible.
right, but where can we research it? Where do we find it? What is it?
Oh, is it in Zechariah? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
Or are
sure.
yeah,
you?
We didn't want to
yeah.
Google it. Now that you're here, we just figured you could tell us. Be
I
our,
don't remember for sure. I want to say Zechariah 14 or something, or Zechariah, or maybe earlier. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm not sure. But maybe it's Zechariah somewhere in there.
No, I was just curious. I didn't want to get off topic or whatever.
Maybe it's like earlier than that. Maybe that sounds like future. Zechariah 14.
Yeah, for years, people are telling me, Mike, you're mixing. You don't know what you're talking about. No, that happens before. So what are you saying? So where's Jesus? Well, if that happened already, where's Jesus, Mike? I'm like, man, I don't know. But where's you guys' tribulation? You can't even agree on when it is, or if it's you're gonna go or he's gonna come. You don't even know amongst yourselves.
But here's the issue to me: the way you're mixing. Like, you're wanting to make it about the Jews in that sense that you are, anyways. Yeah. For me, I have to be just kind of like putting aside the replacement thing. It's just like, I don't think I'm replacement. I just think that God came to the Jews by Jesus and as promised, and he established in some sense the church, and by that I mean like it's complicated, right? Because I think it seems to me you look at Christianity and you're going like, these people are just like this has nothing to do with scripture. They're just like stealing it or something. But I think it's a mistake to think the ancient church has nothing to do with what the Bible's talking about. Like, because when you look at prophecy, that's a presumption.
But none of today's church, Catholic, Protestant, whomever, are none of them are non-believers. The Jews of today that reject Christ know of him. You know what I mean?
I wanted to bounce
Okay,
an
yeah.
idea off of you, Mike, actually.
He who knows, but it's okay. I'll end it here. Then I'll just say it. I think you got to take the church into more account as being part of prophecy. And I guess is what I'm to be brief. But like, I mean, what do you do with verses like John, where it's like, and look, I'm not saying God isn't gonna rule from Jerusalem, forever or whatever. I'm not saying, um, I'm not even saying God doesn't have anything in store for a Jewish nation or something, although that's tricky, I think. But like John says, if you don't have Messiah, you don't have the Father. Like that's a problem, it seems to me, to like think to then now apply prophecies for God's people to the Jews that don't believe in their Messiah. In other words, so yeah, I'll leave it at that. But
I was I was pondering that I will send many fishers, and afterwards I will send many hunters to hunt them from the rocks. Like, fishermen typically eat fish or sell fish, but we know, like, if we're going to tie it into the apostles, they weren't like killing the fish or eating the fish or selling the fish. Like they were like saving the fish, if you will. So what if the hunters weren't killing them either? What if the rocks were like the Peter churches and we're going around and like hunting all of the Jews out of the churches? Crazy idea.
To convert them, so to speak.
Yeah, yeah. So what if
No, that's a good idea because, like you said, the fishers, the apostles, certainly didn't, strip and clean and debone the people they preached to. But it does sound like in a negative context because if he's trying to gather the people in, first he's going to send fishers that sounds kind of pleasant, like, hey, let's cast a line in and see if I can find a Jew, but hunters, that sounds like you want to hunt you out of every crevice. It sounds like they're hiding. A hunter is on prey. A fisher can catch and release, but a hunter isn't gonna shoot an elephant and then like take the bullet out and let it go.
a hunter's associated with probably like Nimrod type of thing, and then the fisher should be associated with Jesus' disciples kind of idea. Don't you guys think? Is that telling? I mean, like, because is that related to like Nimrod was a? I mean, I think it's translation to some degree, but maybe it's the same word. Like, I think Mike, you're right. I think it's like the hunter thing is like a bad thing. It's like wolves, and then like fishermen are like what ends up being Jesus called ones. So it sounds more like how that sounds like. I mean, it's like back assuming the analogy, but it seems like that's not a coincidence. Maybe.
Right,
In
yeah,
other
no,
words, I
like
think I'm agreeing with you.
yeah, no, I like would normally look at it that way, but I was just like rolling it around in my head the other day, and I would just decided to look at it a different way and just throw it out there and see how it tasted for y'all. Like I'm not still I haven't decided that that's what it is. I'm just curious, like what if that is what it is.
You can't hold these Aaron ideas, even if it's even for a minute, man.
Heretic,
No,
heretic,
you're going to hell. You're going to hell.
blasphemy.
Don't you dare say it. Don't even think it, man. You can't hold another idea momentarily and give it a
Thinking that sounds
consideration.
like
What do
work.
you think this is? What do you think this is? Jesus' church or something? Jesus' congregation? The Pope said no. No means no. All means all. Sorry.
Right. Um, yeah, I don't know. I was just thinking about that the other day, so. I thought I had another question, but now I don't remember what it is. Anyway.
Don't worry, you're going to hell anyway.
Right, yep, yep, that's for sure.
What's Bollinger? Not Bollinger. Bellinger. What's Bellinger's?
Yeah, Bellinger, if you could just give us a complete rundown of Daniel and Revelation, Matthew 24,
Hang on, I'll take
Thessalonians,
notes
pretty much all end time, all
in 30 seconds.
end times theology. We'll give you like 15 minutes, and if you could just get nothing wrong in that 15-minute period, it would be great.
What's Bellinger's?
Okay.
Your soul is on the line too. Your soul is on the line.
We're kidding, we're kidding.
Okay.
But generally,
Um,
like, no, for real, this is a safe space. Nobody's gonna judge you. We're just rolling ideas around.
Okay. So, what thing you're trying to ask me again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure I'm on key point here because I'm got a lot of stuff in my mind right now. I just want to make sure I'm keeping track of what's what.
So
Just
what's on
just
your
give us
mind?
your
First
idea
of all,
of like what's
what's
gonna
on your
happen
mind
in the
first?
end times. I guess I don't know.
My thought on end times.
Generally, like, no, for real, this is a safe space. Nobody's gonna judge
Personally, I don't know, and here's why I am saying that. There's been a lot of things that are happening, and there's a few times I said we're just beginning to understand the scriptures even more because a lot of churches, and not just churches, but also some people, they would cherry pick. So they'll be like, okay, so what's going to happen? Well, if you actually put your stinking nose in the book, maybe you'll know. But there's a lot of things that are happening in today's world that coincides with the end days prophecy. For example, and I forgot where this was. They said rivers are going to run red with blood. That's already happened. Euphrates River, that's happening too. According to this one thing I've heard, the rest of Euphrates is not going to dry up until 2024 at least. That's actually kind of scary. Let's see. Fudgy, I forgot what that was. Shoot, my bad.
What were you thinking before that was on your
Oh,
mind?
well, as some of you guys probably already know, I'm trying to do the revision for Geneva, having it modern English, like 21st century English, but like not trying to mess around with everything like that. Because for those who don't know, with Toleg Press edition of the 1599 Geneva Bible, they have like a little dictionary section for where it tells you what the old archaic English words meant or whatever. And this is proving to be a challenge because I have a friend help me out doing this. And what's scary about this, I want to make sure like nothing is like messed around. That's why I'm going like, okay, what are you trying to get me to do, God? Because I want to make sure I'm doing this right for you. Because if you want me to do this, you gotta give me something. Because I'm trying to do this for you. Because ever since I was like in my not my teen years, when I was about 20 or something like that, I used to say to my mom, like, I want to be a pastor when I get older. And that I think made her, I don't want to say proud because even I was taught not to use that word. Please is more like it because pride is the reason why Satan was kicked out. I'm going like, what if I did this? So the ministry that I'm running, really, and I want to get better at it, is all based on truth. Everything that my mom taught me, everything I'm still learning. So, and that's the reason why I enjoy when I come on panels like this. When I came on Chris's panel and I'm on this panel, I always am sitting down. That's why I'm majority of the time I'm quiet because I want to learn stuff. I'm here to learn. I'm here to research. If I have something that coincides with what you guys are saying, you guys have no doubt that I'm going to go ahead and say something. But I'm one of those guys who are like the silent type and thinking about what really matters.
Right on. I appreciate it. It's
Yeah,
definitely
welcome.
wise to not speak on topics that you don't know. Not saying you can't like throw ideas out. There's no wrong ideas here. But yeah, that's definitely cool that you're not just gonna blow smoke. You know, I appreciate that for sure.
Yeah, because I don't do anything until I study. Because that's one of the things I learned from my mom was, if you're gonna open your chops, do your research first before you do that, just so you know if it's right or not. You'll know you're wrong because the spirit will tell you, "Hey, you're wrong. You better take a look at this again." And then if you read the whole entire thing, it'll ring right with you. That's always the logic that I was always raised on, and I still continue to do that to this very day.
And did you say that you were researching like the holidays and their like pagan origins and stuff like that? Like you'd never heard of it before?
I did, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Or are you like reading certain books, or I guess how did this idea get presented?
I'm reading certain things, but I'm very picky on what I do read because, as I said, if something is not coinciding with Scripture says, then I'm backing away from it right away. One of which is Christmas, and the other one was like Valentine's Day, Easter, also like that. And I'm sort of like, what's going on here? And for me personally, when I look at these things, there's only like two differences when we use like holidays or whatever. There's a difference between holy days and holidays. When we have holidays, there's nothing really holy about them. The best way to find that out is you have to go back to their general origin, like Halloween, for example. There's some Christians who celebrate Halloween, and there's some that do and some that don't know the history about it. There's even some Christians who sat there and said, like, oh, as a Christian, you can do witchcraft despite the warnings about it. And apparently you didn't read freaking Deuteronomy chapter 18, beginning in verse 10 through 13. Because it says that that's an abomination. And let's see, Christmas, there's a picture I've seen from one of my friends who actually did a good job of researching this, probably a lot better than I did, where there was like an ancient Egyptian hieroglyph of where it had some kind of tree that looked a lot like a Christmas tree. And there's a verse somewhere in the Bible where it talks about that. It doesn't say Christmas tree specifically, but where you're decorating with gold and silver and stuff like that. I'm going like, really? And Easter, that always goes back to what do we call it? Ishtar, the god of fertility or something like that, which was supposed to be Passover. So when people are doing like Easter Sunday or whatever, I'm sitting here thinking, do you really know what you're celebrating, or you just don't care? That's what I'm trying to understand. When it's supposed to be like Passover, and I'm not sure where Passover really sits, like either Saturday or Sunday. I got no idea. That part I haven't gotten to yet. Thanksgiving, another part of that too. It turns out, and people are entitled to believe what they want. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and like bash them for it or anything. But there's the biblical Thanksgiving and the other Thanksgiving, which I don't know how to quite explain that. I have to upload that video, but I just found it to be pretty interesting. I'm going like, ooh. So the video series I'm trying to work on is for like biblical like holidays or whatnot, so they can understand what's what. And the site does help me out. I don't remember the name, but it helped me out trying to understand like, you know, what these holidays really are. That's also the same site that helped me to learn more, like what day Jesus really rose from the dead on, stuff like that. So I'm constantly thinking about this when I'm at work. I'm thinking about it when I'm sitting down doing whatever, you know.
Very cool, very cool. I don't want to taint your studies. I'll let you come to your own conclusion. I am kind of curious on Jamie's perspective.
You're not gonna like it. I've always thought the Ishtar thing was legitimate thing, but I don't think it is. I think that's like it's a coincidental thing about language. I don't. So it's complicated. So I would say like I don't naysayers that say there's nothing to that whole paganism thing with some of these holidays. Obviously there is. In my opinion, it's just like whether you can show it or not historically doesn't even really matter. It's just it has nothing to do with scripture. So I don't usually like keep these holidays, right? But I don't look at it like a lot of people do in an extreme way. I don't think like the verses about the pine tree and stuff. Like I used to think that was necessarily about Christmas, or like would be have like this corollary. It was like definitely don't do that. But like I think so. I think the Ishtar thing is just one of those things where it's like, well, Israel, like it'd be like if I said I don't know exactly what to call it, but it's like what's going on. We could look at that passage, right? Isn't that Isaiah something? And it's not talking. You can't. It's like bad exegesis to like make it sound like someone who's doing a Christmas tree is doing what they're doing in that verse. Like I would say, it's like a mix. It's like a mix. So like some people are celebrating it to remember Christ's birthday, but no one in the early church did that, right? So it's like, why do it? It's like, and then the question is, well, if you do these things, is God like I mean, like when you look at the economy of like what they were doing when it forbids that whole thing, it's like they're doing what the pagans do, but it's not the same exact thing going on now because people are it's a mix match or mismatch or whatever. I get it. Like if the feasts are like obligated, I guess I could see where you're coming from, but I guess this is where like I see a slightly different nuance to the new covenant or whatever in the old covenant. Like um I don't think everything carries over like directly identically, right? So in the same way you guys do. But so I guess is what I'm saying is I've seen a lot of bad scholarship on like trying to connect Christine to pagan things and like practices. I think that's a little bit conspiratorial. Like it's more complicated than that, like Christmas and or like has ties practices um, of the Protestants or whatever, and related to the Reformation and things like that. So I don't want to say too much because I'm not. I'm just saying like I've listened to a lot of data and like a lot of the things people appeal to associate it with pagan things and like Ishtar or like Halloween's kind of like a weird one, right? Like it just seems not correct, like something Christians or believers wouldn't want to do. And so and what it's become, it's just like nothing good about it. It's just, but I wouldn't say like they're doing witchcraft per se. I would say it's just like a perversion or whatever of something that it was originally, and then it just got commercialized, and now it's just like kind of like why would you even want to do that? And like, but as far as it being like paganism, I wouldn't go that far. I would just say, I mean, depends on how much you mean it's paganism. I mean, they're not actively choosing another god over Jesus. They're just ignorant and slash lukewarm sort of thing. I would say something like that. So I don't think God forbids having cultural holidays, but I'm kind of in the middle on this. I guess I have sympathies for both sides of the argument. In other words, so I'll just leave it at that. They're not actively.
I think if we look at Deuteronomy, it should clear everything up for us. When we do the feasts that God commands us to do, He's specific. Don't do this anywhere. Do it only in the land of Israel. He makes it really long. In the place that I command you to put my name, that place in there, He makes it really long. Just to shorten it up, you're only supposed to do His 3 feasts in Israel, and then specifically Jerusalem. You're to take your choice vows, your tithes, your sacrifices up there. Deuteronomy 12. Let's start with. It's so long, but okay. So you're supposed to do it. First of all, oh my gosh, I don't want to make this long.
Make it long. I don't care if that's okay with you.
Yeah, do not learn the way of the heathen, and do not do like they do. So they do stuff on December 25th, so we should not. That was
Amen.
the. Oh, thank you. You want to celebrate his birthday on the 23rd, the 28th? I don't care. It's fine, as long as it's not the 25th. But it actually comes from the winter solstice, which back then was the 25th. It's moved back to December 22nd, is now our winter solstice. Pretty soon it'll be December 21st. So fine. If you want to do Jesus' birthday on Sukkot, that I get it. So, okay, so that's the first rule. Don't learn their way. So if you want to have a celebration to God, don't do it on one of their days. That's just like the basics. So Deuteronomy 12, 20, just it's going to be Deuteronomy 12:21, but we got to get there by way of Deuteronomy 1. These are the statutes and judgments, and you shall do not, verse 4, do not do so unto the Lord your God, but unto the place. Okay, that's telling us the place. Thither, there, verse 6, you shall bring your burnt offerings, sacrifices, tithes, heave offerings, your vows, free will offerings, firstlings, and there you shall eat. You shall not do all these things here that you do this way in any place. Okay, you have to do it in Jerusalem. Go down to verse, what are we at here? 13. Do not, oh yeah, verse 13. Take heed that you do not do it in every place that you see, but in the place that the Lord chose, again, Jerusalem. So verse 15, this is, what if you want to make up your own feast? Okay, notwithstanding, you may kill and eat flesh in all your gates, whatsoever your soul lusteth after. That's Torah lust. That's not Babylonian lust. Don't get all excited, gentlemen. According to the blessings of the Lord thy God, which he gave thee, the unclean and the clean, that is a pagan, and that is us. Pagans at the time were unclean. We were clean. It also means somebody sat in somebody else's blood and got defiled. They are no longer clean. It doesn't
It's not
matter.
talking about eating unclean things. It's talking about the clean and unclean people can come to the feast, right?
Absolutely, because right, because
Correct,
the
yeah.
roebuck
What it says
because
is, yeah.
the roebuck and the heart are clean. Yeah, correct. Only so if you want to make up a feast, you can do that clearly in Deuteronomy 12:15. Only don't eat the blood. Whatever you're doing, what if you're killing a cow, don't eat the blood, pour it on the
Oh, wait,
ground.
wait, Mike, isn't this saying isn't this saying if you're a Jew, you can eat the Gentiles? I think that's what it's saying.
Yeah, because they're unclean. Yep.
Yeah.
You can eat the
cannibalism.
Gentiles this one time. Go ahead and eat them. They're unclean, but I'll look the other way.
And verse 17 is just reconfirming you can do what verses 15 and 16 said, but all your tithes of your corn, your wine, your oil, your firstlings, your sacrifices, your choice vows, your free will offerings, your heave, those must be done in Jerusalem. So have yourself a little party. Just don't do. This is why Paul. Oh, okay. Anyway, so you can have your own feast. Don't do it on a pagan day, and don't drink the blood. Invite pagans, serve clean food, okay, and don't forget the Levite. So, uh, so Thanksgiving is you are honoring God. The pilgrims prayed for a miracle. They lost half their population to starvation. The Indians came and told them how to plant, and that harvest season they celebrated. The first Thanksgiving was perfectly fine. It was for God. The second Thanksgiving we started to massacre them. So yeah, whatever. But the original Thanksgiving was for God. That's fine. It was not on a pagan day. That's fine. And you are not drinking the blood or doing any choice. Thanksgiving is perfectly fine. July 4th in America is not for God. So we need to check out if we are doing it for a God. If you're doing it for America, I don't think America is your God. If it is, I would not do it. July 4th would be perfectly fine to do because it's nothing to do with God. You're celebrating a military victory, whatever. Christmas, you're doing it for God, but it's on a pagan date. I would do it. I would not do it. I would do it on a different date. But it continues. So now 12:21 is going to tell us if Jerusalem is too far for you, if the place which the Lord thy God has chosen to put his name be too far from you, this is what you do if you're like in Israel or Omaha, and you're going to go to Jerusalem. It's too far to take my sacrifice. You're to sell your sacrifice at home and take the money and go to Jerusalem and not buy a sacrifice necessarily, but buy anything your soul lusts after. So verse 12:21 tells us what to do if it's too far for us. If it's too far from for you, then thou shalt kill thy herd, which the Lord commanded, and as I've commanded thee, and thou shalt eat in thy gates, wherever thy soul lusteth after, even as the roebuck and the same clean thing. Oh, wait a minute. Did I get those mixed up? 12:21. That
In thy
is
gate, in thy gates, it says there.
too far for you. Oh, too far for you means it's too far for you and your sacrifices. Excuse me. Deuteronomy 14:24 is if it's too far for your sacrifices, you bind it up in your hands. Excuse me. Deuteronomy 12:21, it's too far for you. It's clearly too far for you and your sacrifices. Yes, you can for Passover. Here's how you do Passover. Deuteronomy 12:21. Jerusalem's too far from me in Omaha. It's too far. You can kill of your herd and as you commanded, and you can eat in thy gates whatever thy soul lusteth after. And then the exact same terminology as if you're making up a date for him. Even as the roebuck and the hart is eaten, so shall you eat them. The clean and the unclean, unclean and clean shall eat of them alike. Only be sure that thou eat not the blood. Blood is the life, and thou mayest not eat the life of the flesh. Thou shalt not eat it. Thou shalt pour it on the ground. Thou shalt not eat it, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, when they shall go to do what is right in the sight of the Lord. Only the holy things which thou hast and thy vows shalt thou take and go to Jerusalem. So yes, you can throw a party at home for Passover, invite pagans, serve clean food, but don't do any choice vows. This is what we see with Paul. So after the temple is not really important anymore, after the death, burial, and resurrection, and the Jews have split into believing and non-believing Jews, Paul is in Rome or someplace, and all these Jews are saying, "Hey, man, you're not following Torah. Take these guys with a Nazirite vow back to Jerusalem with you." He wanted to go to Jerusalem to do the feast. It didn't say he wanted to go and do a lamb sacrifice. Okay, so that's why these Jews are saying, "Hey, take back these guys that did a Nazirite vow, because that's what you have to do, right? Whether there's a temple or not." And a Nazirite vow, you have to shave your head and then burn your hair as a sacrifice. You also, I think, you have to kill like a lamb or something. So that I'm not too clear on. But that's why they're telling Paul, "Hey, we don't think you're Torah observant anymore. Take back these guys and show the Jews in Jerusalem that you're still doing the proper thing." So yeah, that's how I would take that. You can make up your own Hanukkah. Hanukkah is for God Almighty. That's perfectly fine. It is not on a pagan day, so it's perfectly fine to do. It's a made-up holiday. Invite pagans, serve clean food. Don't do any choice vow things. But I would not change the 7-branch menorah to a 9-branch menorah on a fake miracle. That is not a good idea. Purim is what we see in the book of Esther. She commands it, not God Almighty. She commands it for a 2-day fun-filled event. That's perfectly fine to do. It's not a pagan holiday. It was a wonderful day that the entire nation of Israel was, the Jews, were saved from slaughter. Coincidentally, when the Nuremberg trials, there's, I don't know if you guys have ever noticed looked it up on Google, but the similarities of the Nuremberg trials to Purim. There was 10 guys, just like the 10 guys that were hung. There was 10 guys that were hung. Even one of the guys going up to be hung at the Nuremberg trials said to a reporter, "Purim, 1946." And so yeah, Purim is fine to do. It's not on a pagan day. It's for the Lord. But again, you just do it within your own gates. Invite pagans and serve clean food. I hope that clears up on how to do the holidays.
It pretty much does, to be honest. Yeah, we were doing, never did on, never did it. And now I'm thinking, right here, because I remember we did it like either on the 24th, 23rd, 22nd. I'm like, oh.
In all my Christmases, we never spoke about Jesus. Oh, we went to midnight mass, or we went to church that day, or a movie. We never mentioned Jesus. Oh, happy birthday! We never sang happy birthday to him. What? We wanted to open our presents and get on our knees in front of a tree. And quite honestly, if the Jews for 1,500 years are doing a dress rehearsal, if they're doing Passover year after year, the Day of Atonement year after year, all these sacrifices, it was a rehearsal for Jesus. Abraham was promised a singular seed would come. Moses, the prophet, was promised. It was all a dress rehearsal. I get it. For the final curtain call of Jesus coming to end, essentially, just to get through this conversation, Passover. So yes, why would you year after year teach your kids to get on to kneel before a tree? Because it's a rehearsal for the Antichrist, that you would feel comfortable doing it. Oh, look, a cool meteor just came in a flying saucer. Oh, let's get on our knees, and it must be Jesus. No, you've been rehearsing the wrong thing. So yes, why would you
And that's interesting. So let me ask you this: is God happy when the feast and reject Messiah?
Is he happy with what?
Is God like pleased when he sees a Jewish person? And that, I mean, by that I mean what we call Judaism today. When a Jew is obeying the commandments given to the God's people were given it's in the Bible, right? When the Jew keeps the Feast of Tabernacles or whatever today, but actively rejects the Messiah, is God give a damn about their feast keeping? Is my question.
Oh yeah, it's terrible to him, I would think. If they did not recognize the time of his visitation, and they are doing it expecting another Messiah, oh yeah, I don't think he's happy with that.
This is like, so like in my mind, this is why I separate feasts from just the the Ten Commandments, right? Because like someone who keeps the Ten Commandments, like even if they're rejecting Messiah, you could say that God thinks that's like a moral act for them to do, but nothing about keeping a feast with or without the sacrifice. And I'm not saying feast keeping is wrong. I'm still open to that. But my point is, when the way it's tied to pointing to Christ's coming, I think the only honest thing to say, like this is where I'm trying to get at, and like just to kind of get you like to see where I'm coming, or maybe you change my mind, or I'll change your mind, or whatever. I'm not saying feast keeping is bad, which I think a lot of people mistake, but I think it does. Some groups do kind of misapply it, or they like are kind of drifting away from. They can drift away from, some of the new covenant teachings, right? If they miss the point, I guess is what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that about you, and I mean that. I'm just saying that because I don't think that at all, actually. But you do see that with Torah movements, right? So where they kind of drift more and more into Judaism and away from Messiah, and then you like want to start doing sacrifices, and then pretty soon I've seen it happen, and then they'll like say, well, Jesus, they'll just like reject more and more of what Jesus accomplished. Essentially, that happens. It's in no way does it
that's definitely
at all. But it's like, to me, it's like God would want everybody to keep the moral commands as they've been called. I know you don't necessarily want to separate them that way. Of course, anything God wants us, we're obliged to do from God it's a moral thing to do what he says. I don't disagree there. But like in the sense where like, okay, these are like the constitution of God's law, like boom, like, which is love, in my opinion. Like God is love, loving neighbor, loving God. And then the 10 Commandments are under that as more detailed. And then, they went inside the ark, and they're written by God himself, spoken by God himself. Like he obviously put them he made them on a hierarchy I'm not saying that their laws aren't equally important. I'm just saying they're like a constitution or whatever you could say. And they, that's, I think, meted out in the details. It's just, but like, so God would always want you to keep those no matter what. That's just a starting point. That's certainly not everything. But with the feast, it's like complicated because they were instituted according to what Messiah would do. They were instituted to point to him. And so, like I said, I don't think God would ever wouldn't be pleased with somebody keeping the moral commands of God. Anybody, matter rejecting Messiah, accepting him, not knowing about him. Those are just like what makes you, the good things to do and not do in life as a human being. But with the feast, it's like, if you're a Jew and you reject Messiah and keep the feast, I don't think there's nothing about that God. In fact, I think he would probably find it an abomination if you reject what they're point to. So don't you think that, sorry, I've been going on as usual, but sorry, go ahead.
No, I think I can answer it just by, you put so many qualifiers in there trying not to offend us. It's hard to, you can just say, you're in good company, Jamie. You can say stuff and I'm going to understand what you mean, but I think I can put it in perspective for you. Let's say it's the year 20. Jesus is around. He's not been baptized by John yet. There's a temple. The Jews did Passover. They added so many things to the Passover cedar. It was ridiculous. They didn't follow the original command. They have a cedar plate with a place to put an egg. They have a glass of wine, and they say the first plague was this, and you dip your finger in the wine and let it drip on the plate. Then they say the second plague, and you dip your finger 10 times in this wine. That's nowhere in scripture. So already there's a that's what I think most Hebrew roots would say. Jesus came with a sort of division to do away with those added traditions and bring it all back to specifically sola scriptura.
Yeah, that's another definition of fulfill is like fully preach, or like I've come to like fully explain the law, not like get rid of it.
So yeah, again, if Feast of Unleavened Bread is commanded forever, but Jesus did away with that, how do we reconcile that? I think I explained that in my Holy Spirit chart, that he separated that special meal from the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Clearly, first there's actually two first fruits, but the one during Passover, the first fruits during Passover, yes, he completed that or whatever, fulfilled that. So no, we don't really do that anymore. We can memorialize it, and like I was telling Ryan, I if I went to Jerusalem, yes, I would try to find some barley and I would wave it in all directions, just because. I mean, it's not like you're going to go to hell if you don't. Or if I'm here in Omaha, maybe I can go wave a couple dollar bills or whatever. You need to be doing something, but clearly it's already been fulfilled. But we need to be doing something as a memorial to it. Shavuot, Pentecost, that was fulfilled. But quite honestly, if the commandments were shouted down from Mount Sinai on Pentecost, and at Pentecost the Holy Spirit came down, wouldn't you want to be doing something special on that day? It's an added Sabbath, actually. So you're not really going to be doing any sacrifice, but you will be commanded to do a Sabbath. The same thing with Sukkot or Tabernacles or Day of Atonement. All of those were fulfilled essentially by Jesus, but you the Ezekiel or whoever speaks about once a year we're going to be going up to Sukkot, otherwise it's not going to rain. It doesn't mean we're going to have to go up to do Sukkot tabernacles. If you're not familiar with the Sukkot word, um, you're not going to be doing any sacrifices. But there's, in fact, back then the priest did more sacrifices during that week than any other festival. There was like 189 bulls or sheep or something they had to kill. It was a ridiculous amount of blood. But no, you can certainly throw a party at home for 8 or 9 days. Or if you do go to Jerusalem, you can go in a sukkah. There's just no sacrifices, of course, but the first day is going to be a Sabbath that you're going to honor, and the last great day, it's not the seventh day of Sukkot. It's the day after Sukkot. It's the eighth day. They call it the last great day. That's an added Sabbath day. You would honor that, and just by doing those simple things, yes, you would be doing the feast. So somebody, for instance, today, a non-believing Jew who is doing Sukkot in Jerusalem with the proper four branches of four different crops as a ceiling in his little sukkah, he's going to be required to be doing sacrifices if he doesn't believe in Jesus. That's ridiculous. That's terrible. Or if you think it's I'm just going to go to Jerusalem and get a hotel room and I'm going to vacation for my sukkah, as a non-believing Jew, that's ridiculous. The traditions that crept in to try to put a fence around the fence that the Pharisees did, that's what Jesus came to do away with. So we would not want to do any of the funky stuff, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's really good. I like that. I wanted to jump in since we were talking about tithes earlier. I think it's pretty clear that the tithes were animals and crops, and then it specifically says that the tithes are for the Levite because they have no inheritance, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Like, not to make the pastor all fat so he can drive a caddy or a Benz or whatever. Like, this is what the tithes was for, to take care of the widows and the poor and the Levites who are going town to town to teach everybody. And then yeah, I like what you did with the feast days there, like, the Holy Spirit coming down on Pentecost and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
then
because it's clear the commandments were shouted down on that day, but he told us celebrate this day on the first day of the seventh month, the day of
right.
trumpet.
Hmm.
But they were also commanded to do Shavuot, and coincidentally, it's like poof. How about that? Fire coming down from heaven, splitting off on like 12 or 14 guys.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I would not mind. I
Yeah.
don't know how I would celebrate. Well, in Omaha, I would just throw a party for 2 days because the day before is a Sabbath and that day is a Sabbath. But no, I would throw a party for 2 days. If I was in Jerusalem, I don't know what I would do. I'd probably do the same thing. Since there's no temple, no sacrifices, but we need to honor it somehow. You can't just say, well, it's been done away with because Jesus came. Maybe that's true, but there should be a memorial or some sort of remembrance for that, so that you are honoring the fact that he said, "Do this forever."
Right. And honestly, Pentecost, Shavuot's got the nicest weather because it's like in the summertime. It's not at the beginning of the year where it's still semi-cold. It's not at the end of the year where it's starting to get cold. It's right in the middle. It's really nice.
And it's genius. If you're coming from afar or you have been defiled by death, you're supposed to do Passover 30 days later. So yeah, if you're coming from afar and you're going to do Passover, and then you got to wait 50 days to do Shavuot. Oh my God, you're going to be on vacation. You're going to be away from home for like months. If it
Right.
takes you a month to get there, a month. So yeah, it's genius that 30 days later, you only got to wait like what, 20 days until Shavuot? Oh, heck yeah, I'd stay in Jerusalem. That's why Jesus told his apostles, because they had the choice to leave. The Passover was over with. They could leave, go preach, and then come back and do Shavuot. But they had the choice also to stay in Jerusalem or not. And Jesus told them, stay in Jerusalem. And well, this is, I guess, after 40 days or whatever. It wasn't right after Passover, but
Right.
no, he told them stay in Jerusalem and wait for the Holy Spirit, because John baptized with water, but you're going to get baptized with fire. Oh yeah, I'd honor that day, to the day I died. But I just wouldn't know how to preach it to somebody like Ryan on like how to do it. Are you going to go to Jerusalem,
That
Ryan?
was terrible. I was really getting kind of annoyed with his the way he's going
Oh
about that. I was
yeah, when he was making fun of me for honking my horn on trumpet.
yeah,
Oh
well,
man,
I
I'm like,
mean that's how people get with the commandments all the time, like, right? Like I'm obviously focusing on the 10 commandments usually with people because I mean that's how I understand it, like more or less.
Yeah,
Although
we're not
my
faulting you, Jamie. Like, we don't think any different
if
of you. You're still a brother. Like,
I
like we really don't think anything different of you. Like, really.
I just like
I don't
I've
think
been
less of you. I
sure.
don't think that you don't know scripture enough. Like, I don't think anything different of you. You're just as much a brother as Mike is. Like, you're you
I
want
just
obedience,
yeah,
and that is more important to
I
you than anything
identify more
else.
with you guys. I'm just yeah, I appreciate that. I can't like say I end up just if I just where I'm at with the feast is I don't see them as being applied in the same way, but I definitely don't think there's anything wrong with it, which some people say that have my position. I don't think that's the correct way to look at it. Um, so I'm kind of in between on that, but I do identify more with this understanding of the law that you guys have. If
Yeah, like if there was a law tomorrow that was like you have to go to some form of mainstream church, like I would pick a Seventh-day Adventist church. You know what I mean? Like I definitely agree with you guys a lot more than anybody else.
oh
More of
sweet.
the Sunday churches. But like I mean, have you like just for instance, like I've seen Hebrews divide over how to say the name. You know, whether it's Jehovah or Yahweh or Yahuwah or Yahawashi or Yehoshua or, you know, like I've seen people split over that. I've seen people split over whether
The
you
calendar, maybe.
yeah, whether you take the Enoch calendar or whether you go by the conjunction or whether you go by the visible crescent or whether you do the early feast or whether you wait and do it later. I've seen people split over whether or not they wear tzitzit. I've seen people split over, you know, Book of the Covenant versus Book of the Law. You know, like, I mean, it is insane, like the reasons that people want to divide over. And I'm not going to say I haven't seen it, but now, like the people that I keep the feast with now, like, I mean, you can say whatever, you can say Lord, you can say God, Jesus, you know, we can keep different Sabbath days, different calendars, and like we all respect each other's days. And it's like, I don't know.
That's cool. I like
It's
that.
wild. Like I really wish people could experience, because it's not something that you can just explain to somebody. Um, you know, because at least from my experience, like when you go to a Sunday church, you've got 9 out of 10 people judging you, and then you've got to figure out which one is the one true real person at the church. Whereas where I hang out with now, like I'm stressed to find even one person that's judgy. You know, like and it sucks. Like I know that, you know, being on YouTube and Facebook, like especially if you're going to tell Christians that they ought to obey God and maybe listen to what He says, you're going to catch a lot of flack. And so, you know, like the commandment keepers are
Yeah, and a lot
usually
you
more
really
on
see how
guard.
twisted people can be. You really, it's really it can be discouraging in that sense. But that's my ways. Like my like the thing that motivates me at, you know, if I have to like give a theme to like why I even interact with people, or even begin to try to disagree with them or something. I'm not sure that you're a believer in the God of Scripture if you, and I mean this genuinely. I don't mean it as like a black eye to anybody, but I really actually think if you think the death of Jesus did away with God's law, you're not. I'm concerned that you're not worshiping God. To be frank, like at the end of the day, like I'm not sure about it. Like I
Amen.
can't
No matter
judge.
what yeah, amen. No matter what your
I
definition of
think
like
that should be an
law is.
honest question that everybody says. You know, like I I hate that there's these like taboo subjects and topics and words that, you know, people will label you as a blasphemer just for even saying them out loud. Like, I mean, people don't understand what it meant to be a Berean. Like, these guys were receiving letters from people that they had witnessed do freaking miracles, and they said, hold on, this letter is going to remain a letter until I can go into the Old Testament and prove everything in this letter strictly from the Old Testament. And now, if you suggest that Christians might ought to read the Old Testament so that they can better understand the New Testament, they want to call you a blasphemer. You know, or if you say, hey, can you prove your doctrine without Paul, like Ace Philosophy, you know, they want to call him a blasphemer. And like, he's not. He makes a freaking brilliant point. Like, you need to test your faith. You need to have an answer for every question in season and out of season. And if you're not doing that, do you really love God? Like, I mean, I think that is the
You're just making
genuine
shit up.
point of all the scriptures, you know? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it drives me crazy that people say that they take God seriously and then they don't want to take His word seriously. You know, like I'm with you, man. I genuinely do, and not like oh, I'm better than these people because I know this and they don't. No, like a genuine like, man, like I fear God and I fear God for these people. You know, like these are not people that you know, I don't hate anybody. Like I'm I really like I want everybody to come to knowledge of the truth, you know, and I don't even care if it's me that shows it to them. Like I don't like being online. I don't have like having my name out there or my face out there. I like to be the quiet guy, but it is so hard to sit on the sidelines and watch so many people get led astray, and it's not
Yeah, and
even
then lead
it's
lead
the
others
people.
to
Yeah, and
that's
and
right.
I'm not even saying it's their fault. Like, we are so many generations into being lied to that we don't even know we're lying, you know? And so I'm not like faulting these teachers, but like, you know, you just get to a point where it's like, man, like I love these people. I want to see them get out of this ditch, and it sucks. Like I'm right there with you. And so I'm not like
To
faulting
play
these teachers,
the
but
conversation. Let's who in Bruce's room
it's
earlier,
like, man, like
and we were talking about.
I want to
There's
see
somebody
them
who I was
get
kind of
out of
friends
this
with, and
ditch,
he's kind of
and
like
it sucks. Like
a lot of people like have a falling out with me in a certain sense, I would say, and it's gotten contentious in a lot of ways, and I'm always ready to move on from that and just be able to be friends with somebody, but it gets really contentious with certain people, and they take it very seriously, and like with Kelvy, for instance, and I'd be curious how you guys would respond to what we talked about because they didn't give me a lot of answers, but like what they did say, I'm not sure what they were. It kind
I
of
didn't get to watch it yet.
it,
I'm not sure.
it left. It was on Bruce's channel, and it was just this little. We were talking about animal sacrifices and how salvation or whatever works in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Because most of these guys will agree that ultimately it's always been by grace in the Old Testament too, and then before the cross. And I tend to think that's right in a certain sense, right? Although you had to do the sacrifices for your sins, it seems to me. But then now that Jesus has, it's once for all. So in that sense, it was trusting in God to make provision for you for your sins. And, that includes repentance was my point. And like, I was trying to get them to either say they agree or not. And they wouldn't say they disagreed, but they didn't. But then when like he was talking about it, it was like, well, they were looking forward to Jesus' death. Yeah, sure. Like, I don't think they knew per se that like, oh, well, God's going to, when I do my sacrifice, God accepts it because I'm looking forward. I'm thinking, well, eventually God's going to come down and be the sacrifice. And so long as they were trusting in that, then God was happy with it. And I was thinking, well, that's true in a sense, but I don't think they knew that was going to happen. The death of Jesus in that sense is what, so this is where it gets kind of complicated in my mind. I'm not totally sure on this, right? My point was, so okay, so there's times where God says he doesn't like their, when they would do the sacrifices on the, the festivals, in Hosea it says, I'm going to make these cease, they're a stench in my nostrils. And it's like, so what do we deal with that? Dirty varmint would say, see, God didn't want them to do animal sacrifices, and other people do that too. They say this shows you, because they can't make sense of the sacrificial system, right? Like, why would God have that? Now it's gone. Like, what is that? They don't seem to make the connection with what it's representing, right? And so how do we make sense of that? Why would God say that? The only sense I can make of that sort of thing is, well, if you read the context, like they thought that just going through the motions was good, and it wasn't. God wanted them to be repentant and in some sense understand something about the animal sacrifices and about their sin. And if they didn't, and they were, in other words, they were being disobedient, right? And they were worshiping other gods, and they thought just because they went through the rituals that they were good with God, like that's what God wanted. But he really wanted them to be focused on him, and be repented, trusting him and not other gods, right? He's jealous. And then doing the sacrifices in some sense, understanding that they're putting their trust in him, not other things. But they had like drifted away after other gods and thought that they were right with Yahweh because they were just doing the thing he said to do. And so only way I can make sense of that is the faith thing, right? Like we're supposed to be looking to him, not other things. We're supposed to be understanding that he provides the sin, and we're supposed to understand the badness of sin and how it causes death. And so to me, that's how I make sense of how God would say, I don't like your sacrifices, even though right? It was because they weren't repentant. They weren't trusting him. They were trusting other stuff. So in no way has that changed with Jesus. The change is that it's one sacrifice. We don't have to do them anymore because the sacrifice is so great in Messiah that it's supposed to like end any question about the horror of sin and the need to trust God, that he's even willing to send his son, right? Become a man and show how that just multiplies the intensity of the circumstances. But people like want to tell me they don't want to talk about that part of it. You know, they talk about faith in his death, but it's almost like I feel like they're misunderstanding. Like, well, they know God did something great for them, but does he really want you to glory in Jesus? Does he want you to glory that he was sinless, and that what God's willing to go through to call his people back, and you know, that he wants us to walk after his ways, and even to, you know, where he's willing to do what he did. But they're like saying, they're more like focused on kind of like this pagan aspect, in the sense that it's like, oh yeah, I don't know, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Am I making any sense? I'm just, to
Yeah, I think
remove
they look at
repentance
it.
is a disgusting thing to do. In other words, I guess without repentance, it's worthless.
Well, I think you say it often. I think they understand the Father gave some commands at Mount Sinai that were impossible, and then the Son came along and stepped in and died for us because we couldn't do it. Whereas you understand, Jamie, I've heard you say this, that we understand it was Jesus given the commands, and since we messed up, as testator, as the guy in the covenant with us, he stepped in. It's not like he was an outside guy, innocent of the Torah. He could follow Torah perfectly, so he's innocent of any sins, so he can therefore die for our sins. No, well, that's all true, but no, he was the actual guy yelling the commands at us, and since we messed up, he can die in our place, and then we can renew the covenant. Can I just read you a couple lines out of
Yeah,
Leviticus real quick?
exactly.
Leviticus 4, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel. So this is for all of Israel. It's not just like, hey, speak unto Aaron. Speaking of if a soul shall sin through ignorance, any of the commandments, okay, and then it just goes on and on and on for a very long time, and then it also says, or if the verse 13, if the whole congregation of Israel sin through ignorance, okay, verse 13, it goes on and on and on. Verse 20, essentially, just to cut to the chase, verse 20, the priest is going to make these sacrifices. Verse 20, and he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering, so shall he do with this. He's talking about what to do for these sins. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. An atonement and forgiveness through sacrifice. Verse 26 in the same chapter, same thing. And he shall, this is for a different sin, but just to cut to the chase, verse 26. And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings, and the priest shall make an atonement for him as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. Same thing with verse 31. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. Verse 35. And the priest shall make, these are different sins. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he hath committed, and it shall be forgiven him. Chapter 5, verse 6. He shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord for his sin which he has sinned, a female, a lamb of the kid or goats for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. Verse 10, for him for his sin which he hath sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. Verse 13, atonement for him and be forgiven. Verse 16, make amends for the harm and be forgiven him. Verse 18, are we seeing a pattern here? Atonement for him concerning his ignorance, and it shall be forgiven him. All of these, chapter 6, verse 7, the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord, and it shall be forgiven him. These are all substitutionary, whatever, what's that word? Whatever you were saying.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, these are interesting facts about how there was like people don't often talk about, I think, and it's an open area for me as far as learning about how we should look at this. But there's certainly different kinds of sins and different kinds of offerings that are appropriate, right? And I think there's probably a lot of truth in
Oh no,
those distinctions.
Jesus was only the Passover lamb. I guess. I don't know. Like that's as far as
Right,
people
right.
get, and that's it. And it's like there's so much more. Like the kinsman redeemer, the testator, the Deuteronomy 24, death of the husband. Like so much. Mike and I were talking about the cup of jealousy from Numbers 5 earlier. Like yeah,
Yeah,
That
that was a
sounds
good
like
one.
the wrath of God, the God's wrath, the wine press type of thing, right? Maybe not.
No, he
um,
was talking about the hyssop and the vinegar, which is like
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. I was
yeah,
just guessing.
the test for adultery, you had
Oh,
to
yeah, yeah, okay, yeah.
yeah, like if a husband thought that his wife had committed adultery, but he didn't have the two or three witnesses to like actually convict her of it, he could just take his wife to the priest and they would do this test, and then if she passed the test, she would live, and if she failed the test, she would die. But
Ooh,
so,
yeah. That. How do you apply that? How do you think we should think about that? Like, is an application now,
oh, like how do we apply it now?
or yeah, like usually for maybe I'm mystical, but I usually find that the more interesting a story is that happened in the Old Testament, I tend to think
Oh yeah, yeah, for real, yeah,
like there's application, right, and usage to like maybe the corporate picture of like the church, or when by that I just mean believers in Messiah that are real believers. Like there's a false church, I think, woman, the whore, and then there's the virgin. Often these stories have application to like the corporate church in a sense, right?
mm-hmm.
And by that I don't mean, I mean that like what I just described. I just mean believers and the false.
Right.
So I don't know. Doesn't matter. Keep going. Sorry.
So, anyways, the man takes his wife to the priest, and then he reads off all this stuff. He's got some holy water that's in an earthen vessel, and then he has to take dust off the floor of the tabernacle and put it into the water. And then he'll like speak out all of like her supposed like trespasses, and as he's like writing them onto this piece of paper, and then he has to take the bitter water and blot off all of the her supposed sins into the water, and then she has to drink the water, and then if she is not guilty, then nothing will happen to her, but if she's guilty, then your thigh will rot away, and then your belly will swell. Yeah, and here we go. The write all these curses in a book and then blot them out with the bitter water. So at Jesus' death, they've got the bitter water or vinegar, and then the Roman soldier gets some of it, and Jesus drinks it. And in crucifixions, you are actually hanging in such a way that it's like cutting off your lungs from expanding. So you have to push yourself up so that you can breathe. And then eventually your legs are going to get tired, or they would just break your legs so that you couldn't push yourself up anymore, and then you couldn't breathe anymore, and that's how they would kill you. But anyways, so eventually his thighs did, not really rot away, but he, couldn't push himself up anymore so that he could actually take a breath. And then the Roman speared him in the side, and blood and water came out. So it's just interesting to
Oh,
think
so you're
about.
you're seeing if there's some sort of application there is
Yeah, yeah,
to
like
that,
that cup that
right?
Jesus was like, Father, if it be in your will, or there be any way, please take this cup from me. He asked him several times, and he was like crying and blood tears and sweating blood. Like, yeah, I think that he was talking about this cup, because it would be our list of sins. Like every sin for every person would be written on this
Oh yeah,
piece of
yeah,
paper,
yeah. You just
and
can
then
right there. You just convinced me that this is maybe true.
yeah,
I was not with you
like,
until you pointed that out. Just so you know.
oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so. Um, And then, yeah, so he would literally be taking on the curse for us. This is what causes the curse. Not to mention he was hanging on a tree. But anyways, it causes the curse. And, in
Yeah, but Mike's
Colossians,
not going to accept this because Jesus is not a woman, right, Mike?
It was a consideration, but with him, totally slamming, making fun of every stupid traditional law that the Pharisees added, I can see how he would do this, saying, "Hey, what are you going to do if the woman suspects the man, but you don't have any proof?" Yeah, I love it. I love your point, though, Jamie.
Um, but anyway, and then just crucifixions in general, they would write your list of crimes like and tack it up on the the cross with you. So like it's both the same. It's a list of sins or a list of laws that you've broken. Same difference. And then that our list of sins or list of laws that we've broken is what was nailed to the cross, and our sins are getting blotted out, not the law.
Right.
Like we didn't go into court and the judge was like, okay, I sentence you to death, and then Jesus was like, okay, I'm going to take his punishment, and then the judge was like, okay, here's your, you never have to obey the law again. In fact, we're abolishing the law. Like that's not what happened. Like he took your punishment
No,
so
in
that
fact,
you
that's the
can,
most disgusting thing you could ever think.
yeah, yeah, so.
But like we're the bride that cheated, so he's the one taking it. It's not like he's the girl that cheated.
Right,
So,
exactly. Yeah, he's just taking our punishment for us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, of course. Well, let me ask you this, because this is something that is an interesting thing that comes up with. We didn't ever get to it, and I think you had to leave the other day. And this is where I was going to go, and this actually kind of correlates here. Colossians 2:16. So how should we? So I was taught that there's some correlation here. In fact, people in SDA I think have different ideas on this, because I've heard different people say it differently. I think some more reasonably than others. Some I don't actually accept what it's saying. So when it says he says blotting out the handwriting of ordinances that was against us and contrary to us, nailing it to his cross. That is exactly the same language as, where is it, Deuteronomy, the book of the law, which was a witness against you, like the handwriting of ordinances in the book of the law that was written and placed beside, the handwriting of ordinances. It literally says the same thing, right? And so it says, and Moses wrote, in the book of the law, and it has that same language and placed it beside the ark. I think it's in Deuteronomy, like, I don't even remember, 12 or something. I don't know. I'll figure out what verse it is, and just I want to see
I know what you're
what
talking
you
about,
guys
yeah.
think. Yeah, it sounds exactly the same. So, although I think I think blotting was an English decision. I don't think there's necessarily a direct correlation. Can you say
Right, well that's what
therefore
I'm saying. Like
handwriting?
the ordinances that were against you or contrary to you, that would have been the all of the curses
Since
of the law, or like what you had broken.
yes, yeah,
So that would be
yeah.
like,
Okay, good.
yeah, so like I agree that it does sound like that, because that's exactly what it is. But the curses would have been like the list of laws that you had broken, and then the punishment listed for breaking that law. So you'd be under punishment, and that's what it means by underneath the law. Otherwise you don't. If you're not breaking the law has no power over you. You know,
Yeah, right. So
that's the thing. Like people don't realize that the law blesses you for keeping it and then curses you for breaking it. So it does two different things, and there's like two different sides to the law. And then
yeah,
the
he
blotting out,
nailed the penal system,
yeah, and then the
essentially.
blotting out, the only examples we have, like minus Numbers 5, which even still I think Numbers 5 is talking about a list of sins. But anyways,
Well, can you
if you
find
look
that
up blotting
verse?
out in the Old Testament, it's either talking about blotting out your sins, or it's talking about blotting out your name from the book of life, and that's like the only examples of blotting out there are in the Old Testament.
Right. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, that sounds right to me. I can't think of any others. But so
And then
I did a study on the blotting out though. Like I don't think that, like, that sounds like a like pen language. Like you blot with a handwriting and stuff. I'm not sure that the Greek actually has any
no,
kind of tie to that
it's smear
concept.
out,
It's just
obliterate,
removal.
erase. Yeah, it literally is
So you
blotting
get
out.
that wrong impression because I've heard some say things like, "Well, he's not talking about the Ten Commandments because you
Yeah,
don't blot out."
it's not like an ink blot, like nothing. It's not like
Right.
that. It's an
Yeah.
actual
So that's
like
a mistake.
it's actually like a, yeah, race. Um, yeah, we don't today. Our blotting out mind does not think like that. Yeah, for sure.
But the question is too: is the handwriting part? Because I think that is actually it is a. So I've heard this
Yeah,
too.
and
I've heard
then the
someone
only thing
say,
I don't like is they do use dogma here, which every other time is referring to like man-made law. So that is kind of interesting too. You know, like maybe it's both. I don't know.
Is that the Greek word or what is that?
Yeah, yeah, that's the Greek word for
So what's that?
the
Can you look at the
ordinances.
handwriting?
Handwriting is, yeah, chirographon. Yeah, it's literally
So
handwriting.
that's
Like
handwriting.
chiro is, yeah, and graph. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's literally handwriting.
What about the I wonder what the term sorry, we can go wherever you want to go. I was just
Ordinances. Hit ordinances before you
Ordinances
leave
is
that.
dogma. Yeah, that's the only
that's
thing
Oh,
that
dog.
good.
that's the
Yeah,
only
good.
like thing that makes me jump out here is dogma, because that's usually,
Yeah, that to me is the added
yeah,
Pharisaical laws that were like
yeah,
that. Oh, all those dumb laws. No offense, Pharisees.
right. We've got
Well here so
the decree from Caesar, um, decrees from the apostles, decree
oh
from
this is the same word,
Caesar,
decrees. That's interesting.
yeah, and then Ephesians 15 and
That word is
Colossians,
clearly very context dependent. So
yeah,
I would be really careful assuming anything based on what other verses say. I think yeah, it certainly can be used, but it would be very context dependent. And this isn't it's like, to be fair. Now I'm not making an argument either way, but it could be. I think this verse alone can't disprove or prove. You have to bring in other things. It's not. It doesn't specifically say it's man-made stuff or God-made stuff. It just doesn't say either. Try to
right.
understand what I mean. I just mean
Um,
it's either way. In other words, you have to bring in other ideas or other verses to whatever you're going to claim there. It could mean some aspect of the law that Christ fulfills in some sense, like the offering part, like needing an offering, like the dogma of needing to and being required to have an offering or a sacrifice for your sins, because he certainly did do away with that. I would say so. It could be open, not specific there, because in a sense it's taking that away, and that was a part of God's law. Which, and so in that sense, you can also say then that the sacrifices are forever, because Christ is still the sacrifice you need forever to be right with God, right? So he didn't do away with the sacrifices. He in one sense, right? He did away with the needs to do it in the way they were doing it, but you still need his to be under his sacrifice, right? Until the end of the age. You get what I mean? You can kind of say like none of the law is done away with, even if you take my practices as right or something, right? Like you would still, I still have come to this conclusion recently. I didn't used to think of it this way, but to avoid confusion with other people that say, well, he fulfilled the law. And I kind of agree that he'd fulfill in the way they say it, right? And I actually agree that he did fulfill the law perfectly too, because he didn't sin. So he didn't fulfill it to do away with it. He fulfilled it to magnify it, to show us the way, to complete it in one sense, right? But you still need that in that sense, right? What God has provided. So that it's not done away with. It's like, that's why I say modified sometimes. I don't mean it's how do you there's not even words to explain that, right? He didn't do away with the daily of, from the tabernacle. Those represent things that are in that you do, like you pray, you ask for forgiveness. It's the bread. What's the tamid? What thing that's called the daily sacrifice in Daniel 8? I think it's a weird I'm going to do a video on this. Sorry, I'll shut up.
right.
I'll tell you later.
Well, no, you were saying it
You're
right.
good, man. You're
The
good.
sins are the same.
I
The
love,
sins are the
dude,
same.
like, I
Yeah.
love seeing you get amped up and excited talking about the Bible. Like, most people just don't get that way. They have, like, I don't know, they either want to yell or whatever, like, I love talking about the Bible, so yeah, it doesn't bother me at all to sit and listen to you. It's so great just to see people love the Word of God. It's amazing. Um, they
You
do,
guys know in 3 hours I'm going to debate the Universalist on my
right,
friend's
yeah,
channel.
I've just determined that I should just go start a pot of coffee because I'm not going to be able to sleep, so that's going to be
I know.
Where,
Uh,
where are you gonna do that?
it
Where are you
does,
doing that?
I have the link on my if you go to my channel page, it's
yeah,
in the
Ace Theo's
community.
channel, yeah, but he
No,
doesn't,
it's
yeah.
not going to be on his channel though. It's going to be on
Oh, okay,
JG's channel. He's on
okay.
Certainty Exists. So I have the video linked if you
But yeah,
go
it's on your
to
like
my
social
community.
tab or something, right? I
Oh,
Yeah,
never
so
okay.
yeah,
saw it.
Yeah. If you go to my channel pages under community, you can
Yeah,
it'll
yeah.
bring
Oh
those,
yeah,
but,
community. That's what it is.
Good, good. Thank you.
So yeah, the only other thing I would say is Colossians 8. It says, spoil you through philosophy, vain deceit, after the tradition of men, rudiments of the world, not after Christ. And it seems like a couple more times in here too.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he'd call any part of the law rudiments of the world, that
Yeah,
that that
let no one
provides
beguile
context.
you, and then dead in Christ from the rudiments of the world, as though living in the world are you subject to ordinances. So yeah, that's kind of weird, like living in the world, like
So that's an
yeah.
interesting use of
So
ordinance. Why don't you look at the Greek there? Because I don't think that we should look at that as the same ordinance
right,
as the earlier words,
it's
right? Because
that's dogma too, dogmatio. It's just a different form of dogma.
so would you agree that he didn't nail the ordinances of the world like in this verse? That's not what it's definitely got a nuance, at least a nuance difference.
Oh no,
The
it sounds like
ordinance of
the
the
exact same thing, doesn't it? I thought
no, I'm
that's
not
what.
sure. That's yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know because the ordinance is usually associated with the law, right? And so and
Right,
it
and then
does seem to
this
have
is which
application.
are to perish with the using after the commandments and doctrines of men. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely confusing, and I'm not going to pretend like I understand every single one of Paul's words because Paul is super confusing. Like he could be mixing two different laws here. Like
So
anyways.
let's look at that. Let's see how much it really does or doesn't connect to the language in Deuteronomy because this is
Oh
a
no,
big
it
stick.
definitely no, it definitely does. Like I mean, that's exactly what it says. I mean, it it doesn't say like handwriting of ordinances, but it does say that it is like witness against you. Like I mean, that was exactly the point of it. It might
This
be
used to point out
5.
to me because Moses wrote the book of the law, and that's different because than the Ten Commandments. They would say the
Yeah.
handwriting is definitely talking about the book of the law, and then I bring that up to people to make that distinction, which there is a distinction there, whether it's
Oh
meaningful
yeah,
or not.
yeah. And see, like that's what I freaking want to point out to people because it's definitely there is a difference, but it's like it's all man-made. Like at the sound of a trumpet and the voice of words, they which heard it entreated that the word should not be spoken to them. In mine, it says begged that no further words should be spoken to them. So they literally, like, they got through the Ten Commandments, they plugged their ears and started screaming for God to stop talking, and then they made Moses go talk to God. So like that's like, I think that this is the exact reason why there's a difference between the Ten Commandments. Like everybody heard the voice of God speaking the Ten Commandments, and those are what got written on stone. And then because they plugged their ears, everything else was written, in the flesh or with Moses' hand. And then that
Oh, okay,
is
yeah, yeah, makes
what
sense, yeah.
the word that became flesh, like
So
whenever
what?
people
Okay,
whenever people talk about the bread from heaven,
mhm.
everyone assumes that it's the manna, but I specifically think it was the Torah. Now, Mike
Oh,
would
that's
argue that some stuff got added because of sin. I may or may not disagree there, but like whenever Jesus
yeah,
says, "I
that would
am
be
the
my
bread of
position.
life, and you need to eat my flesh and drink my blood," like he's talking about the Torah, the laws, the instructions, the thing that literally became flesh and gave us a perfect example of how to do it. And then,
Maybe
on top of that, took our place, for our so that we don't have to die. So yeah.
agreed. Yeah,
Anyways,
amen to that.
um,
Yeah, there's no doubt he's the people want to say he's like the law made flesh if they even understand this metaphor, and then they want to say therefore he fulfilled it, right? Because he is it. And that was everything. Like, being a decent person was just always pointing to Jesus. And now God doesn't care because he got his pound of flesh. And, so now he sanctified sin. So he's
right,
happy with
right.
Jesus, with his blood. And so when he looks at you, he actually sees Jesus. So amen to that. It's like, I get what they're saying, but I think they're taking it too far. Like,
Yeah, yeah, for
how
sure.
about this? You're dying of lung cancer and somebody takes your place and they give lungs to you to save your life. Now, what are you gonna go back to like inhaling asbestos because you got free lungs that saved you? It's like this is what people say to me. I had one guy tell me who I thought was way more on board with right understanding because he keeps Sabbath, but turning into a deep Calvinist. But he said stuff that even my other Calvinist friend who doesn't keep Sabbath said. He says he opposed me when I said, "Look, Jesus like got you off the docket at court for speeding," and I was like, "So if you think I'm saying like that's how you're not under the law, you're not under the penalty," and I'm like, it doesn't. So now you're gonna like now you should be like,
And
oh,
now you can go
I gotta
speed as
get out of
much as
jail
you
free
want.
card.
You
I'm
don't
gonna
have
go
to
with the speed
obey
limit.
any laws, not only traffic laws, but you don't have to
That's what
obey
he
any
said.
laws.
I said, yeah. So don't you think we should be like so thankful that we keep the law religiously, even you could say? And he said, no, that's absolutely not what it means. It means I'm free. I can do whatever I want. And
Gosh,
that was his feedback. I was like, you are crazy, dude. And you say,
gosh.
and he tells me that like I'm essentially an enemy of God. He essentially says I'm not saved and I don't know the gospel. You know, this kind of crap.
Oh, I know,
It's
right?
hard to stay calm.
Yeah.
And like they'll like shut you down and like and other people are listening and like I want that idea to die and be buried and go straight to hell. To use their vernacular, I want that to burn in hell forever.
Right, like I don't want to be like Elijah that was like pointing and laughing at all the prophets of Baal and then um like run away from one woman that's chasing me. Like I don't want to be like an arrogant, like mocking sort of thing, but like it should be laughable that people honestly think that you should obey the God. Like like we're living so backwards from how it should be, like it just yeah, I don't know what to do with that, man. It's a terrible
Yeah,
place.
I
Like it
say they
just
love
makes my heart
Jesus. I'm
cry.
not sure. I'm not sure that they do, honestly. Maybe they love a pagan idea where, I struggle with this. Like, I don't want
No,
to
I'm right there
manipulate
with you.
people.
I am. I'm right there with you. Like, because I don't know the answer. I really don't. Like, if what you're believing is entirely false, like, do you really believe? Like, it's an excellent question, and I don't want to. I don't want to sit in that seat. Like that's not the judgment seat I'm looking for. Like that's yeah. Like I want to judge people's fruit. I want to judge by righteousness. Like
Yeah, but
But
that's turned
but
upside
yeah, but
down.
people definitely say things that make you question. You know what I mean?
And
It's
think about it.
scary.
They're enforcing that idea. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's
That's what
scary
really
and
gets
it's
me. It's people who
scary
aren't
that
sure.
they're not scared. It worries me and it scares me that they're not scared. Like that is wild, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
but
if the
that's a
Antichrist rose
yeah.
tomorrow and fooled 90% of Christianity and said, go kill all of the Sabbath keepers. Like I would be honestly worried. You know what I mean? Like that we're. I don't know. It's just wild.
That's one of the. I've been telling people that recently. I'm like, when I hear I could show you examples. I don't like keep track of them. I could track them down for the last few days where this kind of thing happens. But it's what in a way it actually keeps me going under seeing it like it's like coming up. Some of these people will like you'll hear it in their voice like the seething hate like and I'm just like look at this has first century application but like people think these atheists are going to be going after them because they're Christians and I'm sure this makes people think I'm being self-righteous or whatever but um
No,
I
the
actually take
Bible
this really
says that
seriously.
those killing you will think that they're serving God. Like I
Yeah,
mean,
they're
it's
thinking
quite
they're doing
honest.
God a favor. Those aren't
Yeah,
atheists.
yeah. Those are
The
not atheists.
persecution is going to come from false believers and true believers. I don't, you know what? I don't think the Bible, when it talks about end things, is really talking about has anything to do with atheists. Honestly, like
Oh
they're
no.
going to get pulled in perhaps or whatever, but it's going to be people who believe and people who believe falsely. It's not people that don't believe at all, as far as I can tell. Show
Right,
me.
yeah.
I mean, I'm
Judgment
open.
starts inside the church. Like that should frighten people. Like I mean, it's not like you're going to be able to look at the atheist and go, "Oh, look, God's judging the atheist. I better get right with God." Like, no. Like they're going to be the ones that get to look and see us and we're going to be the witness to them that hey, whoa, like God is moving. All these people that I thought were believers and some of these people that I thought were crazy, like I mean, I don't know. I think that's how it's going to go down. Like,
Well, think about what we were talking about earlier too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, atheists aren't murderers. I mean,
you
they
know,
have a
it's hard to say that atheists, quote unquote, know the gospel when most of Christianity doesn't know the gospel.
I know.
Yeah.
You know, so it's very hard to say that God's gonna judge them because they, knew God and they rejected him. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't think
It's
you
hard to know
should.
how God
I don't
judges.
think Christians should be looking at the atheists thinking that they're better than them, and I don't think anybody should be. And anybody who does think that way is lower than they think themselves to be. Like, it blows my mind.
That's what Ryan was arguing with all those people about. Think about that. So when you don't have righteousness, I'm shocked when I ask people what is righteousness.
Sure.
Nobody, almost even people I would have expected to know, like, you know, it's like, so do you just define Jesus, like, apart from what he actually did as a person in the world, like they know that Jesus didn't sin and that's important to like profess or whatever, but like he's not just righteous because he's God. Like he is that, and God can't sin, but he became a human. Like he was tempted as we are. Like he is our righteousness because he didn't sin. Like at least in his ministry or whatever. Mike, I know you have a nuance there, but
You know,
but
cool.
the idea is like they like what is righteousness? It's very simple. It's very simple. It's God's ways. It's the God's commandments. Is righteousness. Like when you walk them out. I mean, there's more, but the point is like if you don't know what it means, like they literally you're bad because you don't affirm their doctrine, but their doctrine is just that like you're self-righteous unless you say you're shit and Jesus is your righteousness. Well, why is he your righteousness? It's like if you don't have that base definition, it's not going to make any sense. But it's like, look, yeah, sorry, I could blab on and on. Sorry. Go
Well,
ahead.
throw
Yeah, you
throw up
got
a straw man up there. Let's say my dad is like righteous, and if my dad is my righteousness, does that mean I don't do anything?
that. I know.
I still have to do something, right? I still have to.
Yeah, you have to point and say you have to say I'm poop and God just wants you to believe he's righteous and you're crap forever or he'll burn you forever. That's what they're saying essentially, and I just find that absurd. Well, but it's no one's perfect. You think you're perfect. I'm like, I didn't say that. What do you?
Yeah, Ryan was jumping on me when I told him, like, dude, and then he's like, "Oh, you're looking down at me." I was like, "Well, no. I hope you just get it right. Come to my point of view. But no, I'm not looking down at you. I think you and me and all of us are going to be stuck in the same boat when the resurrection comes. But
If
Yeah.
learning
if
about.
God exists, yeah, you're right. I hear you. I'm better than you though, by the way.
Yeah, really.
You don't keep the moon right, and I keep the Sabbath right, and you mow your lawn on the Sabbath. So clearly, God favors me over you.
And quite frankly, somebody that's OSAS and they're like, "Oh, I can't sin," or whatever. I mean, what sin would we ever condemn them for? What, because they didn't follow
Being
the Sabbath?
stupid, the sin of stupidity.
And there is a sin of ignorance, yeah. But
Oh wait,
no,
yeah, that's right.
I'll
For
be right
being
there.
born stupid. I mean,
Yeah, if
sorry.
they fall, I'll be right there to pick them up. And I'm not going to be saying "I told you so." I'm going to be picking them up.
Yeah, yeah. I never want to be the guy that says I told you so, but I will definitely be the guy welcoming you, like crying with open arms. That's for sure.
Yeah. But if you're going to sit
I
there,
like to say I like I told you so is when it's a real dumbass being a jerk. But I'm that guy too. So I'm just being honest. Like yeah, I don't want to be like that, but I find that I am sometimes. And yeah, it feels good in the moment, especially if someone's hurt you. I guess you could say. But yeah, I agree with you. That's the way to look at it. That's the way to be. And at the end of the day, that is what what I want. Like I like to tell people this sometimes. Like if it's in the right appropriate circumstance, I'm like to just try to keep the tension down. I used to like to tell, that's fine. That's what you believe. Just look for me on the last day. And when you're looking around and you find me, I'll be there, but I'll be staring at you already. So when you find me, I'll be looking at you, smiling. That's what I tell them. So look for me when you do. I'll be already staring at you, giving you a big smile, a loving smile.
That's great. So yeah, the laws were supposed to be a light to the nations. Like the nations were supposed to be able to look at Israel and go, "Oh my goodness, like look how awesome their laws are. Look how much God blesses them for following all of those laws." And instead, Israel started worshiping, the nation's gods, and everything got backwards.
Oh,
But,
they tempted us.
like whenever
They
it
got
says, "Let
10
your
times
light
coming out of
shine,"
Egypt.
nobody puts a lamp and then covers it up, like, yeah, like this is what it's talking about. The law is the light. Like it makes you wise and understanding. It literally is righteousness from God, not our own righteousness, not a self-righteousness. Like it literally is just doing what God said. There's a literal instruction book for life, and people are like, no, no, thanks. That was written to somebody else.
Well, that's rejecting Jesus, because Jesus
Right.
is my righteousness. You prick.
Exactly. Yeah.
But they want the blessings associated with it. Oh yeah.
Oh, I got their blessing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing a character. But
No, I thought you were gonna
yeah,
say something about spaghetti sauce, so I wasn't gonna let you say it again.
Janet,
I thought
you
you
are
I think it's
freaking
pissing people
amazing.
off.
I think everybody here appreciates Janet, and you're definitely not a work salvationist. You fear God and think it's good to obey Him. And I
Oh, is
think
Janet?
you're Dutridge.
Yeah, yeah, it's my mom.
Yeah, yeah.
Although she
do the
doesn't come
best.
around as often, I must have made her mad. I don't know.
She was falling asleep earlier. She actually stopped by.
Yep.
No, I
Yeah,
say
I
do
think.
the best you can with what you got and know. It's that easy. Do the best you can with what you got and know. What my
Exactly.
parents
That's what
had was
that's what
Catholicism. They took me
literally
to church on
everybody
Sunday. They
did.
thought they were doing the best. I'm glad they were Christian. At least I got to know Christ. But hey, now we're all standing on their shoulders, and I think that's why the Hebrew roots will dive, kill some guy because they say the wrong name because they were so mad they want to get it right. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh, you talking about that Jesus, that Christ, Mr. Christ guy that like gives out free spaghetti sauce? That guy? Or are you talking about the real thing, the real meat here? At what point? My point is, what? At what point is it not Jesus anymore?
When it's all about just love, just Jesus loves you. Don't do your drugs because it would offend Jesus. He
Well,
loves you.
you're going to hell
He
because you
doesn't he
smoke.
doesn't have any rules. Well, he might have some rules from Paul. Homosexuality, lasciviousness, but no, love the Lord you God with all your heart, mind, and soul. No, that's not in there. But the Sabbath, no, your neighbor, coveting your neighbor, no, that's
Jesus is my do not covet.
what Jesus is my do not covet.
That's Jesus is my do not murder. So
Yep,
don't
he's my
don't don't
Sabbath.
don't think you're better than me because you don't murder people, you jerk.
Yeah, he's my Sabbath rest. He's my do not murder. He's my do not covet. I
He's
don't need to
my
worry about it.
He
He did it
honored
for me.
God. Don't ask me to do it. He did it. I'm not, you self-righteous jerk. Jesus loved God perfectly. That's my righteousness. I'm just, nothing else matters.
And the Bible
I'm
says
just
so. And if you
forgiven,
say,
honey. I'm just forgiven, honey. I'm just forgiven. What do you got on that? What do you got against that? I'm just forgiven. I don't think you should murder people. I'm just forgiven.
oh, she is in the room. Is that what you're talking about? Janet is back. Is that?
Janet knows who I'm talking about too, because I think she said she used to interact with who I'm talking about here. I'm just forgiven, honey. Renee Roland is her name.
No, are those old comments or is she back?
Oh, maybe they're old. If they're after my last comments, she's been back then.
Yeah, yeah, she's back.
Only
She's awake.
no eternal.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing her up because she was talking in the chat. Sorry.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, because it's not on my phone, but it's on my TV.
I
Um,
think Janet is uh, you want to She actually loves people. I picked that up right away, and she's my first moderator on my channel and the first person I've talked to offline, although I haven't talked to her for a while.
Link. She
But-
wants the link.
It should be.
Oh,
pinned
she
at the
joins
top.
now. Uh-oh.
Can you not see the link pinned at the top?
Oh,
I can put it back in. Maybe. Except for yep, hold on.
I don't see that she's in.
Wrong page.
See that she's in YouTube. I just see her in this StreamYard thing.
Yeah, Jaina, you can come in. Oh, whoa, that is not the link.
I just copy the link and put it in the chat. I think you can do that.
Right,
Too.
I tried to, but it didn't work out like I thought it was going to.
Like I like highlight it and put Control C.
Yeah, I got it now. There we go. So you're more than welcome, Janet. Come in and yell at us. So yeah, the priests were cleaning out the temple, and they found the book of the law, and it came to pass when the king had heard the words of the law that he rent his clothes. Like, the king of the land tore his clothes whenever he heard the words of the law. Like, how far removed are we that...
Isn't this where is this when they like hadn't had the law and like they had been astray and then they like found it and then they like reinstate it because they lost track of like, it seems like there was a story like that. Is this that one?
Yeah,
Where the king
exactly. Yeah, they literally lost track of it. Yeah, exactly. They literally lost
Amazing.
track of it.
No one would ever think that, right? The way that we think about the Jews, Christians talk about it, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah, they were bringing the money out that had been collected. Like, they didn't even need the money. They had lost the money. I don't know what the deal was, but they were bringing the money out, and they found an old dusty book, and it was the book of the law. And then they started reading it, and were like, oh my goodness.
Oh my God, we've been doing it wrong.
Yeah, oh my goodness. And
this is I think this correlates to what's supposed to happen in the church.
Right, yeah, and they realize that they haven't been keeping the Passover, and so they are like, all right, we're gonna do the Passover.
Janet's backstage.
And do they end up doing like 2?
Yeah, I don't think God wanted them to forget that one. How do you forget the Passover? God took them by the hand out of Egypt.
Janet's backstage. Janet's backstage. Janet's backstage.
Got it. Welcome, Janet. Welcome.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mike.
Janet, you got a great singing voice. It's good to hear your talking voice.
Well, thank you. You're sweet. I appreciate you guys.
Well, I thought you came to yell at us. I've never seen you in chat before. I thought we said something wrong and you're going to yell at us.
No, I just figured I better come on because you were thinking that I was like, that I was not really here or that it was an old comment or something. So I'm really here at 6:38 a.m.
Well,
it's 3 here.
Here's the question we've been waiting all. Here's the question we've been waiting all night to ask you.
Yeah.
Who is the he of Daniel 9:27?
That's not fair. That's not fair.
How about Ellen? How do you like Ellen White?
No, Mike, do you love me?
He is the people of the prince, obviously.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
Mike, you can only ask me very personal, private questions.
I know all about you, and I think you are truly blessed, is all I have to say.
Oh. I don't want Jamie to get mad at me if I say something that he doesn't want.
This is a fire-free zone on the Sabbath. Sorry.
So, Jamie, why is it that you're not sleeping? Jamie, I'm talking to you, Jamie.
We got him all amped up talking about the Bible.
I know, but when are you sleeping? I'm just wondering.
He's Googling an answer.
He has only been here for like an hour, hour and a half, maybe.
No, but I'm not talking about just tonight. I'm talking about like every night. because it'll be like 6 or 7 a.m. and he might still be on, and then he goes to work, or he'll go over to Ace's channel.
Yeah,
So
but conversely, if I can use that word, but conversely, he'll put up a link to like he's gonna go live, and then it'll be like 3 days later he gets to it.
yeah, well,
So yeah.
I'm just worried that maybe he's gonna fall asleep while he's driving.
Oh, yeah, that's a good worry.
Yeah, because he drives to work. So, but I don't know. I'm an old nana, so that's what I do. Worry about you guys. So anyway, yeah, I'm glad that I
That's
found
very
your
nice.
channel. Yeah, glad I found you guys. It's really nice that we're very different, but we have a lot of common and that we can actually get along together. And that's what I've always wanted on YouTube, is to find people that believe Jesus is Savior and that we can actually have peace,
Exactly.
and,
Exactly.
and that we can agree to disagree. I'm fine with like, okay, I do like Christmas. I really do. And I'm fine if you hate Christmas. As long as you're authentic with me, you're honest with me, and that maybe you care.
I
And
don't
that's,
love you any less because you celebrate Christmas.
yeah, see? So that's all. That's all I want. And I think Jesus is very happy with that. I think it pleases the Father.
Definitely.
That's how I roll.
Well, I'm in the middle. I've got my mom that I go to Christmas to, but my daughter I taught against Christmas. We don't do. So me and my daughter go to my mom's for Christmas, but we don't, you know what I mean? My daughter, I told her, I said, yeah, you want to do it, just do it, you know, in September or something. I don't care, but, and so she's really funny. She'll be like, here's your not Christmas present, Dad, and I'm giving it to you on December 20th so that it's not Christmas. So,
Well, right now, about all that I'm doing is I buy gifts for my grandchildren and I watch them on Christmas morning open their gifts. That's about it for me. A couple years ago, I stopped going to services. So I used to go to, like the Christmas service with the kids, and um, I haven't been doing that. So I live in the same house as my daughter. She has a huge house, and I have my own apartment at the bottom level. And so on Christmas morning, I just go up and spend time with them. Jessica has a tree up there, and it's just. But the main thing is just the memories of um, childhood, because I wasn't raised um, in church or with the Bible or anything. And Christmas was the one time a year that maybe my parents weren't fighting as much. And I always found comfort in Christmas songs, even though I didn't really understand Jesus. Um, I still knew that it was a very good thing, and it brought me a lot of comfort. And I always loved the Christmas songs, and Christmas hymns, and so yeah, I enjoyed the way people treated one another around Christmas, and so and I know that also that around that time, once I was saved and I had my own family, everything was about reading Luke and the story of the birth of Jesus, and to my daughter, and training her about the right things about that time of year. So I don't. It's never been evil, but always good in my life, I guess. So yeah.
This is a good place to talk about the nuance here, because I don't think it's appropriate to look at Christmas in the same way as what God was condemning them for in the Old Testament when they were doing pagan practices, I guess is the bottom line for me.
Yeah.
oh,
Since I have
absolutely.
somebody here.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
it's I don't think it's appropriate to try to apply it identically, in other words. So whether it's right or wrong or something, I don't think we can say it's the same thing. That's like, we can't go to Isaiah like when they're literally worshiping other gods, and there's other things associated. Like it's a different, in some sense, it's not a, we're not living in the theocracy in the same way, right? Like we don't have God's judges over the land. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying therefore it's okay to break the commandments. I'm just saying there's a nuance here, at least in my mind. So
Yeah, so you guys will remember this more than I will. When I don't know if it's Isaiah or Ezekiel, where, but around there, when the Lord was mad at their feasts and their dining and their drinking and their celebrating the feasts, was that were they actually doing the feast correctly with the wrong motive, or do you remember what I'm talking about when he was really
yes,
angry?
that's my reading of it.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah, they didn't have their heart in it. Yeah.
right.
Even Matthew, I think it was 5:8 or something. We were going over that one day, how, because we have the Hebrew Matthew, so we were reading how it was actually whatever the topic was in Matthew, it turned out to actually be like a day of atonement sacrifice or something, and the fact that he didn't have his heart in it.
Hosea 2.
If you got some hatred in your against your brother, don't even bring me a sacrifice. Put the sacrifice down, go make up with your brother, then come back and do your sacrifice.
So just like praying in front of people, it's not
Oh
that
yeah.
you can never
Oh,
pray with people, but it's your motive. Are you doing it to show off, or are you doing it because you really are interceding for the needs of other people and, agreeing
right.
in prayer?
Yeah, you got 20,000 people in an audience and five come up to you and you push them on the forehead backwards. Are you doing it for God, for them, or for yourself?
Right.
Clearly for yourself.
Yeah.
The gift of healing is the person actually receiving the gift of healing, not the person healing. They would never have the gift of healing like through they could, but I'm just saying the gift of the Holy Spirit of healing is the person that got healed.
Right.
Yeah,
'Cause
the glory to God.
I don't know if you remember this, Jamie, but when if you remember Levite Khan, he was on Bruce's and his wife fell down the stairs. And so Bruce just asked everyone to stop and pray for her. And Smokey Saint made a big deal about it. Like, oh, well, Bruce, that's all the glory you're going to get. You're not going to get a reward if you think you're going to get a reward from the Lord because you were doing that in public. Well, there's nothing wrong with asking.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's totally just out of line. Like that intention was obviously a good intention, and that was, I mean,
Right.
Wait,
an idiot that, especially that way, like just pride and just trying to make a thing out of
He
something
did.
that's good.
Right.
somebody asked for them to pray for them, and then somebody like piped up and was like, "Hey, can we all pray for this lady?" And then he's the one that got called out for like being self-righteous and like wanting to.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah. The
goodness.
other guy that had a pretty good sized channel
Wow.
blamed Bruce, Blessed Bible Fight Club, for saying, hey, let's pray for Levite's wife because she fell down the stairs.
Obviously, that's just, it seems like I mean, so my first thought is like doing that. He seems too smart to do that. Which, in other words, that's such a dumb thing to say for, especially him,
Oh,
because
yeah.
he knows
Right. Exactly.
no better than to say that in that circumstance.
I know.
2:11
Right.
is particularly, by the way, the verse 11 there.
Yeah. There were some times that he would do that. You would think a narcissist should be a little more uh, behind the mask than that, right?
Yeah,
He should be able to
self-aware.
hide.
Yeah,
Yeah, he should
yeah.
be able to hide it better than that.
That's
Yeah, we run
wild.
into that problem. We have corporate prayer every morning. We run into that problem. You guys are supposed to be praying in your closet. And
Yeah.
it's like, dude, there's a couple different ways to pray. And corporate prayer where everybody pray, that's fine. We don't want to chant, you don't ever want to chant, but yeah, you go into your closet for your private prayers and stuff, but You can, yeah, it's
Um,
just so ridiculous.
Heaven forbid that we be united in prayer. You know,
Yeah.
least of all that we should be united in prayer. I mean, heaven forbid, guys. Like, just,
Yeah. And the person that's being prayed
appalling.
for by the person that's being prayed for, when they hear other people joining in and praying out loud for them, that can really boost their faith, and move in their heart to be able to believe for whatever miracle
Yeah,
they're
or at least let them,
being.
the person that's looking for healing know that there are people out there willing to pray for them instead of,
Right.
call
Yeah.
somebody out for offering to get other people to help them pray.
Yeah.
That is, oh my, that's appalling. I
A lot of people, they just, why a lot of times do people go to a therapist? They need somebody to listen to them. Some people just don't have anybody that will, listen. And so hearing all those people that care enough you know, to say a prayer out loud for you, because, yeah, it can be powerful, I think. Well, we solved the world problems, so that's pretty good.
right. Oh my
At
goodness.
6:50 a.m.
Well, what should we make of this context?
What, honey?
Well,
211.
Hosea 2:11. So he says this. So what's the context here? I will cause her mirth to cease, her feast days, her new moons, and her Sabbaths, and all her solemn feasts. Like, I'm not saying this is a reason to do away with the feasts. But I think explaining what God means here. What does he mean? Does he mean they're like so? Is he being um, what do you call it? Hyperbolic here? Like, these people are so far from me. I'm not even gonna give her an opportunity to take her sins away anymore. And it's hyperbolic, or is he saying something else, or what's going on there? Because he's threatening to take away their feasts, new moons, and Sabbaths, and all her solemn feasts.
Yeah,
What's
she's a
going on?
whore. She was a whore.
She
Mm,
went a whoring. One of my favorite words, a whoring.
I don't,
Me too. A whoring after other gods. A
right.
hurry and after
Yeah, see,
harlotry.
it's her lewdness in the sight of her lovers, her this, her that, and in Leviticus 23, God says, "These are my feasts, my Sabbaths." So I worry that this is not talking about the same thing. And then I will visit upon her the days of Balaam, wherein she burned incense to them, she decked herself, she did this, like it was.
Oh, so you're
I don't.
suggesting maybe they're not gods? I think. I think.
Yeah, I don't think these are the same feast, Sabbaths, and new moons. I think this would be like all in celebration of something else.
Oh, interesting.
Not even in a golden
Okay.
calf way where it's like, oh, we are worshiping God. I think this is like we're not even worshiping God. We're doing everything in accordance with the nations. Because
I
Hosea
found,
is talking about Ephraim like out in the pig pen, the prodigal son, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Can I
I'm done.
read? Can I read? I found the one I meant. It, it was
Yeah,
in
you were looking Isaiah 1, yeah, 111.
Isaiah 5,
Yeah.
Isaiah 5:11,
Oh, okay. I thought you
Chapter
were talking
5. Yeah.
about the.
about the feast. It says, "Woe unto them that rise up early in the morning, that may follow strong drink, that continue until night, till wine inflames them,
Oh, she's
and the
talking about
harp."
us staying up all night, Jamie.
No,
Yeah, I'm not drinking.
I just no. The only thing I worry about, like I said, I worry about like him driving and falling asleep and stuff like that. The harp and the viol, the tabret, whatever that is, the pipe and the wine are in their feasts, but they regard not the work of the Lord, neither consider the operation of his hands. Therefore, my people are gone into captivity because they have no knowledge, and their honorable men are famished, and their multitude dried up with thirst. And then it goes on to say, therefore, hell hath enlarged herself. So, yeah, so there, they haven't considered the operation of his hands.
Yeah, this seems to be talking about. I actually think Hosea is talking. I think about the feasts of God, the Moed or whatever. but or the Moedim or whatever you call it. But I think that it's not saying he the feast. They're from him. Obviously, we know that. So I think because here he calls it their feast. He doesn't say her, but he says their. I think he's saying they're celebrating the feast, but then they're not being noble men or whatever sort of thing, right? Isn't that? I don't know. How do you guys take it?
I
Yeah,
found another.
if
Seems
they
like he's just
were
saying,
keeping the feast, they definitely weren't keeping them with the right heart. Same thing in Isaiah
yeah, right.
Isaiah
That's the sort of the
1:11.
idea.
You know, I mean, I think here you could talk about, yeah, they're trying to make sacrifices to God, but then, you know, down here it's your new moons, your feasts, you know, it's not my new moons and my feast anymore. It's something completely different. So I don't know.
Can I
It's
can I
so
read 4 more?
yeah. Where you want me to go? I'll put them up.
Um, Amos 6:21. Or no, I'm sorry, Amos 5:21.
I was gonna say there ain't no Amos 6, is there?
Yeah,
Yeah, it goes all the way to 9 actually.
yeah. Amos 5:21. I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them, neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs, for I will not hear the melody of thy viols. But let judgment run down as waters, and righteousness as a mighty stream. That's good. Ooh, that one, I think that
Yeah,
helps
yeah, for
explain it more.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Dirties is the next line. Have ye offered unto me sacrifices and offerings in the wilderness 40 years? Dude, when did they do that? They never did. They never commanded human sacrifice. I'm just kidding.
Right, yeah.
I do.
That's dirty.
Man, like believe me, like I don't agree with his logic and I can't follow it, but like God bless him, he does love God. Like I mean, very very differently than us, but I mean, God bless him.
I
I
have a technical
yeah.
question.
Oh,
I
go
have a
ahead.
technical question. Um, the other couple times I've been on panel, I allowed my camera, but then I covered up my camera. This time I went ahead and stopped my camera, and I see my picture, the picture of my granddaughter with myself.
Mm-hmm.
But I took that off. Now when you see my symbol, you just see a J because my it upset my daughter that my
No,
granddaughter's.
there's a picture on there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so why is it there? Because it doesn't show up any other time.
Go down to the square where it says your name off of the screen, I think, and where it says you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you. To the left of
Yeah.
there, it should be your little square, and then click on the 3 dots, and then on the right hand corner upper of the square of your little picture with your name, and then when you click on that, you want to edit audio avatar, and then is what'll pop up is that edit avatar box on the screen, and then you can pick from whatever things you have added to there, and you probably just have the one pick, and then it'll have one that's just a blank or a J. Then just click on that and say done, and it'll change it. Does that make sense?
Um,
You would click, yeah, click
I
on
hit
the like it should be
audio.
the bottom left, the bottom left
I'm
of the
gonna try
screen.
it.
Yeah,
Wait, this avatar. Um, I didn't change it. I'll do it another time. Yeah, I'll
yeah,
have to. Okay.
it's in the bottom left corner of the screen. It should be, and then there's 3 dots in the right hand upper corner, the little box that's your picture and your name.
Yeah, I just didn't see an option to give me like a general, um, you
Oh
know.
yeah, it should say remove from stream, edit name, edit audio avatar. That's the one you want
Oh,
to
I
edit.
see what you think. Okay, yeah, I'll do that another time. Okay.
That, and then you can just pick the one you want it to be. If you want it to be blank, it'll be the one in the upper left corner.
Yeah, you should be
It'll
able
Oh,
to
just be a
just
picture like that.
yeah, you should be able to just click the one that's just the letter and then click done, and hopefully it'll change for you. Did you
okay.
get to see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Hopefully you can just do that.
All right.
So my opinion, though, I actually disagree with you. I think I would say this is talking about their feasts, but I don't think it means therefore like anything about God not wanting them to do feasts or suggesting anything. It's a circumstantial circumstance. I think people try to use these to go in weird places, but I think there is something going on here where they're celebrating the feast, but not in the intention they're supposed to. Like, because God says that all the time. He's like, you do these things and you like, of course, when Jesus says you honor me with your lips, that may be a different context, right? The point is like, and this is another reason why I say there's a distinction between certain things. Like it's not necessarily like you being a good person by keeping the feast. That was for, a celebration and for celebrating, doing technical stuff like, having God take away your sins and then celebrating in that fact. But if they don't have the right heart there and they just think like doing sacrifices and, like, oh, I went to Jerusalem and I went through the motions, but now I'm going back to my like, stealing from the widows and hating people and beating people up. But I'm good because I did the thing God said. That's meaningless to God. He's like, I don't like sacrifices. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I don't care about the sacrifices. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me. Is what matters to me is your heart.
Yeah, exactly.
But that doesn't go against his commands. So yeah, I think that says what
are you loving your wife the way she wants to be loved so that she doesn't yell at you, or are you loving your wife the way she wants to be loved because you love your wife? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's motive again.
Yeah, Yeah, I hope I explained that correctly. Anyways,
So
yeah,
feast
that's
days,
some good stuff.
do you see it both as, like in this last passage, it says the Lord talking says your feast days, but doesn't it also say my feast days? So it appears both ways and talking about the same feasts. That's what I'm sort of wondering.
Um, which verse is it?
Well, in this case, it
Oh, right,
says,
I got you.
I hate and despise your feast days.
Right. Yeah.
I'll not accept them. But then in other places, it says my feast days, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. The last one we looked at, it said their feast days, and then the first one it said her, like the woman. That's another hint that his people are his wife, sort of thing. And then, in my opinion, but yeah, I think they're the same thing. I think people make too much of on both sides of the feast keeping argument, make too much of this language. I think because Jesus says, you make my father's house a den of thieves. Speaking of the temple, when they're selling stuff and ripping people off, right? And then a few chapters later, he says, I leave to you your house desolate.
Yeah.
He's talking about the temple in both cases.
You make a pretty good point. Like, you've taken my father's house and turned it into your house, and yeah, I agree. 100%. Like, yeah.
And it's not just I mean, those words help to give it away, but quite honestly, it is the context. Again, clearly he's not happy with the way they're doing it, and he's gonna, what is that, verse 27? He's gonna,
their heart is definitely the issue, in them doing the things with other gods as well.
Yeah, Isaiah 5 really
Yeah.
has a lot of what he hates in there. The mean man shall be brought low, the mighty shall be humbled, the eyes of the lofty shall be humbled.
Yep. Did you have some more verses to look at, Janet, or was it just Amos?
What I just read, the last one was Isaiah 5:15. Was that your question?
You just said you had like a couple of verses that you wanted to read. I just wanted to make sure.
That was it. That was 4 verses out of Amos. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, I'm done.
I just interrupted it. I cut her off and said those are just horizontal experiential, so it's irrelevant.
Oh. Right.
They're not talking to us anyway. That's for Isaiah. The book of Isaiah is for Isaiah.
Jeez. Right.
You got to I'll cut you right out of that book then. You're not a Roman. You're not a Ephesians. You're not a Galatian. Get out of here. Well, then the Hebrew Israelites will say, this book has nothing to do with non-black people who aren't Israelites. And it's like, shut up.
Yeah, those guys are way off
They got to
on the other
really cook
end.
the books, man. They got to really
Yeah,
cook the books. It says the Gentiles are going to be brought in. So even if you are Israelites, I don't really care. Although I think
right.
you're just
Yeah,
historically inaccurate and you're robbing people of their, their heritage or whatever, which isn't really appropriate. But
yeah. They
um,
they do love this verse where it's like, and the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them, and they'll be servants. And they're like, see, the white people are gonna be our servants, and it's like, oh my goodness, bro. And then I've met people on the complete other side of the fence that are like, see, the black people are gonna be our servants, and it's like, oh my god, bro. It's just, it's
no,
crazy.
I've seen some nasty stuff where they're like, yeah, I'm going to take your wife as a sex slave and you're going to be
Wow.
six. I've seen.
Yeah,
So,
I've heard that. I've heard them say that.
do
That's
the
wild.
Black Hebrew Israelites um do they reject any books of the Bible then?
No, they probably bring in extra books. Like,
Yeah.
I would imagine they bring in the Apocrypha, at least, from the
Okay.
original 1611, and maybe even Enoch and Jubilees, not sure.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd be curious of their interpretation of Noah from the Book of Enoch, because the Book of Enoch kind of makes it seem like he's the first albino guy. Or they're like scared that he looks like an angel, like his eyes light up the room, and his skin color is different, I guess. So yeah, it kind of makes it seem like Noah was like maybe had lighter skin and blue eyes or something, and
Oh, right. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's yeah. Like Noah takes the son to Methuselah and he's like, this kid is like a
yeah,
Nephilim because
yeah,
he looks
yeah,
crazy. He's shot.
yeah. Did my wife cheat on me? Is this really my kid? And Methuselah's like, yes, that's your kid. There's no reason to worry. Like
It's
everything's
obviously a
fine.
type of Jesus. Since that story is, I think, being drawn out from other scripture
Yeah, yeah.
that's
Like I'm
inspired
probably
from the idea that ends up correlating with Jesus, because his
yeah,
name's Comfort. It's comfort or rest.
right, for sure. And then yeah, I'm sure
Jamie,
they take this Isaiah 4, and 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we'll eat our own bread and wear our own apparel, only let us be called by your name to take away our reproach. And yeah,
Jamie, did
that's
you get
probably
to?
where they get the
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take your wife.
Oh yeah, maybe. What, Janet?
Did you get to listen to Ryan and Charles?
Yeah, I did. I went back
Yeah,
and listened to at least most of it.
What did you think?
That was very interesting. It was very interesting.
yeah, they did really good.
I think it was going really well till I watched it for a good while, and then it got bad towards the end, and I suspect I haven't quite finished it, but I suspect did it end badly or did it?
Oh
No,
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 I thought
no, they
Roman.
kept it cool. Yeah, they kept it
Yeah,
cool pretty much the whole time.
It
I
was
was.
it was a good. Oh,
Yeah,
Charles sounded like a different guy altogether. His voice, his tone, the way he presented himself it sounded like a completely different guy. I
yeah,
was really
one on one, he's non-debate one on one. He tends to be that way. That's why I tried to highlight part of. I think people misunderstand sometimes what I'm supporting or not sometimes, but I felt like I showed a part of him in the first discussion on Praise's channel. I played a clip of that because I think, and I went off the rails a little bit myself because I was getting passionate about what I was saying. But what Charles was actually he has integrity often. I think he can be unfair about certain things, but I like it when he's more open about because he's very much about interpretation. Like in his debates, he'll say things. I'm like, dude, you're supposed to be debating your position. This is a debate. But he'll be like, oh, well, I'm just going to see what you say, and then I can modify my position. I've heard him say that multiple times. I'm like, dude, did you come to talk about, your position or not? So, but at least he's open to pointing out the different ways of interpretation, and that can be nice.
well.
And it kind of, yeah, go
I
ahead.
hope it's something that continues though, because I know that he has been sick, and a lot of times when you're ill, and I think his throat was really hurting him, and
yeah,
just having.
he's having tooth issues. So I mean, the fact that he's
Yeah, that's right.
talking
His
at
mouth,
all, yeah,
was in pain, and so obviously he's not going to be screaming if he has a toothache and his throat is bothering him. But I would love to see that, you know, going forth because it
yeah,
was
yeah.
really
Charles,
nice to listen
Charles and Ryan did extremely well last night. Like, I
to.
mean, they
And
did
Ryan
get they
did
did get
really well at,
passionate, but they did keep it like cool. They controlled it.
and
It was
Ryan
nice.
really did well at moderating
Yeah,
Charles.
Yeah, he
And
did.
Charles,
He did, didn't he? Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
he
That
really
stood
did.
out.
Yeah.
yeah, it was really, I applaud. There we go.
Amen. No, I think I'm gonna make. I think I'm gonna do a review on that and just and point that out and make a. Not that I have like a ton of people that watch it, but just that's the sort of thing that that guy. His name is Kevin Thompson from Beyond the Fundamentals, and he's invited me a couple times now because I've interacted with him and I interviewed him that one time. Like, he's a Southern Baptist. He's even a dispensationalist that like separates everybody and says those books aren't for Christians or whatever, right? So, which I'm totally against. But he's such a cool guy. I like him, and so his people are worried about him, right? Because he's reading all these. He's a smart guy. He's reading all these books about like the meaning crisis, and he's seeing the problems in his own system. And I don't want to just like patronize him, like thinking he's gonna dish out on his, the church that I disagree with that he's a part of. Is I don't want it to be about that, so I'm trying to guard against that sort of thinking in my mind. But I like what he's saying, and I agree with a lot of what he's thinking. And so, anyway, my point was going to be that he talks about the whole problem, like this issue with communication and how we treat each other and all that, and how to be more like Christ is what he started to talk about. And then, because particularly Southern Baptists, like they will say like, it's just believing, that's it, in a really weak
Right.
way. Right. And so he doesn't like rail against that, but he's just like saying, I think we should just like accept that people have different views of the Bible and that they're not just heretics, and that we should be talking about like to each other. And they sent me an email, and I didn't make it to the thing because I had to do some other stuff, but like it was offline, but it was with their FSI group, they call it. And they had like this, it sounded really weird, but it was like giving you directions on like how to be a better listener and like how they want to have the conversations, right? And it's like listen to the person, and they have these steps and stuff that you do to like try to be a better listener and like engage the person, and steel man what they're saying. And I thought it was just, it was like kind of like really like a little bit like academic, but I think it's actually necessary at this point. Like, because I like keep saying I'm going to be like this, I'm going to do it like that, and then I just get pulled into it, sucked into it, and
Yeah.
it's hard. It's hard to moderate that, especially when you have open rooms, and I think that's part of the problem, maybe.
Yeah. And people do have, this whole flow chart in their head that they want to make sure that they get out, and they're thinking about the next thing they're going to say. And so they miss what's being said. And so, yeah, like you said, the listening is a big problem.
Yeah, that's one of the
Can you
things
hit
they
up
said. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
well, just as you talk, can you hit up Isaiah 11:1? I'm looking for a capitalized branch. Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I might do a video on this too, because I agree with it, and I'm not it'll help me stick to my word a little bit more to point this out, because I need it more than anybody, really. That I think there's a few things that are just obvious to have better conversation. Everybody has to slow down, mainly me, and then you have to actually like, even if you have to like have a thing that tells you every time to remind you, it's like repeat back to the person what they just said until they're happy. Like they call it like a steel man rather than a straw man, where you actually engage what the person's trying to say, like advocate for the other person, even if they disagree with you, to make sure to show them you understand what they're actually trying to say, and then you repeat it briefly until they're happy with your version of what they're saying, so that you understand. So then you're like going out of your way to listen and engage them, and even perhaps encourage them to go further in what they're trying to say, and not be so rushed into what you want to say, and then until they're happy with your version of what they said.
I don't
Yeah,
think this is a coincidence. Oh, I'm sorry. Mike, go ahead, please.
no, you.
I don't think this is a coincidence that this just happened to me yesterday. There's someone that I email back and forth with, and he's the first person that has ever done this, where whatever I email him, when he replies, he'll say basically, like, okay, what I'm hearing you say is blah 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 blah, and okay, so you're that I know he actually read the email for one thing, and that he's clarifying that he's understanding my point, because I can rattle on. And so it was really, you know, showing that this person cares enough to that he's real his listen he has his ears tuned in, you know.
I can understand in conversation, but in an email, just reread it. What's so hard about that? Are
Well,
you
he does
saying are
he
you
does
saying this and this? That sounds weird.
well, no, I know it did sound funky, but he does he'll make a comment about it too, like he'll respond, but yet he's like making sure, okay, so what I think you're saying that this is happening to you. You know what I mean? Just to sort
Oh,
of like
gotcha. Yeah.
clarify. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say. You're showing the person that you know what they're saying.
Yeah.
You're
So that there's no
it's a form of,
misunderstanding. Yeah.
yeah, so it shows that you're actually engaging with what they're saying and not just because that's what's really going on most of the time in these huge open rooms. Did I get my point across in such a way that I smashed the other person and showed that I'm right? I mean, that's essentially a quick way of saying what's going on, and I'm guilty of that. And it doesn't mean I'm right or wrong. It just means it's not healthy, the healthiest way to communicate with people, and it's going to cause problems if that matters to you. And I think it should matter to all of us, but because that's the best way to get your point across anyways, is to make sure you're not straw manning the other person where you're misrepresenting them. And that's what happens a lot, is where it's so easy to misrepresent somebody else, even in a small way, to try to bolster your position, which you're basically, what's the word? You're simping for your view or whatever, and not acknowledging that the aspect of your position that's like really just a protected baby that you won't consider. You know, I think I'm guilty of that, but I hesitate to say it because I feel like people, always want to just say that off the bat about my view or whatever. So I'm defensive about it. But at the same time, it really doesn't say anything about whether you're right or wrong. It's just being more open and honest and engaging. And I think it's good for everyone, me and
Yeah.
myself included. Right. So,
Yeah. Mike, I've got your big B branch 11:1, and then it says to go to Jeremiah 23:5 to after that one.
Yeah, I don't know what version he has up there, but the KJV has it in all caps.
Yep.
I'm glad it's got the one cap in his little version there. But there should be 5 total that are capitalized. All caps, or however KJV has it all caps. But that just reminded me of that with when he had a different branch thing up there. Zechariah 3:8 has all caps. What was your Jeremiah 33:15? I think.
20. Oh, I just lost it. 23:5.
23. Yeah.
23:5.
23:5. Old days comes the Lord. Sounds like Jesus.
Yeah.
Zechariah 6:12 is another one. No, I was just curious if they were capitalized in his. I'm not sure what version he has up there. I was just curious.
Oh, what's that? What's the Hebrew there? The Lord our righteousness. Why'd they put it like that? That's an interesting construction.
Wow,
Is that
that's all.
Yeshu-ati or something?
Goodness gracious.
I can't read it. What's it say?
Somebody was angry that day. The Lord our righteousness, all caps lock. Oh my goodness.
Well, it's a KJV, so it must have something to do with the name of Yahweh, I would presume.
Yeah, it's Sedek, like Melech Sedek, the Melchizedek priesthood.
Like,
Like
yeah, and
Melech is king, and then Sedek is righteousness, like the king of righteousness.
So that's what it says there. It's not the name of God.
Oh no, this is
That's Yahweh, right?
Yeah, that's Yod He Vav He, yeah, and then righteousness. But yeah, maybe like the Hebrews capitalized there. I don't know why they didn't capitalize branch. I mean the B is capitalized, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think the King James would put the capital B when they almost like whenever they felt it was a reference to Christ, because you see that in Daniel 9, they lowercase the P on that other prince, which may or may not be a mistake. But that seems to be, it's a person, in other words, right? So it's like a, but with the all caps, I think that's only when it's the name of Yahweh, the Tetragrammaton, that they, or something involved with that they capitalize all the letters, something like that.
Well, we would say, yeah, like Zechariah 3:8 is all caps. Rude would teach that we see this 5 times, and that's why we have the 5 different attributes of Jesus, the Son of God, the Son of Man, the righteous King.
His name is 5 letters. There's 5 books of the Torah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I just couldn't find the.
5 is the number for grace.
And there's 5. The Virgo, is it Virgo? She's got 5 stars in her hands, in her right hand.
I think they're at her head, above her head.
Her left hand. No, there's 12 stars or a crown of, but in her hand there's like 5 stalks of like wheat or something. It's but no, I was just curious because I saw it on your screen there. I was wondering what version it was.
My regular KJV does not have all caps for branch in 11:1. It just has the first B.
Yeah, I think I gave a bad one there because I don't see that in my. I just Googled branch KJV, and then if the what is it, the I don't know what this.
It's an application. It's an application to a person, I think.
Yeah, the Messiah, of course, because I mean the Jews understand it to be the Messiah. But the first all cap branch I see is Zechariah 3:8.
Yes, same
And
here.
I can't.
Cool. Okay. It must have something to do with the name, because usually that's why they do all caps. That's what you can read in the margin or in the introduction of the.
Oh, and then again in Zechariah 6:12, but I can't get to the second page. Otherwise, there's 3 other ones. But no, that's cool. I just wanted to see if it had that on there.
Does it give a different Strongs for that one? Number? Is that the same?
No, it probably is. It is a different Strong's number. This is Samak. It's a little bit different.
What made them do branch like that? That's what. Why are they? My understanding is that they do all caps when it has to do with the name of Yahweh. You know, the literal.
I'm really not sure. It's
well, for Lord,
6780.
Yeah, when a Lord is associated with the Tetragrammaton, is my understanding. Like in the Hebrew, they'll put Adonai or they'll put, Elohim. But when that's associated with the name of God,
Right,
the translators of the King James do all caps. If it's just like Adonai by itself, it'll just be Lord with capital L, maybe something like that. When it's referring to a person, that's why they capitalize just the first letter. When I think that's just a reference to it being not like merely a branch in its context, right? So,
right, yeah.
Or maybe even if maybe because it's messianic or whatever that they do that.
It may be like, I know in the original Hebrew scrolls, they would have big letters and little letters, or like normal sized letters. Sometimes they Alma, the Hebrew word for young maiden, like there's a mem that goes in the beginning or the middle, and then there's a different m that goes like only at the very last. Like if it's the very last letter, this is the m that you would use. But in Alma, the mem is in the middle, but they still use the final mem, which looks like a closed womb for Alma.
Yes, it's called the closed mem. Yeah.
Yeah. So like there's all sorts of what people would normally say are errors in the Hebrew language, but like the scribes copied those errors because they knew that it was there for a reason. So
yeah, have you heard that, Jimmy?
The Hebrew letters here might actually be really big, but it doesn't show it here.
Well, I think they technically only used all cap. There was no lowercase and capital, but yeah, the closed
right. But
mem
I mean, they still could have had a bigger font size for those letters, if you will.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
that may be. Yeah, that's a good point.
Mike, did you see Isaiah 4:2 then wasn't capitalized at all?
Early on, I think. Are you talking about earlier on when he had it up?
Yeah. 4:2.
4:2 just says the branch of the Lord.
Huh.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
just
I don't
regular.
even.
That's the same one.
Yeah, I don't even
Samach.
kill that in the list. Oh, 4-2. Yeah, just regular. Yeah, just regular.
Oh, they don't have the branch.
So we have it all
It
three
was
ways.
there.
That's strange.
Yeah,
It's
that's
all
yeah,
three.
yeah. There, yeah, it's all three. Yeah, must have something to do with the grammar, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that's not the direct. That's not the personal. The branch is used in the construction there. It's not calling the person the branch, although it is in a sense, right? But it's not the subject or whatever of the sentence in technical grammar or whatever it sounds. Let's say he'll be the branch of Jesse or the Lord or whatever. It's more of just a mere adjective in that sense, rather
Right.
than a
And it almost appears to be the
descriptive.
exact same, like 3 letters. But yeah, it is like right after the tetragrammaton. Or no,
Even yeah,
that's
but
Yod Hey
now yeah,
Yod Hey.
right.
Never mind. That's Yod Hey Yod Hey, not Yod Hey Vav Hey. So it's
Oh, weird.
pretty
What's that?
close.
What's that say for that?
Haya.
What's it? Oh, okay, interesting. That would
Yeah.
be like, I think that's like, what is that? It's like a it
Um,
connects words.
like whenever was talking to Moses and he said, I am, it's Haya or something like that. I am that I am, or I
Do you think that has
exist, or
to do with
whatever.
him saying I'm the God of the living? Because that's like, isn't that how he like? Never mind.
Good question. I don't know enough about the
Like,
Hebrew. I can read like some of the letters, and that's about it. And then I know what some of the letters mean, but yeah, that's about as far as I can go.
I have
I
a
don't know a whole
feeling though
lot.
the reason that they didn't capitalize the branch there has to do something with the construction where it's not as closely associated in the grammar with the tetragrammaton. Like it's not directly connected or whatever. I don't know the technical terms, but I imagine that's why, because that's why it's rendered. When you read the sentence in English, you can kind of see what I mean. But
Right.
it's not calling him the branch, but it's like directly. I don't even know the right term to use. It's calling him the branch, but it's not directly. I guess is the right way to say it.
Right. I
It's
wanted to
not
show
calling.
you guys something. Have you ever looked at compared the Septuagint?
What's
So
your view on the Septuagint?
it's
Did they use the
technic.
Septuagint in Jesus' day or not?
I mean, it
I'm
seems
not sure.
so. It seems that way, but I,
I
I
think so
just
too.
I just think it's interesting to compare like our regular Old Testament to the Septuagint. So check this out. This is the regular verse 19 here. Just in the 18th year of the reign of Josiah, the Passover was kept. That's the whole verse. Are you ready to see what it looks like in the Septuagint? It's an entire paragraph. It, it doesn't even
Oh, that's
it
right. I
doesn't
saw you
even
do
fit
that.
on the screen. So yeah, and then after all these things Josiah did in the house, the king Josiah burnt those who had in them the divining spirit, and the wizards, and the images, and the idols, and the sodomites which are in the land, that he might confirm the words of the law that were written in the book, which the priest found in the house of the Lord. There was no king like before him, who turned to the Lord with all his heart, all his soul, and all his strength, according to the law of Moses. And after him there rose up none like him. Nevertheless, the Lord turned not from the anger of his fierce wrath, wherein the Lord was greatly angered against Judah for all the provocations wherein Manasseh provoked him. And the Lord said, I will remove Judah
I think this is
also from my
obviously
presence.
removed from the Masoretic because if there's any one, is this the Septuagint or not?
Yeah, this is the Septuagint.
You might be not so guilty of thinking it's possible that the Jews took this out of the Masoretic after the first century. I mean, I'm not saying they did. I don't know, obviously, but
Right.
I mean, this sounds like this. Let's not have this in there because it kind of sounds like it's supporting
Yeah.
uh, Jesus or something. I don't know.
Right. For sure. But anyways, it's just interesting. It's one of those verses that's just way different.
They'll say the same thing about us, by the way. You
Yeah,
know, the
yeah.
King James onlyists like to say they want to argue that Jesus didn't use the Septuagint because there's renderings in the King James, I suspect, that are not.
Yeah, because the King James goes off the Masoretic text instead of the Septuagint text, and the Masoretic was written like way later. And like the genealogy going to Abraham, like it's like 5 or 6 generations leading up to Abraham, where there's an extra 100 years in the Septuagint that's not in the, you know, if it says that Abraham's dad was 30 whenever he had Abraham, he was actually 130 in the Septuagint, and then his father, instead of being, 40, was 140, and so it just adds an extra 100 years. So yeah, those are different, and then of course they get Jesus and Joshua mixed up, and then still somehow want to have 2 separate names. Like, I don't, if we agree it's Joshua, why don't we just say Joshua? Why does it have to be Jesus? Like, I don't know. I just want to mess with them. Like, yeah.
No, exactly. And if
Yeah.
you tell them it doesn't really matter which way it's rendered, then they'll be like, okay, good. Then it's supposed to be Jesus. And it's like, no,
Sure.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's supposed to be Joshua. But the point is, it doesn't matter because you can get the point out of it either way. But if you're gonna, it's the problem is being so rigid that you're not even,
Yeah.
you want to say that this is the right version, and so it like literally corrects anything else, and that's just absurd.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing here. It's like, look, you got to be honest if you really want to know to be honest with the truth of what we ought to believe or whatever. Like, no, you can't do that. You can't say that King James is perfect because it's not, because it just is not. And so if you're gonna, don't try to just throw out the whole Septuagint. I think that's a mistake too. I mean, I have my preference or whatever, but to be honest, you should consider both and consider why certain verses are not are in one and they are in the other, and be open to knowing, what both say and the differences, and then you can, just have that both in your mind. Don't pretend like one is corrupt and one isn't totally. You can't say that.
Yeah.
I don't think I think that's where I've concluded anyway.
What's the Jeremiah verse that says, the heart is deceitful and wicked? Does anybody know that off the top of their head?
No.
I thought I did. I thought it was
Janet?
like 17 or 19 or 23. But
Now, when I was going over my Hebrews, I was trying to find out what Paul was quoting. He does quote the Septuagint, and actually he quotes the Book of Wisdom too.
yeah, a lot of the scripture readings do seem to quote the Septuagint.
That's the thing. So yeah, exactly. There's reasons that so some really good reasons to think that they were using the Septuagint, by the way, because it's Greek, right? And so in the way certain phrases are written in the oldest man, like, because sometimes it's like there's Aramaic phrases which doesn't make sense, but the original manuscript was in Greek in those circumstances, I think. So there's it's like a mix. So it's really hard to say one way or the other, in my opinion. There's evidence for both.
Yeah,
That
I
they were
agree.
both not using the Greek, and there's reasons seems that they were in certain places. So to me, the honest thing is to just be aware of both things and what their differences are, and like which one they seem to be quoting according to the manuscripts that we have that rendered our English Bible. Because
Right.
that could be that the original was, say, like it could be like that all the original things were in Hebrew, but that like right away early on they went to Greek, and then or like or it could be a mix in some sense, but there's evidence for both. And so I just think it's good to be open to both, not just
Mm-hmm.
declare one false or something.
Yeah. So I was right. It was 17. So the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And then in the Septuagint, it says
Oh, hey, you're in the Bible. I didn't know.
the heart is deep beyond all things, and it is the man, and who can know him? It's almost the
Are those
exact
contradictory?
it's almost the exact opposite.
Say that again. Where are we at here?
Jeremiah 17:9.
The heart is deep.
Yeah, the heart is deep beyond all things, and it is the man, and who can know him? And then in the King James, it's the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it?
Look up the word there in the deceitful. Is that different words in the different versions, I wonder?
Akob in the original sense, null as swelling up, fraudulent, tracked, crooked, deceitful, polluted.
The heart is like the belly of a whore woman who takes the potion and gets swollen because she's lying.
Right? I mean, honestly,
It's kind of, is that the similar word? I wonder. It's what it reminded me of when you said that.
that would be very interesting if it was. Let's
Pregnant with deceit, if you will,
right.
literally or otherwise.
Yeah, I definitely want to go check that out later. I don't. Oh, I do have the Greek Old Testament. But I don't know what the words are, so yeah, I don't know how to read Greek, so I don't know which one is. There's the heart. Para. That's
More, more
near.
tortuous, gosh, than all else in the human heart, beyond remedy. Who can understand it?
I think the context too helps kind of point out that he's obviously on a non-deceit. I would say you could actually take it either way. You could deep could mean, its depths of good or bad, because the next verse is God tests it, searches the heart, or tests it, or proves it. And we
Right.
know that from other texts that the idea is that you're being proven to be found either, God tests you to prove you, and so that suggests that obviously that's why God does that, right? Because
Isaiah 59:11. What the heck is that reference for?
oftentimes people make a big deal about differences, but they just have a strained reading of how to take it, and it sounds more different than it really is. And when you read the surrounding context, it kind of straightens it out for you, and then kind of you know what I mean? Like, I don't think those are necessarily direct opposites, although one's more ambiguous than the other. But when you read the context, it's clear that you get the same concept out of it. It seems to me, anyway, like that
Right.
God's going to prove you, and the deep thing is kind of open ended. It may or may this could actually, but that other rendering could suggest that it's not something to be applied, universally like the other one sounds. Although I think you have to, right? Because isn't that like what Paul says? Or that idea is like what Paul suggests, that sort of idea, right? I think, and that, or at least like the glory of God, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's a physical or a spiritual way to read verses. I think they need to be read both ways.
I think one of the main frustrations is that no matter where I'm reading in the Bible, I'm hearing the Lord say to hear me, to hear my instructions, to um, to allow correction, to yield, to surrender. And whenever you state any of that, you're going to hear, "Oh, you're fear mongering," you know.
Preach it.
And so, I mean, I have things that I say, but I still think they're doing the same thing, is they're closing their ears because they are going to keep repeating to themselves what brings them comfort so that they don't have to yield. And so what is the three of you, what is your response to those that say it's all fear mongering?
What answer gets me a free pie from you?
A free pie. Are you
That's what I'm
crazy?
struggling with. I struggle with how that. I think it depends on the person, doesn't it? Like, it seems like if they, if they're like, I don't know, man. I don't like to patronize people, and
Okay, so
I
what's
think
the problem? What if they are afraid when you read the word, what is it they need to hear from you? That will help.
yeah, I would say care, love, sort of thing. Like, they need to know that you need to. I would say you need to. I would say this: if you can't love the person when you're responding to them, you probably shouldn't like doggedly pursue it. So, like, I would be a really good example of not doing that a lot often.
Okay, so in
Like,
other words, you're sort of telling them to not bust the carbon monoxide alarm. You want to keep the fire alarm working so that you're safe. Is that
yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, that's my intention, and that would be my intention
yeah,
too.
because you love them. Because you love them, you want their fire alarm to work, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't think I butter them up well some of the time, right? To receive it, I guess you could say. And so like I'm overthinking it for me anyway, but yeah, like why it matters when people like are, sometimes it makes me mad. I'm thinking of like St. Tommy, right? Like
Well, yeah.
those kind of people, or I'm thinking of like Kelvy. It's just like is there a point where you give up on that person and it's just not worth because you're just like they're just going to dig in harder and harder and harder, I guess. I don't That's where I struggle with too, like because I don't like leaving anybody behind, but at a certain point if they're just not going to hear it, they're not going to hear it.
And some of them honestly cannot handle. I mean, they really are. I don't know if they would admit it, but they really are afraid, and they get nervous when they hear the exhortations because they're repeating grace, grace instead of thy will be done.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I'd almost think sometimes I think if they would just stick their fingers in their ears and go blah 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 blah, I'd take them more seriously, honestly, at this point.
yeah, it's sincere. Yeah, and it's every time you do that, your conscience becomes a little more seared over. I mean, you know,
Do you think,
but
Janet, do you think that some of these people, like, do you think that they know deep down that they're wrong and they're
yeah,
just,
yeah.
that's, I kind of think that's the case.
I think that hyper grace is like a Xanax that they take to mute the guilt, you know?
Yeah, I don't know what we could say that would scare them. I'm not really sure how that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can help anyone with the fear of the Lord. I mean, I know I've heard, I can remember when I was listening to a pastor, and it was a time in my life where I really had a stronger fear of the Lord and more of a respect, and I found myself on the floor realizing I was really being a brat, and it really grieved me and it changed my life. But I don't know that I could say, well, it's what he said in that sermon. I'm sure that the Lord used him, but I don't know how to give that to someone else, being broken.
Yeah, I don't know how to convince someone that they're blind and laying in a ditch. I think it's kind of like they have to realize that that's the situation they're in and then, you know, call out for help or something. Like I don't know that you can convince people.
I mean, hitting rock bottom usually is
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I mean,
the way
other than
it
hitting
works.
rock bottom, I mean, yeah, I don't see it. Um, I mean, there's been brilliant, brilliant people out there that just completely miss it, in my opinion. And you know, I don't think it has anything to do with mental acuity or how much you study or anything like that. Like they, you
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
and I'm not going to say that there's not people out there that don't know that they're wrong, but there for sure are people out there that, you know, they just got brainwashed into a certain way of thinking and they're stuck there. And then
Yeah.
with cognitive dissonance and everything else, it's just too easy to stay in that position.
So what
And
about the people? There's several of them that I know in our circle that they started out in more of a holiness church, and they said that they realized that they can't live at that level and they were tired of guilt. So then they went to hypergrace. I mean, that tells a story to
That's
me.
why I hate it so much,
I
to be
mean,
honest.
that breaks my heart. Yeah, that's why they left. I mean, I can think of two or three guys that they were in assemblies at one time, long, long time. And I'm not saying that they need to go to an Assembly of God church at all. I'm just saying that they were in a church that took godliness and holiness serious, and that they they were uncomfortable. And then they said that they were so much more happy after they found grace. And
Yeah, it sounds like these preachers that, like we were talking about earlier, like if you show up to a church and you get caught in the parking lot putting a cigarette out, they're going to preach for an hour on, oh, you should, don't smoke, don't drink, don't, no wine, women, and it's not going to make a connection with anybody. It's like, because we all know cigarette smoking is not in the Bible. No, no, don't get me wrong. You should. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's
oh
like
yeah.
saying,
And at
yeah,
that
it's like
point
saying,
in
oh my
time,
God,
at
oh, you
that
can't
point in
wear a
time,
plaid to my church. It's like plaid's not in the Bible. What are you talking about? And then they preach fire and brimstone about burning. Oh, and they won't even. It's so
no,
hard to explain.
I'm not talking about a church that's hypocritical. I'm talking about a church that the people really are genuine in trying to live
Well, right. That's my
according
point.
to
They
yeah.
don't know what Torah is, so they'll jump out and throw out these sins that aren't like Paul, lasciviousness and what the heck is that? Homosexuality. Okay, I get that. Lust. Like what? Can't I watch uh, Charlie's Angels without going to hell? That's what they're going to be preaching, and you're just going to look at them weird, like, what are you talking about? And without even having to know the Bible, because their sins that they talk about are the fire and brimstone, or maybe even like a Pentecostal, you have to talk in tongues. Yeah, you're going to get people that are going to walk out and say, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. But if you bring up, thou shalt not murder, it's black and white. Thou shalt not covet your neighbor's wife. Maybe you have a problem with, like, what do you mean I can't covet my neighbor's boat? Well, we don't want you to covet that exact boat and want to get that and take his boat.
So
You can go out and buy your own boat, but the sins that they profess don't really seem Torah related.
but Mike, you sound like you're saying that, and I'm talking about people that this happened like 20 years ago. In 20 years of studying the Bible, and some of them even teaching the Bible, you don't think that they'd be able to figure out if someone was just not being fair and being superficial or something with them in that church? I can't blame the church for all these people that switched from a godly church to a hyper grace church. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she's talking about people that like they're like, you know, just like general things that are right to not do according to God, right? And like
Adultery or what,
taking that
just
seriously,
basic.
and then being like, I can't do this. I can't be for God,
Right,
and
right.
say just have grace,
That's
and
what I
they're all
saw in
happy
Jamie.
now.
Yeah, that's what
Like,
I saw in one of Jamie's videos where the Seventh-day Adventist guy was preaching on the Sabbath, about the Sabbath, and he brought up the point of don't kindle a fire, on how serious it is on the Sabbath, that you don't. He was fire and brimstone. Look at it's right here in Scripture. Do not kindle a fire. Look, they're going to put them to death. So yeah, that's a big turnoff, especially when it's not true. It's essentially don't kindle a furnace to melt down brass and gold and silver. It has nothing to do with heating your house or cooking food. The poor guy gathering sticks. They will use that fire and brimstone to support how important Sabbath keeping is. Look, don't even gather sticks. And it's
don't.
like,
Well, I mean, dude, death came into the world by a lady eating a fruit. What do you do with that?
and those exact same people will say, "Oh, I never." These people that eat unclean food, they're like, "Oh, I wouldn't have eaten the apple." And it's like, dude, you can't even quit eating pig. What are you talking about? You'd never eat the apple.
So what is your answer then for these people that they took that path and now all they want to do is say believe and you're once saved always saved and
Oh, yeah, I would, if I was talking face to face with them, not like, if I was talking face to face with them, I would say you are on a higher level than me, and should you ever fall, I'll be right here to pick you up, and let it go, because since they feel they won't sin, I'm dying of curiosity to see the first time they do sin outside of something like Sabbath keeping or feast keeping or eating clean or unclean food. You know what I
They
mean?
don't care. They don't care, Mike, that they are.
Right, right. But they are not gonna. I don't see Perry the preacher going out and pulling the trigger on somebody. I don't see him going out and stealing a bicycle for his children. You know what I mean? I don't think he's gonna actually do that. He may do some funky stuff like those terrible things, and he may say, we have asked him point blank, can you go shoot up a busload of kids and still be saved? And he says yes. I don't see him doing that. I don't know what sin he would commit
Well,
to
I
make.
think didn't he share that he and his wife share other partners, right? So they're not being faithful to each other.
Right, and there's certain, what is it, self pleasure. There's certain legal ways to self pleasure yourself. I get it. Within your little family thing, your little wifey thing, it ain't none of my business. It ain't none of my business. But if you're gonna preach it to somebody, no, I'm gonna step in and say, dude, you need to look at the law. You may not think it's sin, but I don't see him stealing a bicycle or you know what I mean. I'm waiting to see what sin he's going to do that he's going to fall.
You don't think?
So,
Did you just
I
say that
think
there
every
was a
time he opens
swinging
his mouth,
preacher?
say again.
Did you just call this preacher a swinger? Like,
Oh
he,
yeah.
well, that's what I heard. That's what I
and
understood, that there was other
Oh,
on
I
both
think one
sides.
night,
and people
Jamie can
take this
probably
dude
verify, but I think
seriously?
one day he actually beat on camera. I think he actually beat his wife. I mean, like beat her down physically. Boom, 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 smack, pow.
What? I don't even know what to say. I don't.
And just the way he treats
Where
people, like, doesn't that bother you? The way he speaks
it
to people?
it bothers
Oh,
me that
absolutely.
people
Oh
think that
yeah,
they should
holier
take
than thou.
a preacher who swings with his wife seriously. Like I don't it I
Yeah,
can't fathom
he's
that people would
wacko.
call this a man of God.
But it's like a sickness that if he doesn't, some guy walking around preaching that he's Jesus. No, none of us believe he's Jesus. Just leave him alone. He's the one that thinks he's Jesus. We get it. You're not Jesus, but no, he's not. But once he starts preaching it, where he didn't. I think Jamie can verify. He got like apostles. He had people go to his house like from around the United States uh,
Oh my
to follow
goodness.
him. Oh yeah, yeah. That's not right. But no, if
Yeah.
just
I mean,
a face to.
in this guy's case, the specific person that we're talking about, I think Second Thessalonians is our answer here. But like the general people that are in out in the crowd, like it's a toss up, man. Like I think they're just so deceived with all of the preachers, like what was just exampled here, that are exampled here in Second Thessalonians. Like they don't
Oh
love the
right,
truth. The truth is the
yeah.
law. Jesus is the law. They don't
Right.
love the truth, and so God sends them a strong delusion. Like I don't know how you convince someone that God has sent them a strong delusion. I mean, I think that a strong delusion is just that. It's a very strong delusion. I don't think you can convince somebody out of it. Like I I I mean, it sounds like that guy loves swapping wives with other people, and so he'll believe anything that allows him to do that. But like the general people in the churches, my heart yearns for them.
I just think since he doesn't see it that way, that there's going to have to be a wake up call someday, and it could be something as simple as him stealing a bike for his kid, and then we can literally call him out. But in the meantime, he's not going to believe anything we say. It's
Right? I mean, we can't even call him a Todd Bentley. Like this guy already thinks it's okay to sleep with somebody else. Like
or if you persecute
uh,
him, oh, it was prophesied I'd be persecuted. Yeah, go ahead and persecute me some
right.
more.
I mean,
Yeah, like, dude, oh my goodness, you're not
like
even.
they got all of the apostles together and had like this huge ceremony for Todd Bentley who was already cheating on his wife. And then it wasn't even 2 months later, like it literally exploded out into the public, and he had divorced his wife and then married his secretary, and like, and then they found out all sorts of other things. And so it's like, I don't understand how the word of faith movement is even still around at all. Like, all of their apostles, literally, like people who literally call themselves apostle, and somehow anointed this, whatever you'd like to call Todd Bentley, and people still follow him to this day. Like, it's just, it boggles my mind. I
But
I
if
don't
that
know.
Todd Benton, if that guy's congregation had somebody in the congregation that secretly did have an adulterous situation, the exact same thing, because they're in the congregation and not held to a higher standard as a teacher, we would sort of give them a pass. We'd be like, dude, you're a sinner. You need to stop that. You're hurting her. You're hurting your family, hurting your kids. But this Perry the preacher is like, he's not going to hear.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's way different.
Yeah, he thinks, he's a psychotic, whatever you call it. He's just like I said. I don't know the example. The guy on the street that thinks he's Moses. You're not going to convince him he's not.
Right.
Right.
It's
Like,
a lot. I don't want to say.
I honestly think it would be easier to convince the people that don't know any better, and
Yeah.
and until we get to where a majority of the people are going to laugh at people for saying that you don't need to obey God, like, until we convince enough people that we are the majority, I don't think there's another way about it. Like,
And yeah, just so to be clear for Janet, so I'm sure she kind of got scared when I said that, but just to be clear, yes, if I saw them on the street, that's how I would do it. But if they're on YouTube with 5,000 subs, whatever you call it, preaching that, I'm going to jump on their channel and start explaining a few
yeah,
things,
yeah. If you
just
want to
not
act a
going.
fool in public, I will for sure point at the fool in public. But I treat
Yeah, if you're
individuals
beating your wife
much
on
differently
camera.
than I treat someone who claims to be a teacher, preacher, or whatever. You
Well,
know,
that's exactly it.
that's what fires me up, because I'm
Right.
tired of the sheep being led astray by these wannabe shepherds.
Exactly.
Like I said, I hate being on the internet in front of people, but I'm so tired of this nonsense. Like, it just drives me crazy, man. Like,
If they weren't claiming the name of Jesus, it's completely different. But they are saying they are of God.
yeah,
If they
Exactly.
if
were
they wanted
if
to
they
say,
were atheists,
I'm some
right,
random religion, by all means, I would leave
right,
them alone.
right, exactly.
Same with the black Hebrew Israelites. Typically I could care less. I think
Like,
five maybe.
I have like this fire of Phineas inside me, so whenever I
Pincus,
see,
Pincus.
yes, whenever I see some guy who claims to be of God, doing the things that God told them not to do at the tent, or the door of the tent of meeting tabernacle, I want to just
Thrust
run them both through with a spear. Like, it just lights this fire inside me.
Yeah,
And I don't have that passion towards the everyday person. It
right.
truly is the leadership. And
Yeah.
I'm not ever going to do that. Believe me. I know we can't do that right now. But believe me,
But that's righteous anger.
I
That's righteous.
pray for the day that God returns and sets us all right. And it's like, okay, now it's time to go to war. Like, I will be ready for that day. But until then, I'm going to pray for everybody, because it does.
Yeah.
It makes me sick. It makes me weep. It makes my heart ache. And that's all we can do is educate the ones that will listen, in my opinion.
Yeah, when
I
we
don't think you're
had
going to get
the
anywhere with
Hebrew is
leaders and people who think they know everything.
yeah, with the Hebrew Israelites, several years ago, it was, we would dog on them, we would correct them, maybe yell at them here and there, no big deal. Now they're growing so strong, so fast. It
Yeah.
it it really upsets me that we didn't nip. I don't want to say nip it in the bud, but nip it in the bud earlier. But yeah,
And that's
somebody comes in the chat room, and they're Perry the preacher in the chat room, like, hey man, this is what I believe. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, dude, that's stupid, that's wrong. Are you kidding me? John 1:5-3, yeah, Ezekiel 4:8, Revelation, whatever things I can throw at him. But this brother is so gone over the. Oh my gosh, it would do nothing but pump up his pride to get to have somebody disagree with him, and then just totally throw it in your face in front of his kids. That one night he was right in front of his kids. I couldn't believe we were talking to him. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, see, well, that's the thing about giving those people voice is that it's just like a narcissist that wants supply. They want somebody to rage at, you know.
Oh, he loves it. He's got an answer for everything. He's got the whole beta,
What time
like
is
we used to have
Jamie's
on.
show?
What? Sorry.
Jamie's got a debate coming up this morning.
Oh, this morning?
Yeah, yeah. I forget what time it was.
Oh, wow.
I think he's
Jamie,
behind. I think he's behind my time zone though, so he should be okay. I think.
Well, I should probably go too, but it was really lovely
Oh
talking
no,
with
no,
you.
I'm not trying to run anybody off. Okay, it's at 10 a.m. He's still got like 3 more hours.
yeah, let him sleep.
Yeah, I'm at 8.
Right. So yeah, I'm not trying to run anybody off.
No, that's okay.
But
I
yeah,
should.
if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Um,
No, I was just saying the way to a man's heart is through his belly, and if you want to send me a pie, that's what I was joking about. But no, I don't like pie. Don't send me any. I was just joking about, what answer gets me in good with you.
it's funny. But a lot of times, like when I'm reading the Bible, and I'm sure you guys too, it just puts me on fire, and I get so excited, and I'll say, and I'm always talking to myself, oh, this verse, so and so needs to know this verse. If I could just tell them this verse, but you do, and they don't give a rip. It's
Yeah, yeah, they don't see the same thing you see.
yeah.
Yep. It sucks. Where, you know, somebody plants, somebody waters, somebody else tends, somebody else
Yeah.
harvests. That's
And it's all in the inflection. It's like Benny Hill said. He was making a joke back in the day. The difference between what's this thing called love versus what's this thing called love.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, guys. It was nice,
All
and you
right,
guys have
Janet.
a
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Come back
okay.
anytime.
Take care. Love you guys. Bye bye.
Good to see you. Bye bye.
All right. Well, what do you think, Mike? You got anything else to talk about?
Yeah, like what's his name? Lawrence Welk used to say WUNNERFUL. Wonderful. She was just wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful.
Right? Yeah. I
Pleasure
wish
having you.
more people would follow that example. It'd be great.
No, no, we're good. Anything later on? You got
Um,
your 10
yeah,
o'clock,
yeah. I
11
think
o'clock?
I think we got something coming up at 10. I don't. But if Jamie's going to be in the debate, I don't know. I may watch the debate. I don't know. I would highly recommend people check out this channel called the Messed Up Church, and it's a couple of, man, are they Presbyterians or Methodist or I can't remember what denomination they are. I don't know, but it's this couple, and they like to point out these false teachers, false prophets, and stuff like that. They throw a little bit of scripture in there to show you, they're not taking things out of whack, and people should examine their faith. See what the roots of your church's faiths are, stuff like that. If you can't test or defend your
False
faith,
miracles, false
then what
prophets,
is it?
heresy, messed up church, YouTube, word of faith, seeker friendly nonsense. Yeah, I like these guys already.
Yeah,
Prosperity, heresy, clear thinking, false teachers, false prophets. I like that.
yeah, and they do it in a very semi-professional manner. Like, don't get me wrong, everybody laughs, and it's, if you weren't laughing, you'd be crying because some of the stuff is just appalling. But I
No,
think
that's
they
good
I think
fun,
they
man.
do it I think they do it with a very good grace, and like I said, if you're gonna act a fool in public, I'm gonna point at the fool in public. So I think they would probably
Yeah.
say the same thing. They treat individuals differently, but that is just a great channel. And he was one of the guys that used to be in that movement. So like he knows how everything works. He was in the worship band, so he knows how to use like emotional music and get people into a hypnotic state and stuff like that. So I mean, I really enjoy his take on things. Like obviously I don't agree with him because he's not Hebrew roots, but like dude can point out a false prophet. You know what I mean? Like yeah, he can identify some false doctrine. He puts in a lot of time, and yeah, it's entertaining along with educational. It's not something that's just boring, and yeah, it's good. So I'd recommend people go check that out if they need to look at something different. You know. So
All right, I'm just trying to figure out. I've got bookmarks. Oh, bookmark. I guess that's how I bookmark. Oh, yep, it says it saved it. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's got some great titles on some of his teaching or whatever they are. He's got some great titles in there.
right, yeah, for sure. Jamie, he probably fell asleep, man. I almost feel bad. I hope he doesn't miss his debate. Hopefully he's got an alarm set. Maybe we
No,
should
what?
just
Where is that again?
yell at him real loud. You think we should do that,
The,
or
oh, I
play
don't
play
know
some
about.
music? Play some
Oh, I
music
don't.
real loud. Think he's got headphones on? I don't know.
No, who's he doing it? What channel is he doing it on?
I just had it pulled up. It's on somebody else's channel. Community. It's gonna be on certain. I'm not sure. Let me open this up.
Oh,
Certainty
his.
exists.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he said I could go to his channel and find it on community. Yeah, never mind. I'm sorry.
yeah. Okay. Did you figure out where to find it? Do you want me to post a link, or
Uh,
you got it?
yeah, after we hang up, I'll go to his channel and
Okay.
community and see. Yeah, but I might just go to sleep right now. But no, I wanna at least try and watch it because he's got a good head on his shoulders and he puts uh he brings all the scripture together that I don't ever remember. I'll be all about, follow Torah, follow Torah, follow Torah, and he'll be like, hey, follow the commands, and then he'll bring up all the love of the
Right.
New Testament
Yeah.
reasons why. Yeah, I can't do that. I don't care to like prove stuff like that. Yeah, but no, so yeah, he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Yep. I do enjoy it. Good head and a good heart.
Yeah, he's got a love, don't he? Oh my gosh, a passion.
Yep. All right, sir. I guess I'm gonna head out of here and maybe doze off for a couple hours. We'll see.
All right,